Let's fucking party, cabrones! No fucking around! Let's fucking party!
All right, this is Kimbucha. Welcome to BDA Boxing, the boxing debate arena, Open Lines Friday. It's a special Open Lines Friday since it's Cinco de Mayo, so Cinco de Mayo Special. Everybody needs to have a drink. And I do mean everybody. All right, let's cut the music. All right, shout out to everybody in the chat. Abel, Super Sardonic, Rapax Trucking Company. Who else do we have here? Hand Flow Boxing Review. Welcome, Bernard, some rando, Julio Martinez, Shadow Combat. The usuals. Welcome to the show. Yeah, anybody can join. Everybody should join. By the way, guys, remember, we can't have like 20 people on Discord at the same time. It's too chaotic. So first come, first served. We'll try to rotate. And yeah, I'm going to be posting the link right now. Actually, the link is also in the chat. Sorry, in the chat. It's in the chat, but in the description of the video. So yeah, get your drinks ready. I'm drinking rum like a fucking pirate. And yeah, get in here, man. We have the Fighter Spirit Shadow Ban in the chat. Salute, Bucho, salute. Shadow Ban. Oh, Shadow Ban. Somebody wants you to jump on and talk more about what you were saying about what was the question? Hold on. Oh yeah, about the Dolce Gabbana theory. He wants you to explain that in more detail. That was actually pretty interesting. I want to know more about that as well. Empo says, I'm an alcoholic. I can't what? I'm being dead serious, but I'll have fun. Hey guys. What? Said if I wanted to come, you'd throw. Yeah. Guys, you don't have to drink. I'm joking. Kind of joking. I mean, I would encourage you to have a drink if you're jumping in. But obviously, it's not a mandatory. But yeah, Super Sardonic says, cognac suits my occasion. A man of class with cognac, of course. SSC BDA member says, salute Mexico 100% beer and tomato cans. All right. Little Mac says salute back. Guys, let's talk about anything and everything. We have the Canelo fight happening. Both men made weight. We also have Tank Davis not going to jail, apparently. People celebrating. Rapax in the chat with a sorry, he just resubscribed to the membership program. I appreciate it, man. He says, Es tradición mexicana tomar ron con Coca-Cola para que no te enamores. He says that it's a tradition in Mexico to drink rum and Coke so you don't fall in love. Never heard that before, man, but maybe it's true. Maybe it's true. Alejandro says, Órale, King Bucho and BDA. What's up, Alejandro? Jamel also in the chat, salute. And Poe, Michael Poe, thank you for that super chat. He says, I kid, but I'm still can't drink. Salute. Listen, if you are a recovering alcoholic or something, I understand. I know a lot of people like that, so
you know what though?
Yeah.
Bucho, at least like if they can't drink alcohol, let them drink caffeine or something, or do a line of Coke or something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Coke, a lot of coffee with a lot of sugar.
If you're an alcoholic, yeah, exactly. If you're an alcoholic, there's nothing that in there that says that you can't do Coke or anything. By the way, Gonzalo was saying that, I don't know if you guys remember, but Gonzalo hasn't, he's been off the sugar for a while now, a couple of months. He's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah. And, he looks like he lost a lot of weight, man.
But you know what he said? It's interesting. He said he was on What Rapid the other day. He said that he put sugar in his coffee. He said it tastes like shit because he's using the stevia, the artificial sweetener. But he says that compared to sugar now tastes like shit compared to the.
Yeah. No, I don't have
it's true.
With my coffee anymore.
Eating white sugar, it's disgusting if you think about it.
Yeah, it's not natural. I guess fructose would be the best thing you could get that's close to sugar, and it's not as bad, right?
Listen, man. After a certain age, you're supposed to stop obsessing over sweets and sugar and salt.
Oh, that's true.
Well, salt actually is good. It's part of. I think it's a staple of the Bible. It's a biblical staple. But sugar, get rid of it. You're not a kid anymore.
What about shellfish?
Hey. Okay, that's a stupid. I'm not gonna get into. Hey, I wanted to say something about this. First of all, Cinco de Mayo is just an excuse for us to drink here. That being said, a lot, some people, non-Mexicans, they look at Cinco de Mayo and they think it's a real thing in Mexico. it's like a Taco Bell holiday. No, we don't really give a shit about it, but we're now appropriating it and turning it into something. But I want to say, I was looking at the coverage of the Canelo fight. He is taking on John Ryder tomorrow, and I'm telling you, it's very festive. People are lively, especially now that the temperatures in a lot of places, in Canada included, starting to get warmer. Compared to Davis versus Garcia, that was the biggest fight that we had in a long time. But I got the sense that the mood was very sour. In fact, you saw the reaction of Davis fans afterwards was very sour as well. Partly because of Davis's stipulations. But I get the sense that there was a lot of tension in going into that fight. This one, it's very festive. People are celebrating. People are drinking. People are looking ahead to a good show tomorrow. I don't know. I get a different type of vibe from this fight as compared to the biggest fight of the year in Davis versus Garcia. What do you think, Bucho?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, the Davis fight, the Ryan Garcia fight, you had a lot of hype. I'm not sure.
I didn't say it didn't have any hype. I said the mood was different. It was less festive.
Less festive. Well, it's in Mexico, man. Come on. And
but I mean, even then, like with Davis, he was acting out, the way his fans wanted him to, like expected, causing a lot of trouble, slapping phones away from reporters, causing a lot of ruckus.
Yeah.
And then you had
This is an event. It's more of a formality in the sense that it's expected for Canelo to win this fight. And this is more, again, like an event, like Canelo's going back to Mexico, and it's a celebration type of thing. Although, people are saying, don't underestimate Ryder, but yeah.
That's what I was going to say, because Gonzalo I know he didn't say that Ryder is like Haugen, but he said that a lot of people are expecting Canelo to do to Ryder what Chavez did to Haugen. I don't think that's a fair comparison that those people are making, because Haugen was good. He was a top contender. But he was fighting a guy in Chavez who was a rampaging, he was come forward fighter. He went out and got it. Canelo's a counterpuncher. And John Ryder is like I said before in the last show, he likes to take his time too. Sometimes he lets the fight get away from him when it's right there for him to win it. So it's a different stylistic matchup here. But yeah, of course, Canelo's the one that's expected to win, and I think it's going to be a tricky affair because John Ryder is strong, he's short, he's very wily with his defense. I'm telling you, man, this guy, Canelo better not underestimate him, especially since he's coming off of surgery too. That could get him a little bit of trouble as well if he's not 100%.
Do you want this fight to become like to be exciting in a sense that do you want Canelo to struggle?
I want a good fight. I want a good showing. Like as always, if the fight's not competitive, at least I would want the A side or the favorite rather to put on a good show and stop the other guy, or at least put a little bit of a beating on him. You know what I mean? But yeah, Ryder. That's the thing. The mentality that Ryder has is that he can make it difficult for anybody, but he doesn't step above them.
But he's been in there with tough guys, and especially that Callum Smith fight. Callum Smith at that point was the World Boxing Super Series winner, and so he's not gonna go in there thinking, "Oh, I'm just here." This isn't that Turkish boxer. What was his name again?
Oh, Yildirim. Yeah.
This isn't Yildirim, right? Like, I'm just happy to be there. I'm just happy to be here. He's taking this seriously. He wants to become a world champion. Yeah, there's a danger there. We have Don Madrazos.
He wasn't even. Hey, no. Yildirim wasn't even happy to be there. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. That's why he quit.
Probably, man.
What's going on, you guys? How are you?
What's up, Don Madrazos?
What's up?
I saw the weigh-in. Yeah, to your comment about it looking a little sour, or I don't know. It didn't feel. I mean, because there's just no drama. It was pretty professional, just very straight up. But I heard it already sold out. I don't know what the pay-per-view is going to be like. How much is a pay-per-view anyway? Is it 65 or something like that?
Yeah, probably. In Canada, it's like 80 something. So yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the thing though. Supposedly there's a discount, like with the Davies Garcia fight if you're a DAZN subscriber.
Yeah, so if you're a DAZN subscriber, you're paying $20. On top of that, your normal subscription fee, you're paying $65. So it kind of equals out to a regular price pay-per-view then, if you look at it that way.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't like the fact that
the DAZN subscription in I live in the Bay Area, so the subscription here is $19.99, I think, a month for DAZN now. They raised it at the beginning of the year. I know I was paying $10 for a long time because I was one of the original subscribers, and they extended that courtesy to the people that signed up for DAZN initially. So as soon as DAZN went live, within like the first week, I set up my subscription, and then they sent notices to everybody that they were going to raise the price, and my price just went up at the beginning of the year. So I've been paying like $20 for it now, and the Canelo fights, when I was paying $9 a month, they weren't on pay-per-view. Like Billy Joe Saunders wasn't. Callum Smith was not on pay-per-view. None of the fights he had were on pay-per-view when he first got into DAZN. And I think the first pay-per-view fight I paid for on DAZN was the one with Bivol. That was the first time I'm like, well, we have to pay pay-per-view prices now, on top of them raising the price. So I don't know. I mean, that's that's a whole other discussion. That's a whole separate discussion right there about if these streaming platforms are worth the price, because you were getting so much more before for it. Now, now it's a tough call, man. I don't know. I like Top Rank. I've always liked Top Rank. They put good fights on, and I like the fact that I.
Well, listen, if you want to put it this way, man, Don Madrazos, it's the. PBC's at the bottom of the heap. But now you got ESPN putting Lomachenko-Haney on pay-per-view. That's not a pay-per-view fight. You know what I mean? Like neither guy is a big name. So, and then, but apparently that's what they got to do now because of the paydays that Haney, by the way, I didn't even know this. I was listening to Ring IQ. Apparently, one of the reasons why Haney was taking so long to sign the contract, as he often does, dragging his feet, he asked for more money. And Lomachenko's like, let's make this happen. So it's interesting, man, that
they know Lomachenko's going to concede. That's the problem with Lomachenko, I think. For a long time, he's the type of boxer that, he'll do anything to get the fight done.
Yeah. Loma isn't concerned with the money as much as the guys from the States are. But although I did hear, and I don't know if it's how true this is, but I did hear that Bivol is starting to turn down fights or turn down a fight because of the money.
Is that right? I didn't know that. I thought he didn't give a shit about the money. I thought he was.
I did too.
Huh?
A lot of these guys that are a lot of these Eastern European dudes, they're in it for the sport. They want the legacy fights. Those guys I consider to be a little bit more dangerous with that mindset because they don't give a fuck about the clout. They don't give a fuck about the money. They have a clear motive. They have a very, very clear motive, and they have a very clear directive. That's to be the best, to fight whoever's in front of them. And frankly, right now, what's making me upset about, well, maybe not upset, but just question people's mentality here is that, I'm not forgetting the fact that Haney beat a C-level fighter. Sure, he went to Australia twice, but people are making a bigger deal out of going to Australia. He could have went to the moon and still 3 times and still fucking beat Kambosos. I know they're trying to sell the fight, but I mean, am I expected to believe that? I'll give the guy his flowers when he beats Loma, but until then, I'm still, the jury's out for me, man. Like, I don't think he's really fought anybody that's given him much of a challenge, except for maybe a washed up Linares. But I don't know, man. For me, the pay-per-view fight with Loma, it doesn't make any sense because I've been watching Loma fights pay-per-view free since he started fighting. I don't think he's ever been on pay-per-view.
Makes no sense to put that on pay-per-view. Then you got the Zone. They're putting fights on pay-per-view too. So they're going back to the pay-per-view model. I guess if ever it disappears, it's going to be the way it's been going now. It's little by little. First, we didn't see pay-per-views for a while in the last couple of years. Now they're making a bit of a comeback. Then something's going to happen where they're going to start going away. I think, if it goes that way. But it's not going to be from one day to the next. Oh, no more pay-per-views. Yeah, they're going to keep putting those fuckers on. But yeah, Loma versus Haney, I don't expect it to do that well on pay-per-view. And
what do you guys project those numbers to be?
Difficult to tell, man. I would be surprised if it does 300,000.
Really?
Yeah, I would be very surprised.
I'm thinking that I don't. That's fucking sad. That's sad because this is a better fight in my opinion. You've got 2 skilled fighters, one that's absolutely 100% proven himself already in Loma, and then you have Devin, which I'm not, I'm not gonna shit on him here and say he's nothing because he is. I think he's a really good fighter. I think he's a talented fighter, but he hasn't really fought anyone. That I thought to myself, oh shit! Except for that one moment with Linares, and Linares couldn't close the show. But I mean, that's about.
Well, I mean, yeah. There's the Jojo Diaz fight. That was a difficult one too. We'll see what happens as the fight gets nearer.
Jojo Diaz was smaller and also no power. It was an entertaining fight for a little while, but
Hey, that fight, Loma versus Haney, it's not this. Obviously, this Saturday we got Canelo. It's not the next. It's already the 20th. So in about 2 weeks, man, already. Jeez, it goes by fast.
Yeah. No, it's a good month for fights, man. It's been, if you're a boxing fan, hardcore, it's great. if you're a casual, I guess that too. But yeah, it's exciting. It starts to get better around this time of year, so hopefully we get to see some more fights that are really entertaining. And hopefully this year we get to see some more 50-50 matchups. I'm really excited about David Morrell and David Benavidez. If that's going to happen, that sounds like a terrific fight because I like Morrell. I think he's got pretty good skills. He's got some power, and they're both around the same kind of. To me, anyway, they're both around the same kind of level. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's a bit of a weird fight, man, because Morrell hasn't done shit other than knock out.
David hasn't done. Yeah, true.
I mean, what I'm saying is it's going to be an intriguing matchup because Morrell is definitely confident. So it's always interesting to see a guy who thinks he's confident, who is very confident, all of a sudden get that confidence knocked out of him. Although I don't know if Benavidez is going to be able to pull it off because I heard you were about to say Benavidez is relatively unproven too. And not for nothing, man, but those first 5-6 rounds against Caleb Plant, he looked bad, man. He looked bad.
Yeah, so he was getting outboxed. And we all know that Caleb Plant has a gas tank issue. So if he would have had that gas tank, he couldn't slip punches anymore. He got so tired. He started getting caught. As soon as he started getting caught, the confidence went away, legs went away, and he was just a punching bag. I mean, I felt bad for the guy, but I forget the quote. It was fatigue makes something of us all. How does it go?
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it was a little sad to see because Caleb Plant was actually doing really well at the beginning of the fight.
Hey, we got a super chat there. Butch, are you still there?
Yeah, Sursayer. I gotta go get a drink after this. Hey, BDA, he says, are you about 5 to 6 inches down there? O que pedo?
Oh, come on. Wait a minute. Somebody's already had a little bit too much to drink. That's what
Sursayer, you gotta jump on, man. It's been a while. Jump on, Sursayer. Get a drink. Right, if you don't have a drink, you don't jump in, man. Rider of the Storm. I'm kidding. Well, Gonzalo, it's an exception. He can jump in anytime. Rider of the Storm, thank you for your contribution. He says, Happy Cinco de Drinko. Canelo by 11th round knockout. And then he says, Chinga sus madres to the haters. All right. We have a Canelo fan in Rider of the Storm. Appreciate it. Canelo's 11th round. Is that too, what's your prediction, BDA? Is that too long? 11th? That's deep.
I don't know if he does stop. I think it's going to be like a weird stoppage where John Ryder maybe he gets dropped or hurt, maybe he quits. But he's very durable, man. I'm telling you, the guy's got tricky defense. He's not that easy to hit. This ain't James Kirkland. Just put it that way. And I know if he makes Canelo look bad, people are going to be like, oh, Canelo's done, blah, 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 because they're underrating. What's his name? John Ryder. I don't think they've ever seen John Ryder fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did people start thinking that Ryder is a bum? I don't understand. Which fight did...
No, you know what it is?
His record? They look at his record. What's that?
That's what I was going to say. They look at his record and they go, oh, he lost to Rocky Fielding. He must suck. But
they never seen his fights. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, it's true. That they always mention that. Rocky Fielding, and then Canelo stopped Rocky Fielding, 4 rounds, so therefore, Ryder is a bum. That's not how it works, man. All right, we have Gonzalo and the Dodos. So you guys want to jump in? Please go ahead.
Yeah, he's also on the warpath, right? We got to consider that. Fighters do improve. Just like everything in life, people improve. And yeah, that's why they call him El Gorilla, because he's strong as hell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fortunately, he lifts a lot of weights compared to an Olympian. He only weighs 77 kilos. And he picks up damn near what an Olympian picks up.
He looks strong.
Jeez,
yeah.
Are you talking about?
I was reading a comment because I somebody posted something that it was directed to me. It was like, don't make excuses for Canelo. He's getting old. Don't justify that he was having to fight at Triple G's pace. But let's not pretend like Canelo throws 100 punches per round, dude. He's been fighting like this ever since he was like 29, man. Just because he's 32 and throws a little bit of not so many punches, that's the way he's adapted to ever since he's moved up in weight. Let's not pretend like he's old all of a sudden because he's still unified champion. He's been fighting like this for like the last 3 years, right? Don't expect him to throw a lot of punches to still beat a dude. He's been beating dudes by outworking them just by a little and doing enough to outshine them and sometimes get the knockout. So when they say he's fucking getting old, he's been fighting like this like for 3 years.
Especially against a guy like Golovkin, I guess. You know, a guy like Golovkin who's still dangerous. If you're winning, you're winning. You know, you're not gonna do anything extra. I remember maybe we can compare this fight with the Jacobs fight, where also nothing really happened in that fight, but Canelo was, in my opinion, he was winning. But he didn't decide to throw more punches or do something else, something additional. He was just satisfied with how the fight was developing.
Of course, right, Butcher, how the fight was developing. Because do you really want to empty your gas tank? Because if you're winning a round by a little or by a lot, if you do extra, you're probably going to take the next round off, and the other guy's going to win it. Then if you empty your gas tank later on, the other dude's probably going to come stronger, depending on what type of fighter he is. But that's the Triple G story. That's over and done with. Yeah, go ahead. I'll make some coffee.
I agree. I mean, I think anybody, if you're fighting a guy that just knocks somebody out, you know, that in those two cases you had Kovalev that just knocked out who did he knock out? Yard in that fight before Canelo, and then you have Golovkin just knocked out Murata. You know, you're going against two guys that just knocked somebody out, and if you're not looking, stellar, you're probably thinking to yourself, "Well, I got to be fucking careful. These guys just knocked out somebody." And I don't want to be the next guy to get knocked out. There's something to being economical with your punches, reserving your gas tank, and picking your punches. I mean, that's how he's developed as a fighter. And in some cases it works. And with Bivol, it didn't work. He looked like he just got tired right away, and he hit a limit with the weight. But I don't take anything away from him yet. He was an extremely busy guy. So I can't really dog the dude. I mean, if we'll see how it goes tomorrow, but
well, you know what else?
I'm not counting the guy out.
You know what else it is about Canelo is the reason he fights the way he does is because he's very muscular, uncharacteristically so for a boxer, and that's why picks and chooses his punch out. But the problem is even back in the day at 154 and 160, or when he was fighting in Canelo weight, like these fucking catch weights, he would still throw combos. In the last 3 years, it's really that he's been relegated to just throwing one shot at a time, one shot at a time, one shot at a time. And that stuff, like you said, it cost him against Bivol. And I don't really like that one punch at a time thing, because it's man, push the pace a little bit more, man. Go to the body, throw more combos. But again, very muscular. And he doesn't have the type of muscle fibers that allowed him to throw 600, 700 shots. Right. That's why the Benavidez fight would be so interesting, because Benavidez is going to be right there with him, but he can throw up to 700, 800 shots. Different type of power, but more shots.
Different type of power, and I'm still not convinced that Benavidez could do the job on him. I'm just not.
Is Benavidez an easier target? Would Benavidez be an easy target for Canelo?
I think so. Body for sure. I mean, his defense isn't that great. We saw him get tagged up by Plant at the beginning of the fight. I mean, I don't know, man. I've seen Benavidez fights. He's with lower tier competition, he gets hit. So he's got power. He's got that hand speed, but I don't know if it's going to work. I don't know if that's enough.
In the chat, Shadow Combat says Benavidez is big, not powerful. What do you guys think?
Hey, I just realized Discord has a soundboard. Just a little aside.
Yeah, well, what was that sound?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's got a soundboard now.
Oh, I see it. Oh, let me try it.
They got that. Hey, we should add the Anthony Weiner along with the horn.
Anybody here from Jamaica?
Anybody here from Barbados?
Barbados.
Yeah.
What BDA said is true. I think the throwing the one punch at a time, because she's muscular, and it cost him against Bivol because Bivol's work rate. But what I was saying is that let's not say he fights like that because he's past his prime, right? It's the fact that he's got the muscle, that he is getting older, that he's going up in division, and he's been fighting like this for a few years now. Even I was watching Billy Joe Saunders yesterday. I was watching, James Curlin too, but Billy Joe Saunders. A lot of people, it was some English commentators saying that the fight was pretty even. One guy had Saunders winning, then Canelo broke his orbital bone. It's for those reasons. I'm not gonna say that within that fighting style that there lies the problem. That's a problem that he throws one shot at a time, because it does, and it cost him against Bivol certainly. But let's not blame it on the fact that he's fucking past his prime and that he's getting old all of a sudden. And somebody mentioned, oh well, look at De La Hoya when he fought Pacquiao. He was like fucking 38 years old, man. Canelo's 32 years old, and he's been fighting like this for a few years. Yeah, it doesn't mean that he's not vulnerable in the stamina, in the regards to stamina, but he's still in his fucking prime, and he's still unified champion.
He started boxing at 16, Gonzalo. Some people say that though. He's been fighting since he was 16 professionally. So does that count?
Yeah, but check it out. If he's past his prime and he's old, but he's still got all the titles, what does that say about the state of boxing in general? Then everybody's watched and everybody sucks.
Well, yeah, that's what we were saying. Golovkin, he was a champion when he fought Canelo, right? Still at the IBF, I believe.
Yeah.
And people were saying, well, he's old. And I'm like, okay, well, he's old, but he's a champion. So which one, like, is he good or is he bad? Because he's old. So, yeah, you're right, because that's a good question. Is it boxing that's on the decline here?
Maybe it's both. Maybe it's both because he Triple G was a champion at 160. Let's take a look at who was at 160 at the time he was champion for so long. Let's look at the guys that avoided fighting him, that didn't want to fight him, that didn't step up to fight him, the deals that weren't made. I don't know. Demetrius Andrade was on DAZN on the same platform, same side of the street for years. They could have fought any time. They could have made the fight with fucking with Charlo. Somebody. They could have made that fight a long time ago. Nobody stepped up.
Yeah, that's just weird. I mean, you gotta blame somebody at some point.
Yeah, you gotta start pointing fingers at some point. You can't just say. I mean, I've had this discussion so many times with people where if you threw the 5 top guys, the 5 names, let's say the 5 names, they don't even have. They're the guys with the notoriety, right? Charlo, Andrade, Benavidez. Throw all the guys in the mix. Start having them fight each other. One guy's gonna emerge as the star. As soon as one guy starts beating everybody, that's it. That's the new face of boxing.
None of them fight each other. No, it's so funny. They all want to fight Canelo, but none of them want to fight each other to stand out. They just sit around, fight once, and then oh well, he's avoiding me. I'm being avoided. What do you mean you're being avoided? Like you're not even fighting these other guys. This is disgusting. By the way, Andre Shooter, thank you for your membership program for renovating it. Thank you, appreciate it.
And not everybody's the same, right? Some people got it in their blood. Some people just naturally like to go to the gym, train, and they love boxing, man. Pacquiao, I think Canelo's one of those guys. De La Hoya was to a certain point, but he had a lot of distractions, kind of like what Ryan's going through, but he was more of a fighter. Yeah, Canelo's one of those guys that's married now, and 9 to 5 is his job. And if you don't go to it's also his hobby and his passion, boxing. If you don't go to the gym, you're probably not happy. It's one of those things. He loves boxing, and people are just fucking chomping at the bit, getting ready for fucking Canelo to retire. It's not going to be tomorrow, dude. I don't think. He's going to hang around for a few more years, especially when you're making that sum of money that he's making, and you're at the top, and nobody's making what you do. And it's also one of them, like what do you call it? Like ego strength, ego things. You don't want to let go. You don't want to let go of that title that's bestowed on you, like the number one, the leader of the sport, the pay-per-view king. he's not gonna surrender to that real easy. He's gonna want to stay on top and making the big fights and proving to the people. And when he does sell, he's gonna feel good about it.
Yeah, and going back to Canelo getting old, bro. I think that's just a narrative, and there's only two options: either he got old or he's burnt out. And let me tell you how I see it, bro. We saw Canelo beat Caleb Plant back in November, right? November 2021, correct? And then he fought Bivol on May. So you're telling me he got old in fucking 6 months, 5 months? You're telling me he got old in that time?
Yeah.
I personally don't think so. I think he was burnt out. Why do I think he was burnt out? Because he had fucking, how many fights he had in a short span? Like 4 fights? He fought fucking, what's his name?
Yeah. Every 70 days he was fighting.
Conor Smith, Plant, Billy Joe, and then Bibble, like 5 fights in a short time span. So, of course, in my opinion, I think he was burnt out from being overly active against top fighters, bro. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to take some tune-ups. But Canelo is that badass. So it's either he's burnt out or he got old in a few months.
Here's another Chingazos. Here's another one. Jump Tube in the chat. He says he's too rich.
But he's been rich for the longest, bro. You get me? Like, he didn't just become rich after beating Plant. He's been making this money since probably Mayweather, and now you get me. Like,
yeah, but is this really a challenge though? The John Ryder fight?
Why wouldn't it be a challenge? We're talking about pressure fighter. Talking about a guy that has more stamina than Canelo. This guy has mad stamina.
Yeah, but some people are gonna be saying. Some people are going to be saying that
these people fight Canelo, they're motivated because this is the biggest
fight in
boxing available. You get me? So they're going to bring it in, bro.
But
if you're telling me that Charlo's better, he hasn't even fought in 2 years. If you're telling me that Andrade's better, he just ducked Janibek. He just fucking he didn't even want to fight Tuck Parker.
But don't chingazos. Here's the thing, though. Some people say, well, you know, when Canelo's moved up to 175 is because he wanted to challenge himself. When he was talking about moving up to cruiserweight to fight that African guy, it was like another challenge. Now you're talking about fighting John Ryder, who is a contender, but you know how different is he from Caleb Plant?
Not just any contender. He's a mandatory by the WBO.
Okay, I get it. Somebody else wants to jump in.
To all these people that are saying, "Hey, Canelo needs to defend against a mandatory," you let him get stripped. He's doing it right now, and they don't even notice it because they're stupid.
Yeah, he said a lot of money, Chingazos, but now that he's his own promoter and the fight in Guadalajara, he's promoting, not Eddie Hearn, right? Man, that must feel good for him, and he must feel like his own man now, and he's gonna want to run with that for a little while, not under De La Hoya any longer. Yeah, another thing. Look, Canelo doesn't throw a lot of punches. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, Canelo doesn't throw a lot of punches, but like there's some fighters that reinvent himself. You know, Muhammad Ali, they said that he had a certain style after he avoided the draft and he came back. As an older man, he reinvented himself. Well, Canelo going up in weight and throwing like 1 or 2 punches at a time, he's been doing that for a while. And now he's lifting the weights. He can only better in that style. I'm not saying that style's the greatest. It's worked for him so far. But when the younger dudes try to come back, he's going to be able to defend himself because he's not going to be new to that style that he's adapted to. So, hey, it might not be the greatest, but he's making it work with the waist movement and everything. And he's going to be a challenge for anybody because he's going to adapt to that. And if it's not like overly impressive, he will do enough and find a way to beat you with that style. So people say, no, he's washed. No, he's only getting better in that new style that he's adapting to. And it's been a few years, right? He's not going to be there to be knocked out real quick because you think he sucks or he's getting old.
Are you saying he's becoming like Bernard Hopkins?
That's right. In a sense,
reinventing himself.
Yeah. Taking the right shots, keeping that waist on the swivel.
Yeah, but that was boring.
As always.
I'll just tell you this though: that new Hopkins was boring as hell, though.
Yeah, well, not necessarily style for style. I mean,
yeah. I'm just saying. I don't want Canelo to
because he had the longer legs.
Yeah. Not the same style, of course, but they did. Hopkins did reinvent himself. But come on, that guy was just holding and he was stalling. It was boring as fuck. All right, guys, link in the chat, link in the description. Anybody can join. I suggest you bring a drink. I'm drinking rum right now. And so, yes.
We got to address one point here for sure. I mean, this goes without saying, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Everyone's thinking it. If he does not look good in this, I didn't give him too much shit for looking good. I didn't give him too much shit for not looking good with Triple G because he just came off of a loss psychologically, physically worn down. I didn't give him too much shit about that. You know, I wasn't expecting him to put Triple G away because that guy has an iron chin. But if he does not look good against John Ryder,
forget it.
You have some fucking. It's over.
Oh, they're gonna be all over Canelo. They're gonna be all over Canelo. If he doesn't look good, forget about it. You're gonna. It's
gonna be it's gonna be a complete shit show because nobody knows who John Ryder is. I follow boxing. I know
you
who
don't
John
because
Ryder
you don't know shit. But how I see it, bro, this is the fight that is gonna tell me if Canelo got old, if that narrative is actually correct, or if it's not. If it doesn't look good in this fight, then maybe those people are right, and Canelo did get added up a lot of mileage, and it's already affecting him. If he looks good, then that's just a fucking narrative, bro, in my opinion.
Exactly.
But to the people that are hating on Ryder, he's number one WBO. And me, I'm a real boxing fan. So when I look at a fight, I look at the styles, more importantly.
Right.
And like I said earlier, this Ryder guy, he's a pressure fighter. He's not a back foot bitch like a lot of these fighters are doing it nowadays. So if you have friends that are casual
John Ryder,
and they don't know much about the sport, invite them to watch this fight because it's going to be an action-packed fight, bro.
Yeah, John Ryder is a guy that sure he beat Danny Jacobs. Danny Jacobs wasn't a full strong Danny Jacobs, but he arguably beat Callum Smith before Callum Smith fought Canelo. They gave it to Smith, but I think he beat Callum Smith. Ryder's a tough guy. Ryder just fought the guy Zach Parker who Demetrius Andre didn't want to fight. I mean, I don't think the guy's a slouch. He's a tough guy. And like Don Chingazo said, he does have a gas tank and he is a pressure guy. Although a pressure guy, the pressure fighter sometimes can have a nightmare of an outcome with a guy who's a solid counterpuncher like Canelo. So it's going to be an interesting fight. It's going to be an action fight.
What about people who say that this is just make Canelo fans hyping up John Ryder?
I'm just a boxing fan that watches boxing, and I know the guy has some skills. If he was able to, in my opinion, beat Callum Smith, he's able to bring it. I don't think he's going to win, but he will bring it.
In my case, I'm not hyping it up, bro. John Ryder is a pressure fighter. He does like to fight. He does bring it to you. He does have good stamina. I'm not lying in any department. He does rank number one with the WBO. He is a mandatory. Yeah. I'm not lying in any of this. But what you guys don't understand is, not a lot of people know who John Ryder is. But nobody knows who the fuck Charlo is. Nobody knows who the fuck Andrade is. Nobody knows who the fuck Benavides is. Nobody knows who Morel is. Nobody knows who any of these guys are. If we do it, that's because within the circle in the boxing community, we know the boxers. But go ask around if they know who they are. Nobody knows who any of these motherfuckers are.
Don Chingazos, PG in the chat says, how many rounds do you think this goes?
Me, I give it 6, 7, 8 type of rounds because these guys are in there to fight each other, bro. So they're gonna be bringing in a lot of fucking pain to each other. A lot of fucking punches are gonna be landed, and nobody's gonna be running. And when two fighters clash in the middle of the ring, it usually ends up on a KO when we're talking about both guys wanting to beat the shit out of each other.
So you're saying Canelo's gonna get hit, and you know what? I want this fight to be exciting.
He's not immortal.
No, exactly. I understand. No, but you know how it is, Don Chingazos. As soon as Canelo gets hit, it's like, this is what, and this is exactly what I want to happen. Okay, so Canelo is gonna get hit, and then Charlo is gonna grow some balls and be like, you know what? Maybe I do have a chance. Maybe right now is the time to get this fight.
That's most likely what's going to happen. I think it's going to open the doors for
Exactly.
for these backseat fighters to be like, oh shit, he didn't look that good. He got hit with that John Ryder guy. Maybe I can take him.
Exactly.
It might even turn out to be a classic, like Triple G Canelo 2.
I was thinking
it's
that,
true, man.
What?
I was thinking that to a degree because John Ryder is tough. What happens if we have another Triple G Canelo type thing with this fight? It could happen. It's not far. It's not out of the realm of reality here.
They said it in the press conference. He's not gonna get on the back foot. They said it right there. I was watching it last night. He's gonna be there to fight, and that's true. What Chingazo says, man. If you don't consider like what John Ryder brings to the table, because he's been on the warpath, you're a fucking casual, dude. People nowadays, they're real they're real wishy-washy, man. Every time they see something new, it's like, hey, man, he's fucking done. He's like always like making shit up, dude. Sometimes people are right. I mean, but a lot of times you got to look at the big body of work, what a guy's done in his career, and you can't get ready to throw Canelo under the table, and you cannot overrate a guy that's been winning like 3 or 4 times.
It's time for Shakur Stevenson and Tank Davis to take that spot. That's the thing, though. That's what they want.
Yeah. You know what? I think Shakur will outshine Davis eventually, just because he is going to fight real top level competition. And that alone will get him recognized with more. I mean, even hardcores already like him more. Any hardcore boxing fan. No, I've got a lot of love for Shakur because I think he's a solid, complete fighter. In my opinion, he's got amazing skills, and he can outbox. He's outboxed mostly everybody he's fought, but outmoved, outmaneuvered, outthought, out-strategy, everything. Like pure boxing, pure boxer. And I really like watching him fight. He's a great fighter. In this case right here, people are talking all this shit about John Ryder. I was listening to a podcast earlier today. It was Coach Malachi, and he was not convinced about John Ryder. And I'm thinking to myself, do you like what boxing does this guy watch? Does this guy watching it? Some boxing fans are selective of what weight class or what fighters they'll watch. But I've noticed a big bias with UK fighters. Everyone's dogging UK fighters.
I don't get this.
You guys have to hear this. I don't get it at all either. I'm like,
hey, it's an American. A lot of these American. I don't know why they shit on UK box. I mean, they have a lot of champions.
Everyone.
Yeah,
they shit on UK fighters
it's
regularly.
World-class level boxing. It's world-class level boxing, but because
all the heavy the past years have been European, bro. The ones that are unifying all this shit. Bro, you know what are we talking about here?
Even if Canelo knocks him out in 1 or 2 rounds, doesn't mean that John Ryder hadn't been winning and that he earned it. I mean, because there's no winning with some of these fuckers. Like, if you knock him out early, dude's a tomato can. You're fighting a sack of potatoes. If you knock him out late, you're fucking washed. So where can you ever win against these motherfuckers?
And it's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny that some of these American boxers, they go 12 rounds with a guy like John Ryder, let's say. Oh, look at the skills. Oh, he went to, and then when Canelo or somebody else stops these guys before the 12th round, oh well, he was so bad he got stopped. Now you can't win with these people.
And this is what I'm trying to say, like, because I have people bringing Charlo up to me, and obviously I know my boxing. I'm not a fucking casual. What the fuck has Charlo done in the past 2 years? He hasn't even fought nobody in the past 2 years. And his last fight was Montiel.
He's flashy. He's flashy. He's athletic. He's flashy. He's athletic. He's African American.
He doesn't deserve it right now, bro. And Andrade, what has he done? He dug Janet back. He didn't want to fight Parker. I already said this earlier. He doesn't deserve the fight. The only 168-pounder that deserves this fight is obviously Ryder. That's what he's getting it based on his work recently, beating Zach Parker and Jacobs and Benavidez, because Benavidez just beat Caleb Plant. So you could bring up to be Benavidez, and you could bring up to be Ryder. Well, he's already fighting Ryder. From 168, that's the only one. That's the only fucking fighter that deserves the Canelo. Benavidez. And I know we have Morrell. Morrell is 9-0. What are we talking about here? You know?
He's trying at least. He's trying at least. But Charlo, he was shedding tears on a podcast saying, "I've been out for 2 years because you don't know what I've been going through, like depression because of his wife." The other dude, what has he done? Shown up to a fight with a T-shirt saying, "Hey, Triple G and Canelo are ducky doodoo." That's all he does.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, he's just challenging people. Like, I want to know if he's actually trying to get these fights on. You know, showing up with a shirt is one thing, but actually sitting down and, you know, writing down a contract and stuff, that's a different story. By the way, Bushido Key in the chat, yes, now I think UK boxers lack something. I don't think they lack something. The thing is, there's so many British boxers that, of course, at some point you're going to get some boxers that are not the real deal and are going to lose. But then you also have some of them that are world champions. It's like Mexicans. Mexico produces so many boxers that you're going to get some, you know, crappy boxers in an undercard on a PBC on a PBC undercard, and they're gonna lose. That doesn't mean Mexican boxing sucks. It just means Mexico produces so many. They produce multiple level type of boxers. I don't know if I'm explaining myself correctly. Go ahead.
Even the American fighters. I mean, look at how much hype there was for Rashida Ellis, and he lost. You know, it's like
right.
It happens to everybody. Look at how much hype there was for the Kazakhstan fighter like Janibek. Janibek looked ordinary against. Oh, he looked ordinary against who? A fucking British fighter. What's his name? That Bentley guy. The nobody thought would do shit, and what do you know? Bentley looked really good against Janibek. He made Janibek look human. Janibek actually lost a good amount of rounds with that guy, and that's a UK fighter. I just don't, you know, the whole narrative that they're trying to spin here, that just because they're white or just because they're from the UK is such fucking horseshit.
It's bullshit. I don't understand.
Watch boxing. Watch boxing. Watch skill level. You go based on skill level, not on skin color, not on language, not on. It's just fucking stupid, man.
Yeah. When did this
There's
start?
No
anyway?
denying.
Go ahead.
There's no denying that John Ryder comes forward. There's no denying that he's got good stamina and throws a lot of punches. There's no denying that they call him El Gorilla and he's strong as fuck, right? Mm-hmm. Whether you want to say he got knocked out by Rocky Fielding or not, man, don't want to go over that shit again. He's been fucking winning. And that's a broad statement. That's too general to say, all UK fighters suck. It's like saying, like, all American fighters suck because they get on the back foot. Surely fucking stereotypes, they're true and they ring a bell for a reason, but it's not true all the time. It's like saying fucking all Chinese dudes know karate, right? It's like, come on, not all Chinese dudes know karate.
Hey Gonzalo, this has been dominating the heavyweight division for the longest. We haven't had a unified champion since since who? Since Evander Holyfield? You know, we had Andy, but Andy's really Mexican. You get me? So what's this about the Eurobums when they're fucking unifying and they're fucking getting the heavyweight?
I'll tell you this, they don't chingazos. When was the last time an African American, whatever, dominated the light heavyweight division? Like right now, they don't even have a boxer in the light heavyweight division. They don't have a boxer in the cruiserweight division. They don't have a boxer in other weight divisions. Featherweight they have probably. When the lower weights.
There's two black fighters, Andrade and Charlo, and I just mentioned what the fuck they've been doing lately. So this narrative that Canelo needs to fight black Americans. Well, which ones? Andrade and Charlo? Come on, get real, motherfuckers. Stop with your stupid narratives and actually look at the numbers and what the fuck's going on. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, no, this is an exaggeration all of a sudden that the UK boxers are bums. It's so ridiculous to have so many champions.
Well, I was listening to a good good podcast this morning. I think it was the Julian show, the Boxing IQ, and he decided to categorically debunk a lot of the LDBC GTQ claims about just throw their narrative back at them, basically using their own logic against them. And it was really interesting. I encourage people to watch that episode because he would make very good comparisons between some of the narratives that are being spun and some of the narratives that are chosen. They choose to ignore. They choose to sweep under the rug, and they don't fess up to their own contradictions. So it was just a pretty good listen.
if Charlo and Andrade were to be from like a different country, like let's say South America, do you think they're really be getting the time of day and the little bit of
Oh,
credit that they do because they're Americans? They're seen in they would be seen in a different light, right? Like they totally suck.
oh yeah, no, they would be forgotten. No, nobody would pay attention to them because they're not doing anything. See, that's the thing. When you're not American, you have to work triple hard, 10 times harder to get some fucking attention. You can't just sit around and get all this glamour and they're gonna roll the red carpet for you. Oh, it's Charlo. Roll out the red carpet. No, give me all this attention. Look at Spence. He's still getting attention. He hasn't done shit. Crawford as well. It's privilege. Just like Tank Davis, he just got a lot of privilege right now with I'm telling you, man, this is disgusting, man. It's disgusting. And then complaining, and they're complaining.
Americans got like this. They think they're better than everybody else. It's kind of like in basketball. They don't consider other countries. They think, oh, we're the top dudes. But when they get beat by the other guys, oh man, now they say we got to get our shit together. But with boxing, they don't control it like they do basketball. It's there's players everywhere in the world, right? So they're very like stuck up in the sense that, oh, these American guys, they're supposed to be like the best, but they're really not. They're really not. There's other fucking fighters from different countries.
Exactly. The problem is that boxing, most of the big fights take place in the United States. All right, let's read a super chat here. A big one from Bushido Key. All right, here's the super chat. He says, I can't read it. Hold on. It's too big here. Blah, blah. Give me 2 seconds. All right, here we go. USA and Mexico has the most world champions of all time compared to other nations. Okay. USA has the most gold medals. It's not a race thing, it's cultural. Think of the most popular fighters of all time, Mexico and the United States, not the UK. All right, let's break this down. Yes, the United States has the most world champions of all time. Boxing it started in the it started in the UK, whatever, but it really started in the United States big time, right? With all the champions. When it comes to amateur boxing, Mexico does not produce amateur boxers because for that you need actual support, like monetary support from the government, and Mexico has no fucking money for that shit. The United States, not only in boxing, when it comes to the Olympics, they're good in every fucking sport in the Olympics. They have so much money they invest a lot of money in sports. But the UK is not far behind. Look at the Olympic medals that they win. They always win medals now. The United States, when was the last time the United States won a gold medal? I think it was under Ward.
Yeah.
2004.
Yeah, and this is not a UK thing. This is a European thing because they call Bivol a bum too. They call him a Eurobum. And we're talking about Bivol, like one of the best fucking fighters out there. What are we doing here, bro? You know, they're not bums. We have Tyson Fury. We have they have Lomachenko. They have a bunch of fighters who are fucking that can box like motherfucker, and they're European. And that Eurobum fucking term was created by Americans to diminish what the Europeans are bringing to the table. And not only that, but back in the day, the Eastern sector, Eastern European, they had it. Boxing was illegal back then because of communism. So of course they weren't gonna be playing a big part in the pro rankings. Obviously, if it's illegal, you get me.
Good point. Great point.
Yeah. Yeah, and in Mexico, unfortunately, they'll like to push like there's a politician that's got a compadre, the compadre's son, they'll move him along, opposed to the guy that really deserves it. Right, and sometimes like you win like something nationally, and you're supposed to be rewarded with like a scholarship in boxing, una beca, that's what they call it, and you don't get it. Yeah. That's what Canelo was speaking about. And there's no resources, and you're poor, then you gotta like make money to sustain your family because you're.
I was gonna say.
So you move on to the professionals at 16 or 17, right?
Yeah, the government's not gonna support you. You gotta turn professional at 16 and make some money. You can sit around and wait for the government to give you like a few pennies in order for you to fight in the Olympics, and no, wait it out. No way. You go professional right away. But the US, obviously, they have produced the most world champions, the most gold medals. In the past, though, like again, there's something wrong with amateur boxing right now in the United States where they can't produce gold medalists. Anyways, we have Rare Breed. If you want to jump on, go ahead.
Yeah, who called Bivol a Eurobump? Never heard anybody say that.
I don't know.
Well, I'll say this much: a lot of
That's
people,
a narrative, bro, created by the PVC cooks like you, bro. To be real with you.
I'm definitely. I
I'll
don't
say
know
they
what
were
he
looking
be
down
thinking
people.
about.
Everybody thought Canelo was
like
gonna win
you,
real easy. Most people.
to diminish any fucking European and anybody that's not black, bro. To tell you,
Yeah,
Bro,
well,
look,
they're calling
don't try
this
to,
guy a
don't
bummer.
try to, don't try to,
nah, I do
um,
whatever the fuck I want, bro.
don't try to sugar it like this. This Canelo fight is something that people want to see, or it's gonna be competitive, bro. It's a bullshit fight, and you know it.
Well,
Yeah, that's
listen,
your
here's the
narrative
thing, though.
because you're a retard, bro.
Well, that's
Canelo,
because you're a Canelo fanboy. So
if Canelo
there's nothing
stops
he can
this
do wrong in
guy,
your eyes.
if Canelo stops this
Yeah,
guy,
you think you probably think Ryder is a
should be able to
Eurobum,
stop
right?
this guy.
And that Charlo deserves it, Andrade deserves it, or whoever.
Who'll say anything about Charlo? But he should definitely fight Benavidez.
I'm saying it, bro. Because it's a
You
narrative
see,
out there that
That
people
shit-
be putting all
fighting
over.
Charlo will be better than fighting Ryder.
Exactly, that's
Yeah.
your point of view. But Ryder's been putting in work. He beat Zach Parker. He beat fucking Jacobs. And I know you don't give a fuck about any of that. You only give a fuck about Charlo and Andrade. But that's what's going on, bro. Charlo hasn't even been active in 2 years. So, and you telling me he deserves it? Why? Because he's black?
And
whatever
he's a better
happened
fighter
to
than John Ryder.
how can be?
What-
how
whatever
can it be
happened
Gonzalo, hold on.
Yeah, bro.
So sorry, but SSC, thank you for your generous contribution. A generous contribution from SSC, really appreciate it. He says Canelo is pound for pound king Mexico. All right, we have a Canelo fan. I really appreciate it, SEC, man. And then we have Bushido Key again. He says Mexico still did a good job producing the second most world champions of all time without a good amateur program. That's worth noting. That's true. With no well, their amateur instead of getting an amateur upbringing, Mexicans they get experience at 16 to like 20 years old fighting grown ass men and shit like that. So that's their amateur pedigree, I guess.
One thing that I don't want happen to me. That I mean, this is one of the last things that I'm clinging on to boxing, and sometimes I fell out through like the years. You know, I put boxing on the shelf, but right now, like I really like it, dude. Whatever happened to enjoying the freaking fights, man? Just enjoy the fucking stylistically. This is a good fight. John Ryder earned it once again. But if you don't like the fucking fight for what it's worth, then I must say that you're not a real boxing fan. If you're thinking about narratives and you're being a Debbie Downer even before the fucking fight starts, that means you're not a real boxing fan.
Exactly.
What can I say?
If Morrell or Benavidez would have been the mandatory, do you think he would have took this fight?
What do you mean?
No, the
I
answer
mean,
is no.
what ifs? I mean, I'm just taking what I got now.
No, just be
man.
honest. Answer the
What I got
question.
now-
Do you think he would have took it?
I think so, bro. I mean, why wouldn't he?
Yeah,
The
okay,
only
yeah,
reason
why
why he
not?
wouldn't take it is because it's there with PBC, and PBC is gonna be like, "Oh, you come to
Hank
our
was
fucking
white or
turf,"
Mexican,
you
he'd
know?
be in jail.
We're the A side. We're the A side. Where's
He-
PBC? That bullshit.
He's
bro.
never ducked anybody, man. He's fucking fought triple three times where nobody wanted to fight him.
Oh, he doesn't want to
Like,
fight
he's
Andrade.
undisputed.
He doesn't want to fight
He
Andrade.
cleaned out the
Arguably
He
lost
cleaned out
that
as
first
soon as
Triple G
as soon
fight.
as
Then
he
he
as
fought
soon
him
as
at
he
36.
cleans as soon as no wait, as soon as he cleans out the division, you see people's mouth will speak quicker than the fight will be done. Every 3 months a fight will be done. The fighters fight two freaking times a year. But when you challenge to fight somebody, when you're scheduled to fight somebody, they're already saying you're ducking that guy, right? And now we know he's gonna fight this guy, and he's gonna want to rematch people at 175. But with that being said, people are just gonna round their mouth up because they know the schedule he got already.
Mayweather
See, the
lost
song is
30
quick,
fights
man.
to Jose Luis Castillo.
What about Castillo?
Hold
Lost every
on.
punch
Hold on.
left.
Hold on.
That was
Just
so
quickly,
random.
let me interject here. SSC, thank you for your contribution. He says Rare Breed likes to bend over. All right. Thank you for that comment.
Yeah. What was I about to say? Look, yeah, he fought Triple G when he's 36 years old.
Forget about the
And
skin
he
color.
even had to
Forget
cheat.
about the nationality,
He
bro.
got
In
popped
terms
for
of
cheating
styles,
against
bro,
Triple G and still basically
in
lost.
terms of style, this is a good fight. We got two pressure fighters going at it, bro. I know you don't like Europeans for whatever reason, bro. And you think they're not at least
Why are you
fucking
putting
racist
it?
like
How
the
you know I
rest
don't
of
like
them.
but in
Europeans? You
terms
don't
of
know me.
style, bro, this is a magnificent fucking fight. If you have friends that are casuals,
No, it's not, bro.
tell them
It's
to
not.
watch
He's
this
not a
shit, bro.
good fighter.
He's a
He
down-faced
should.
boxing nation
Canelo
racist.
shouldn't be fighting people like John Ryder. If you're the face of boxing, the best fight in the world to some people, you should be fighting way higher competition.
I mean, why?
true.
This is a mandatory, bro, to fulfill
What do you
that
mean?
shit.
Why?
and
Because
now
you're the
he's
face of
gonna fight
boxing.
fucking
You have a
Bivol, bro.
different. you're held to a different standard when you're the face, right?
So Mayweather
actually.
Mayweather fighting the Haitian
Don't do
dude.
that.
No, wait, well, hold on. Mayweather fighting the Haitian dude, fighting the Ghost Guerrero also, Victor Ortiz. Those guys weren't the best. I'm not saying Mayweather didn't fight the best sometimes.
Maidana beat.
What about Robert Guerrero? That fight, I mean,
Who?
Robert
Ghost
Guerrero.
Guerrero?
Yeah.
Bro. Okay, that's like
From
one
time
fight out of a million.
immemorial.
Well, okay.
From time immemorial, man. You don't take tough fights back to back to back. Your career would be done and over within a matter of years, dude. Fighters never have done that, dude. There's not even that many names around to get a fucking A+ elite fucking superstar every time you go out.
Zero franchise belts.
Who did
The only other fighter that deserves that Canelo fight at 168 is Benavidez, bro. And that's it. That's the only guy that has a claim right now, in my opinion, bro. And,
that's fair, Don.
And
Floyd?
Ryder, he's been putting in the work, bro. He's number one. No,
Ryder, who did Floyd fight before Maidana?
Want to see Canelo fight Benavidez. That's most people want to see that fight. People want to see Canelo Benavidez. But I mean, a lot of these guys are taking quote unquote tune-up fights or stay busy fights, and they're making whole careers out of doing that. How many guys right now are taking hard challenges back to back to back? Not
nobody.
But
And by the way, hold on. I have a question from. I have a statement. I need to make a statement here, but hold on. SSC says Canelo, Mexico. Thank you, SSC. I hope you're drinking. If you're drinking, let me know in the chat. And by the way, everybody should be fucking drinking. By the way, everybody. All right. So here's the thing.
You know what? I'm gonna have a shot of Herradura right now.
Go ahead, man. All right. I'm gonna get more rum after this. I'm gonna get more rum after I make this statement. Hold on. Canelo. Canelo fought Golovkin, Bivol, and now he's fighting John Ryder. What's the problem with that, Red?
What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? You got to leave context. You can't just say Golovkin like he's not 50 years old.
Oh, he was a champion.
You see how happy he was at the end of that fight?
I'll give you context. He was a champion. And nobody wants to fight him again. You want Canelo to fight Charlo and Andrade, right? What have they been doing in the last few years?
You know that. I think you know that, Bucho. You're just playing games.
Okay.
Hey,
he looked like shit against Montiel. So what are we talking about?
Okay, then it should be easy fight for Canelo then.
And don't get me wrong, bro. I want Canelo to get rid of Charlo already because that's an easy fight, bro. He hasn't even been active in 2 years. He looked like shit in his last fight. And he's the one
who want to shut people like me up if you beat Charlo.
But Charlo doesn't deserve the fight. Charlo doesn't deserve the fight over Ryder, bro. I tell you that right now.
Hold on. Hey, chingazo, watch out. Hey, Reverie, let's not act like Canelo Triple G2 wasn't one of the greatest fights of the last 10 years. So why not?
That was a great fight, but we're talking about 3.
Yeah. But how do you know that until you go into the third one? Based off the second one,
you could tell by watching Triple G's last couple fights, he was washed.
No, but in fucking the Murata fight, that's fucking bullshit. Reverie, the Murata fight, that doesn't
Triple G would have destroyed that dude.
But that's your mind fucking running with it. If you go by the evidence, supposedly like evidence, Triple G Canelo 2 was fucking a great fight. So why not
7 years ago?
Third? And yeah, but in hindsight, you're gonna say, "Oh, he's fucking old." But really,
he's 40.
When you see a part 2 to a movie, and you say that movie was fucking great, don't you want to see part 3?
No,
and then if part 3 turns out to be shit, well, then later you can say, well, it wasn't that good. But up to that point,
I mean, I could have told you that before the fight.
You don't know. Canelo's record, you'd be sucking.
Also, what's her name? Fuck.
No, if you saw a movie, if you saw part 2 and it ended in suspense, you're gonna want to watch part 3. And if part 3 turns out to be shit, later you're gonna say, "Well,
Gonzalo, you said it yourself. You're a big Triple G fan, so you probably just wanted to watch him fight again. But that was not a competitive. Okay, there you go. So you're not exactly objective.
Yeah, but listen to yourself, man. Since you consider yourself, you're so smart. up to that point, of course I did want to watch it. Now, after the fight ended, yeah, all these narratives are gonna come out, and some of them might be true. That fucking Triple G's.
Did you see how happy Triple G was at that fight? That man was there for a payday.
Shut up, bitch.
Yeah, but up to that point, you didn't know that.
He was happy. He was happy just to survive that fight and not get knocked out.
Hey, look,
good for
say
him.
what you want about this matchup. Say whatever you want, bro. But Canelo doesn't fight once a year, bro. He fights 2-3 times a year. So even if you don't like this matchup, he's fighting again this year, bro. He's not the one fucking type of fighter like a lot of the champions are nowadays. Where that's all you get that year, and you gotta wait till next year. No, but Canelo,
John Ryder and that Triple G, that's not the move.
Well, I mean, who did you want Canelo to fight next? Who did you want?
Who do I want him to fight? I want him to fight Bivol at 68 and put your belts on the line. Since you're so confident you can beat him, you should be able to fight him 68 with no problems. Or Benavidez.
Maybe you're mad rare breed because Canelo didn't knock out Triple G, but Triple G got an iron chin, man. A lot of people want to see Triple G on the ground.
No, I didn't really care.
So what did you want to see Triple G do?
Just wanted to see I want to see a competitive fight. Old Triple G's not gonna give him that.
Okay, so what if John Ryder Canelo turns out? What if John Ryder?
I want to see the best fight the best.
What if John Ryder?
I want to see Tank. Hey, look, what up, Gonzalo? I want to see Tank fight Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney, and I want to see Canelo fight Benavidez and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But you can't bust out your genie bottle and say I want that tomorrow. Tomorrow, Cinco de Mayo weekend, Canelo's fucking fighting. So why not live in the present? Why not live in the present and fucking instead of making these mental fucking jack-off scenarios? Hey, this is
racist, bro.
It's not fucking happening. Tomorrow, Canelo Triple G. Tomorrow, Canelo, John Ryder's fighting. And then, no, you're the one projecting. Look, tomorrow.
Not you, Gonzalo. I'm talking to the other clown motherfucker.
Hold on. Tomorrow, John Ryder and Canelo are fighting. What if it turns out to be a great fight and you didn't watch it because you already got this preconceived notion that, hey, John Ryder sucks, but he doesn't. And it turns out to be competitive. But then you're going to say Canelo's overrated if it turns out to be a good fight.
If it's competitive, so there's no winning. If it's competitive, I guarantee Canelo's not fighting Benavidez. Because if Benavidez would have been in a competitive fight with a John Ryder type of guy, you guys would say he's overrated. So keep the same energy.
All right, hold on. I need to read two super chats. Guys, two super chats. Ryder Reaper says, thank you for your contribution. He says, Canelo versus John Ryder, 25.5 minutes over or under, he's asking. I think he's asking for some betting advice, but I don't understand that 25.5 minutes over. Does it go past 25 minutes? Guys, yes or no?
I think so. Right around that, I think it's an 8-round, 9-round, maybe stoppage for Canelo. It might end up even going 11, like somebody mentioned early.
All right.
Wait, Gonzalo, what's your prediction, by the way?
I'm gonna go with
Canelo,
10 round. I'm gonna go with 10-round TKO.
Whoa.
Wait, what's 25 minutes? How many rounds is 25 minutes? 3 times.
7 rounds, I think.
Okay.
9 rounds.
I would go over. Over 25.5. I would go over. I think it's gonna end up late. SSC, thank you for your contribution. He says Boots Ennis is Rare Breed's baby daddy. That's right. Is it? Rare Breed?
Who has Boots Ennis fought? No, who has Boots Ennis fought?
Man, that man is 25 years old, bro. Like, you compare him to an established fighter like Canelo.
Who has Boots fought?
Hey, time will tell. You'll see.
You sucking
look at Charlo.
Canelo's much better. Why don't you have him in the profile pic?
Charlo.
He ain't black. Because he ain't black.
Talking about Boots Ennis, he dug fucking, what's his name, Mean Machine Cavalius because he didn't want to
fighting
nobody. But nice try.
And that's the fighter that Berger beat, and that's the best fighter on fucking Crawford's resume, if you ask me. Mean Machine.
Yo.
I see why Boots Ennis is scared of him, bro.
Can I just tell everybody to...
Go ahead.
Oh, what's up, Bucho? Salute, BDA. Salute, everybody on the panel. Happy Cinco de Mayo. I just want to remind everybody not to buy this pay-per-view. The Zone is a scam. They told you that if you got the subscription, you would be able to get all the fights, but they're charging extra for this Illuminati puppet, Canelo. It's just another money grab for this.
Try more, bitch. I'm buying it.
Or I'm just gonna let the people know. The last fight with Tank,
bitch. Go buy the
Ryan
bitch.
and
You're a
Finish,
bitch.
man.
Let the man talk.
the last fight with Ryan and Tank, you saw it. BDA, everybody saw it. There was problems with the streams and people got scammed. They had to buy it like 6 times. This is what these corporations do to you guys. They just laugh. You could buy it, feel free. I'm just
Nobody got the pay-per-view.
I'm giving you a warning. It is what it, we all know. Canelo pop dirty for steroids. He's still, quote unquote the face because I mean it's just
Nobody
it
pays
is what it is. There's
$600
other
for the
stuff.
pay-per-view. Shut the fuck up.
Huh?
Well, I just want to establish.
$600. You bought it 6 times. You're talking shit.
You gotta be a brave motherfucker to go get Canelo on this panel.
No,
Yeah, like, be this stuff for coke.
you can say what you want, but he didn't pop for steroids. He popped for clembuterol, which is not a steroid. It is not classified.
Yeah, he got suspended for no reason.
No, he got popped for clembuterol, and it was after he did a blood test. It fell in the parameters of the tainted meat, and I can post 30 fucking articles from the fucking government. The federal government, Mexican government just passed a law in February. The clembuterol in the meat industry in Mexico is so out of control. At the beginning of every year, the NFL puts out a fucking paper, tells the players, do not eat Mexican meat. The fucking Wrestling Associations of America, if you go to Mexico, don't eat the meat. It is such a problem down there. And what was found in his blood fell in the category where it couldn't have been digested orally because it's a tablet, but it's it's a broncho and dilator. It is not a steroid. It is
Jimmy, I just have one question for you.
It's a fat steroid.
Jimmy, I just got one question for you.
For la selección mexicana, the same shit happened to him. Clembuterol. He wasn't able to go to Europe back in 2012.
I just have one question for. I just have one question.
What's the question?
Who is Boots fought?
This is a little off topic. I just want to hear your answer. Do you think the election was rigged?
What election?
The past one we just had with Biden.
No. We're gonna get shut down. You fucking idiot.
I just want to answer.
No. Oh, what a fucking idiot.
Now I know what level of intellect.
Hold on.
He's trying to get your channel back.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell me about the answer. That's all.
You can't.
You got him in your profile pic. Who was he fought?
You can't talk about the elections on YouTube. I don't know if you're unaware of this, but you cannot talk. You get shut down or you get a copyright strike. I'm talking.
We live in China. We live in China.
He's trying to get your shit taken down.
Mr. BDA, did you notice I didn't answer? That's
Don't tell me whose boots is fought. Don't run away.
Because of that reason.
The reason I brought that up is because people want to believe what they want to believe, bro.
Don't talk about it. That's all.
All right.
It's not on this channel.
If you can't counter argue without bringing up an election, you're in the wrong panel. That's number one. But I mean,
use another example, bro. That's not political, like the election that could get
exactly. Come on.
Okay. Well, people believe what they want to believe. I want
to mention this about.
Nobody said anything.
I wanted to mention this about Canelo because
he's boxing for no reason without some type of
fight. People talking about who he can fight. He's in a bit of a hard place because the Afro-Anglos don't tend to watch or root for anybody that doesn't look like them. So Canelo right now, he's in a division or in a bunch of divisions where there's no real tough Afro-Anglos. Now, I heard people saying about Charlo, listen, the guy's been out for 2 years. Carlos Adames, by the way, is calling him a coward. It's like, why would you go after a guy who has had no tune-ups since fighting in 2021? And he looked awful against Montiel. So if Canelo fights the guy, why would he fight a guy that's looked awful in his last fight 2 years ago?
BDA, Tank Davis gets the same shtick, right? People say, why don't you fight black fighters? Why do you only fight Mexicans? So it's not
But he's talking about Charlo now, and you have the habit of hopscotching narratives. He's talking about a specific fighter right now, and then you jump to another to make an example.
Who's really calling for Charlo to fight Canelo? Stop the lie. Nobody's calling for that shit.
You just said it. You said a couple of minutes ago. You said, well, if it's an easy fight, he should fight him. Which makes no sense because if it's an easy fight, why would people care about that? It's a mismatch.
I was being sarcastic.
And Mr. BDA, can we also establish another fact, not opinion? I mean, I can go get the fucking clip at when Benavidez' father was just asked Sam Lukowitz, who has final say over what his boy does. Would you let Benavidez go to the zone and fight Canelo? Absolutely not. In fact, where he's fighting next. Canelo's not even in the fucking thing. So bringing up is just getting so fucking old and stupid. They don't want to fight Canelo. They don't want to go to the zone, which is Canelo right to fight where he wants because he's the A side. So it's established. You only want to fight Canelo if he comes to your fucking on your shitty platform. The money's not guaranteed, and doesn't want to fight him anyways. So Benavidez is out. It's just funny that nobody holds the guys that they cheer for to the same standard they hold Canelo. And the only point I was making, it wasn't an opinion, it's a fact. Canelo didn't pop for steroids. He was popped for clenbuterol, a bronchodilator, a fucking medicine for your lungs.
And
Has
illegal
nothing to do with
still cheating.
steroids.
Jimmy,
that's still cheating. And Andre was on Matchroom.
And it was already proven it was within the fucking guns for the meat. It shows up different in the blood.
Let's hear. I want to hear Shadow Bank. Hold on, guys.
No, because I believe he took steroids.
All right, hold on, guys. I wanna read super chats and I want a Shadow Band to jump in after I read the super chats. All right. So we have Carlos Torres. He says, how many fighters pop dirty on the Reynoso again? He asking a question. How many fighters pop dirty on the Reynoso? Then we have Rider of the Storm says. Then Rider of the Storm says Dirk's. We'll talk about how many Americans are popping dirty. Rider of the Storm says Dirk's the reason why you should always wear a condom. Go back to watching the Mickey Mouse Club. All right, Rider of the Storm with another contribution. Attacking Rare Breed. Let's hear Shadowban because he wants to say something. Shadowban, go ahead.
I want to go after him, man. I gotta go.
Okay.
Thank you. Because a wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity, but a blabber and a fool regard no time. So just let me say this without interrupting me. Jimmy's saying that Canelo didn't pop dirty for steroids. He popped dirty for an illegal substance, 100%.
It's not a steroid.
Oh, wow. A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity.
Okay, great proverb. I got some fucking fortune cookies, too.
And then
proverbs, bro. We give a shit up with the facts and computers.
Let me respond. Look, it was an illegal substance. Regardless, when you take those substances, it's to mask the real steroids, the ACH that he took.
No,
okay,
that's not
number
what
two.
So that's another misnomer.
Okay, it's to cut weight, which Benavidez missed because during the time he missed weight, it was the quarantine, right? The fake scam that the Chinese made up because Chinese are the richest, right? So he didn't have.
No, he didn't miss. That's the third misnomer. He missed weight before that.
You can respond after. Look. And then you're saying that Canelo won't fight Benavidez because he's on PBC. Well, Andrade, who was a champion, was on the zone and he was chasing Canelo and he didn't want to fight Andrade and he was with Eddie Hearn.
And Charles with PBC. All these fighters are with PBC and Andrade isn't fighting them. And Benavidez isn't fighting Charlo. He's with PBC. Look, honestly, he's not fighting Morel. He's with PBC. He barely fought Plant recently. Even though they were both champions at the same time, they never tried to unify.
I'm going to say this and pass it up.
And what the fuck has Andrade done? What the fuck has Andrade done for you to make a case? Make a good case for Andrade then. Make your case for Andrade. What has he done?
Look, I'm going to make a good case and then BDA could go because he wanted to talk. I just feel like Canelo needs to give his Mexican fans what they want. They want to see him versus a black guy. That's what people want to see. A white guy versus an Asian guy, a black guy versus a Mexican. This is what people want to see.
Fuck up.
That's all it's about. Go ahead, though. I rest
so your case is that Andrade is black, and that's why he deserves the fight because the fans want this black and white, black and Mexican shit. Come on, bro.
Just beat him up real quick.
I don't know about that.
All right, guys, let's Mr. BDA follow up his.
Yeah, BDA, go.
Well, I'll take a time out to read the super chat here from Bushido Kai, who says, I like Canelo, but that man does steroids as many fighters do. I think Floyd did roids later in his career. I box myself in the amateurs, and even at the lowest level, they do steroids. Well, see, that's the thing, though. You got to call it PEDs, because like Jimmy was saying, they're not all just doing steroids. They're doing everything around there. And yeah, Floyd Mayweather, for the Pacquiao fight, he was using the IV bag, and, that's illegal, too. So he was obviously masking something. And against Shane Mosley, too. Like, I mean, you watch the 24/7 that did for HBO. I remember back in the day. he was taking his sweet time pissing in a cup or giving blood because, I don't know what they were doing there, but he was making fun of it too on top of that. So, by the way, if you're Floyd Mayweather, you look at his body in his late 30s, he was more ripped than he was before. Who gets more ripped and more muscular as they age? I mean, that says it all right there as well. But I just want to bring it back to the present time here with, so Charlo, listen, he hasn't done anything in 2 years. He has mental issues, obviously. I don't want to see him fight against Canelo. The only reason I would like to see it is for the sakes of this show, because it would create a lot of controversy. His Afro-Anglo fans would all of a sudden find hope that, hey, maybe he can beat Canelo. But that would be really it. It would be the drama. Andrade, I said it before on Wednesday, I wouldn't mind seeing that fight if they made it. Even if it's on pay-per-view, shit, I'd watch it. Why not? But if we're talking about earning a fight, Andrade is really not that different from Billy Joe Saunders. Been there, done that type of fighter for Canelo. Yeah. So I wouldn't really be.
I want to know who's beating the drum to see these fights. Nobody's beating the drum to see Canelo.
Americans. The LDBC. They want to see a black man. They want to see a black man fight. They want to see a black man. They want to see a black man fight Canelo. That's a fact, man. Come on, stop it, man.
He already lost to a black man. That's all news.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. And they know he was a 23. They want to see a black man fight a prime Canelo at this level of his career when he's undefeated. When he's undefeated at 168. He's undefeated 168.
BDA wasn't done. Can I go after BDA, Bucho?
All right, but can you read the super chat, somebody, please?
All right, I'll read it. Shout out to SSC for his contribution. Super chat says, Canelo is the face of boxing, period. Stan Davis can't sell without Ryan. Mexico's that little black boy. No, what? MXUS, that little black boy about to go to jail too. Shake my head. No, he's actually not going to jail. Privilege.
Or White House jail.
He got off scot-free with house arrest, I think. I mean, how can you run over a pregnant woman without a license? He doesn't even have a driver's license.
Baby mama too.
It just goes to show you when people talk about racism and all that, it's not about racism. It's about money. If you got money or if you fit the profile in a liberal city, they won't do that much to you. But anyway, listen, I wanted to say about the Andrade thing. Yeah, who's beating the drums? I mean, who isn't beating the drums when it comes to black channels? They're the ones beating the drums. And even to a certain extent, what's his name? The guy, I always confuse him with, he's the guy with the glasses.
Ego?
No. He's he looks Filipino, but I think he's Latino. And he goes live with his father.
Oh, you're talking about
True Sports.
I'm sorry.
True Sports.
True Sports, yeah, True Sports. He's the one that wanted to see Andrade for a while, but I think even he gave up when he saw Andrade.
Not LDBC. I don't know.
Hey, BDA.
No, I agree. BDA.
Just LDBC. I said
you're not even black. I don't know what the hell he is.
But he was one of the guys pushing too. That's what I'm saying. You ask who's beating the drums. There was a lot of people.
That's like one person. Like nobody gives a fuck about Andrade. Like.
None of those
listen,
that dude is irrelevant.
The biggest black commentator on YouTube boxing.
I say this. There's a lot of people on Twitter I've seen comment sections. If you go to Boxing 24, there's a big community there. That's a big sample size right there, a sample rate of people that want to see that fight. Do I want to see it? No. Listen, Canelo, it's either Benavides or Bivol, and then someone else is going to come along, as they often do. But for the moment, you got to give it a year for somebody new to come along.
Yo, BDA.
Torres is
still.
Hold on, guys.
None
in the chat.
None of these fights talking about anymore because the fight that the whole boxing world has been waiting for is coming. Lara versus Garcia.
Who?
Yeah. Well, hey, one last thing to BDA's point with Andrade. Let's bury the hatchet. This motherfucker, if he would have fought Zach Parker, he would have been where Ryder is now, but he didn't want to. So there goes that narrative.
If good point.
John Ryder,
we don't know that.
If he would have done with John, no, that's a fucking fact, dude. If he would have beat Zach Parker, he would.
But Gonzalo, why would Canelo fight a horrible fighter? He said it in his own mouth.
Stop interrupting. I want to say something else. And why would you want to give, with all due respect, and why would you give Charlo a fight? Oh, wait a minute, his life is in shambles. Maybe he needs a payday so he can redo his life, because with that money, he would be doing well again. And that's what they want. They want a fucking paycheck. His life would be good again with his wife or without his wife, because he got a lot of kids. And that's why maybe people want to see him fight Charlo. Does he really deserve it? Because what he's done in the ring, no, he's been inactive for 2 years. So how can he deserve that?
By the way, Carlos Torres in the chat still asking how many fighters pop dirty on the Reynoso again. I don't know. What did they pop dirty for? I don't even remember.
Valdez, Martinez, whatever his name is, and Canelo.
Look, man, forget about Charlo, bro. Anything he makes from now on, his girl's gonna take 90% of it, bro.
Well, his house is about to be. They're saying his house is about to be repoed, which I feel bad for the kid. I want to wish that shit on anybody. That's ugly. But listen, I want to say, Canelo would not take clenbuterol. Nobody worth hundreds of millions of dollars or whatever he's worth is going to take that backroom, nasty, useless shit. He would fly to Germany on a private Learjet, drinking champagne. A doctor would take his blood, and they would make specifically growth hormone for him and then create a masking agent. He's not buying fucking bronchodilators to fucking lose weight. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous on its face.
We've been here since the beginning. We've been here since the beginning, and ever since that, I've changed my mind as well. Because they used to say, well, Canelo, he's rich. Why would he want to eat tacos for like a little hole in the wall fucking taco stand?
Oh, I see.
In Tijuana. Hold on. Because that meat, look, doesn't Donald Trump eat fucking McDonald's? Not all rich people are going to order from the highest fucking restaurant. No, you're going to eat what you like.
And fucking it's not even just cheap meat. Sorry, brother. It's some of the best fucking good meat.
The street tacos are some of the best fucking food in the world.
Don't go to
but even the most expensive cuts of meat in Mexico will have clenbuterol in them because it's in America. It's completely against the law to give clenbuterol to the cattle. It's now against the law in Mexico up until this past February. Prior to that, right before you bring your fucking cattle to market, you want to get them as big and heavy as physically possible to beef them up. You get more money per pound. So regardless if it was the cheapest meat they would use for tacos or it was fucking strip loin off the back, the most expensive cut of meat, it's going to have tainted for clenbuterol, but it shows up different in the human body. If you take clenbuterol orally through the pill tablet, it has a short shelf life, but it's very strong to the system. But if you eat it in a fucking meat tainted form, it shows up different. And he took blood and it showed to that. And he did that. That's why he was so angry. Personally, I'll be honest with you, I have no proof to prove it. This is just my opinion by the look of his body. I believe after the first Triple G fight, he did fly to Germany. They said it was for some tournament or some other thing. I believe that's when he did growth hormone. And that's why he needed to wait a specific amount of time because he needed to make his body adjust to it because you can kind of see it through his shoulder and neck. Regardless, I'm just saying he didn't take clenbuterol for the effects that people would think. People take clenbuterol and broke ass.
He took something else, but then again, everybody, all these American boxers take fucking something. So I'm like, it's fair game in my opinion. By the way, Earl Stevens. By the way, Earl Stevens in the chat. Thank you for 2 super chats, and I'll let you guys go. Earl Stevens, thank you for your contribution. He says shout out to BDA channel for keeping it real. Other channels afraid to bring up the real issues in boxing and ignore tribal fans. That's right. We give everybody a chance to speak. We are not afraid to debate. Bushido Key, thank you for your contribution. He says yes, he would. Clenbuterol masked other steroids. I think Jimmy already answered.
No, it doesn't.
Hold on. There's another super chat. Guys, there's another super chat. Bushido Key again. He says Canelo does steroids. It's not a big deal, but he does. Almost all fighters do. So he says everybody does it. That's what I'm saying.
IQ.
Well, as far as the claims of clenbuterol go, clenbuterol is found in inhalants. So if you have asthma, there's a compound that is similar to clenbuterol, and basically the same compound does similar effect. It burns fat. So when people, it is classified as a steroid, but there are different types of steroids. There's anabolic steroids that enhance muscle fiber. Excuse me, but then there's also steroids that are anti-inflammatory steroids, and in this case, clenbuterol. If you're going to use clenbuterol for human consumption as far as medication, it is meant for asthmatic patients, people that have swelling, and it's an anti-inflammatory. Now, what Jimmy's saying is clenbuterol used for food is meant for infected cattle, meaning if they're sick cattle, infected cattle, if they have, sometimes they have cysts. Cattle have cysts, and you ever seen videos of them popping the big cysts from cows? Doesn't mean that the cow necessarily, the meat is tainted, but they use clenbuterol to treat the symptom and to reduce the swelling. So that trace clenbuterol works itself into the bloodstream of the cow, and of course infects the fibers of the meat. So when you eat it, of course, you're going to test positive for trace amounts of clenbuterol. Now, clenbuterol on its own won't really help you enhance anything. If anything, it'll make you lose weight, and it's an anti-inflammatory, which is kind of something that you don't want to take when you're training, because if you take something like clenbuterol when you're training, you're most likely going to dilute your body of water, nutrients, minerals. Any of that stuff's going to get flushed out when you're actually taking something like a steroid like clenbuterol. It's not really good for your immune system either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's two types of steroids that build muscle mass, and that was an excellent breakdown, by the way, brother. But there's two types. Androgenics, that's the male hormone. That's what we all produce as men. We produce androgenic. That's very hard to test for because everybody has different, scales, unless yours is off the charts, and they can kind of tell. And then there's anabolic. That shouldn't be in your system. Any anabolic steroid shows up in your system, that's an instant red flag. That's the reason why, like wrestlers, college wrestlers, football players, they'll take androgenic steroids. That's like the real shit that kind of makes you go crazy because it's just rage, basically bottled rage. Clenbuterol, I'm just saying, it's exactly. So he would, and I believe even today, nowadays, honestly, steroids are so past tense. Like they take growth hormone with diuretics or growth hormone mixed with like EPOs, and there's different things. But growth hormone is where it's at because steroids. The thing is, steroid just takes a muscle cell and swells it up. It makes it bigger. Growth hormone splits it, and you don't lose your gains.
All right, guys, I need to jump. I need to stay. Hold on. Don't jinx madrazos. Let me step in and just two things. One, SSC, thank you for your contribution. He says, King Canelo is back. Man, SSC is excited about Canelo coming back. He's enjoying the night. And guys, if you're not drinking, you better be fucking drinking. I told you, this is Cinco de Mayo. Everybody has to be drinking. I'm drinking rum. I'm contributing to the party over here. And I just also want to say... this steroid talk, Jimmy, you know a lot about this shit, and I wish I knew as much about steroids and shit about but it's really like turning me off here. Let's talk boxing, man, because Jimmy, you're not gonna convince these people. You can explain it.
It's boring.
They will never understand. They will never understand it, Jimmy.
I only brought it up because I hate when people make lies about Canelo.
Exactly. I know, Jimmy.
But person that brought it up.
You guys, it's really knowing the difference between the two types or different types of steroids here.
Oh, who cares? All right. Don Madrazos. Listen, Don Madrazos, Jimmy. Listen. Jimmy has explained it a million times. People don't want to get it. That's it. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna move on. Move on to where? I don't know. Jimmy. What do you think about Tank Davis?
What's that, brother?
What do you think about Tank Davis?
what the latest? What's going on? What did I miss?
Well, no, Tank Davis. He Judge Ito let him go.
Oh yeah, no, that was.
He's getting home arrest. Netflix and this shit instead of prison.
Yeah, well, that was they got it's a progressive DA. I knew that that was set in stone when they knocked all his felonies down to misdemeanors. They took 14 counts. 6 of them would have normally been felonies, fleeing the scene. Because when you flee the scene, you automatically assume drunk. Because why would you flee the scene? Okay, and then you show what. Well, it comes down to this: progressive DAs. It's the same thing all around. Last week, a kid who shot a pregnant woman with 4 children in the face, murdering her. He got 13 years in prison. He's got 4 other fucking felony convictions. It's happening everywhere. That's just the way it is. You know what I mean? We see it in New York. 25 people are thrown in front of trains. 2 people die. There's attacks all over the place. Suddenly, a crazy man with 44 arrests, the violent arrests, get choked out, acting a fool, and they want to throw the dude in prison and choke him out.
Is in jail.
Yeah, so they want to convict him of murder. So we're seeing this throughout the whole country. It is what it is. So I knew the minute they kicked all his fucking things down, I checked. I went to see who was the DA, and it was a Soros-backed, meaning a Soros-funded DA, and a leftist progressive DA. So yeah, well, that's the whole thing behind it.
They're racist.
It's called
they keep
equity.
the blacks. They keep them out of jail. You can kill whoever you want, but you're a white Marine. You put a neck chokehold, you're going to jail.
Nothing will get in the way of nothing will get in the way of the agenda, man.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. It's sad, but Canelo's about to fight tomorrow. It's going to be a big event. It's in Mexico City. I'm just curious to see the event. I think it's pretty good for boxing because he is undisputed the face of boxing. Yes,
Jimmy,
brother.
it's in Guadalajara. It's in Guadalajara.
I'm sorry, Guadalajara. Just in Mexico in general. I know I keep saying Mexico, Mexico City, and I know it's in Guadalajara.
Not as a big deal. I just mentioned it because maybe the elevation thing. But I think
it's important. It's important to mention because I keep saying the wrong city. So I appreciate you correcting that. But just being in Mexico, I can't remember the last time he's fought in Mexico. I mean, I think it's not even. I mean, right?
Yeah, no, it's been 12 years. A long time ago. But you get paying U.S. dollars. It's not worth it to fight in Mexico, right?
Why did Mayweather only fight in his hometown?
12 years. 12 years.
12 years. 12 years. Retarded. Wow. retarded. He's asking a good question. Why did Mayweather, for the last part of his career, always fighting in Las Vegas? Always in Las Vegas.
Bayless.
Kenny Bayless.
The referee. Why? Did you see the Maidana fight? He was protecting him.
Because Kenny Bayless likes holding. He's not going to.
And he takes bribes. That's why.
He's not. Well, he's certain referees have their style. Some guys will instantly get on a fighter about clinching. You start clinching, they'll jump on you right away. And then there's other fighters like Bayless who has no problem with clinching. And obviously, listen, he knew. One of the biggest paydays for him was that the Mayweather fight. He's not going to do and make decisions that piss off Mayweather when it's Mayweather's side who's picking the ref, the fucking judges, the thickness of the pad, the size of the ring, everything. He has final say. Everything.
Well, Jimmy.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the A side. He gets to decide then.
Except if you Canelo, then everybody calls it into question.
What if Canelo only fought in Guadalajara?
I think Kenny Bayless thought fucking protected the plan from getting KO'd, bro, by allowing him to clinch Benavidez, bro.
Just like he protected Mayweather.
Benavidez shouldn't have allowed him as the ref. That was crazy on his part. His camp should have said no. Because the guy's history of letting people clinch.
Why is he fighting in Guadalajara? Only in Guadalajara? You can only fight in one place
what if Canelo only fought in Guadalajara? What would the black fans say? They say nothing about Mayweather. Only fighting in Vegas.
I mean, look,
I would bring up Andre Ward.
No, Andre Ward, he fought in Oakland. That butcher read my mind. He fought in Oakland. Like all his career.
Not only is that the case, Mayweather also wouldn't even allow fighters to use the gloves they wanted. He would call a fight off. No, you can't use puncher's gloves. He would say no. I think he allowed Madonna to wear them the first time. I don't know if he allowed him the second time, but there's certain waves gloves. Yeah, he didn't want people to wear strictly horsehair gloves. Andre Ward wouldn't allow it either. But Andre Ward would admit it. He said, those fucking gloves fuck people up. I don't need the head injuries, so people don't have to fight him if they wanted. But yes, Andre wouldn't fight unless every possible scenario was in his favor.
I think it's safe to say that these fighters.
He had that other referee too. What's that other referee? The bigger man that's always like controversial too. He dabbed it up with Andre Ward. The bigger fellow.
Steel? No, it's not Steel.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I can't think. I know who he. That guy who was in Kovalev War too, right?
Yeah, the guy always ends up like with the bloody shirt. Yeah, he's a bigger man. Like
the chat, help us out.
Oh, Weeks.
20 weeks.
20 weeks.
20 weeks.
Yeah. And again, like I said, I have no problem. I want to hate on Canelo. But my thing is this. If you're not going to hold the fighters that you champion for, the guys you carry water for, like if you're a Benavidez fan, and you're staying silent about the fucking cab drivers he's fighting, but then you're going to talk about Canelo, you sound like a fool. I'm sorry, you just sound like a fucking fool. End of story.
Jimmy, what do you think about people who are complaining about Canelo fighting John Ryder?
Oh, man.
I'll never complain about a man, though, man. That's bullshit.
All I'm saying is Ryder comes forward.
Canelo just needs to get off his European tour. That's all I'm saying. Give the fans what they want. Fight Benavidez, fight a black dude, or you know, just stop.
Well, it's not a European tour. It's just the fact that there's no black Americans in those divisions.
Charlo and Andrade, bro. We just talked about why they don't deserve it, bro. I'm not gonna repeat it, bro.
Yeah, you want to give Charlo payday because his life is in shambles? Fucking go ahead. Does he deserve 10 million? Caleb Plant deserved it off of merit.
Who has Boots Ennis fought?
Why you keep bringing up Boots Ennis? He's a 25-year-old contender. Like,
25-year-old. When do you stop being a contender, though? Next year?
Just like Triple G, he couldn't get those fights early.
Gia's 25 as well.
25.
Canelo fought Mayweather at 23. Answer that.
But unlike Triple G, people duck Triple G. Come to find out, it breaks my heart.
I swear to God, yes or no.
All right, here's the facts. Boots ducked Green Machine. That's now on. That's an established. Yes, it is. He ducked Boots Ennis.
Espinosa already debunked that.
No. Who debunked it?
Steven Espinosa.
No, just Steven Espinosa. You mean the guy who's manager, the guy who owns his contract?
Come on.
Should I listen to Steve Kim or Steven Espinosa? I don't know.
No, I'm not gonna. Well, I listen to the guy who has no fucking dog in the fight. Steven Espinosa, that's his fighter. He owns his contract.
Steve Kim is a fucking Boots Ennis fucking fanboy. I've heard him here fucking hyping up.
And he is. He's a big Boots Ennis fan. He doesn't lie. That's one thing. It's no matter how much he likes you, he's not going to lie on you ever. He's got integrity.
Mayweather, everybody.
And if he found out, the facts that yes, a contract offer was sent to him, and Boots' father said, absolutely not. There's not enough money for the risk. That's a duck. I don't care. It's still a lot better than Karen. So what are you saying? You're not going to make, since we're not making money, we're only going to fight guys we know we can knock out. If you want to get your name out there, dude, you want to make yourself, and I've been a huge Boots fan all along because I've respected his abilities, and I think he's a great fighter. I just don't like the fact that you've been attaching your name association. I hate name promotion through a name association. Attach your name to Crawford. Why does he send me a contract? Come to find out, your father fucking straight up said, nah, man, turning that shit down. So he didn't want to fight Crawford because his father said he wasn't ready. And he didn't want to fight Green Machine because it was too much risk for not enough reward. Mean Machine, yes. But regardless, he's also one of the heaviest fucking punches. I still think that Boots would beat him in a fight on the long run, but I don't like the fact that they didn't want to take the fight because they felt it was too risky for not enough reward. And I think I think that's an Al Heyman thing. I think that's a Steven Espinosa thing. I don't think Boots is scared of him. I don't think Boots is afraid of anybody at welterweight. So when I say that, I'm not insulting Boots. It's his handlers. It's the people he's signed to.
I'm going to need more proof.
Canelo fought?
I'm going to need more proof. I'm going to need more proof about the Kavalaska situation. But as far as Crawford, let's be honest. There is no way in hell Crawford is going to sabotage a potential Earl Spence payday by fighting Boots Ennis. It's not going to happen at 36 years old. That's stupid. That's stupid. And you know it. It makes no business sense to make that fight.
What do you mean by payday?
Because Spence is the biggest payday Crawford probably will ever see in his life.
Look, man.
So
but nobody's sabotaging nothing.
I wouldn't call that a payday.
They're not jumping at the bit. They're not jumping at the bit.
Is not some fucking tune-up. That dude could potentially end your career.
Look, man, that fight is a fantasy, bro.
Yeah, if you're gonna fight Errol Spence and you're Terrence Crawford, just fight him, dude. But it's been years, so they're not chomping at the bit to fight each other. Nobody's sabotaging anything.
They're gonna fight. They're just taking forever to negotiate. But they're gonna
rare breed.
Let me say one thing though, man. If Spence
Mayweather
or Crawford
Canelo in his
had
prime,
intention of fighting each other, they would be fighting.
Mayweather would destroy Canelo.
They are doing
nothing.
Did
you fight him in his prime though?
I mean, is Lomachenko fighting Devin Haney in his prime? I mean, the same shit.
Just answer the question. You say Boots is 25.
Yes, he's fighting his prime.
When you say Canelo, Mayweather when Canelo was at his prime at 23.
You know, you're the same people. If Lomachenko beats Devin Haney, you're gonna give Loma all this credit. Hold on, you're not gonna say Devin was too young. So I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Hold on. I gotta mute everybody. I gotta mute everybody here. Yo, this is a fucking fatality. Hold on. This is a hold on. This is a fatality. Hold on. I'm gonna have to mute somebody. Sorry for muting people, but retarded just made a good fucking comment. This is like a fatality. Rabbit's calling, like, he's saying, Boots Ennis is 25. He's 25. Blah, 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 blah. But Canelo was 23. And these Floyd Mayweather fans keep banging on about Mayweather beating a 23-year-old Canelo.
Why are you comparing?
That's why I said it before you muted me.
Oh, okay, Don Chingazos also said it.
No, let me
Chingazos
respond.
said
He's
it,
talking to
man.
me.
You guys are on point,
Let me
guys.
respond because he's talking to me. Let me respond. First of all, why are you comparing the two? Like, look at Triple G's career.
Why are you comparing?
Shut the fuck up and let me answer. Look at Triple G's career and look at Canelo's career. You're not gonna have boxing is a whole bunch of political bullshit.
It's a fatality, man.
Fatality.
Canelo obviously had
man.
early in his career, so he can get certain fights. Triple G had to work his way up. Certain fighters work their way up. You can't just get the fights when you want.
Triple G was an amateur from Eastern Europe. They turned pro really late. Look it up.
In fact, Triple G didn't get the big fights until he was 30.
Because he turned
He's
pro.
25.
Bigger balls than Boots Ennis. That's what you're saying, because he's younger and he already beat Cavaliuskas.
Still, people ducked Triple G early in his career. We can't ignore that.
He was really
nobody
old
was
in his
ducking
early pro
Canelo.
career because he's Eastern European. You don't know anything about boxing.
No, it's also because he was
Usyk
knocking
turned
everybody
pro
the
when
fuck
he was
out.
like 26.
It's not because he's Eastern European.
pro late.
He was knocking people out in devastating fashion.
Hey, change your picture to Virgil Ortiz because he already beat Cavaliuskas and he's fighting Estayones next. Real fights, not
I
like
don't give a fuck about it, bro. You changed it to
nobody
Virgil
change your
Ortiz.
picture to
nobody.
Virgil Ortiz, bro.
Nobody's gonna duck Canelo. Obviously,
Boots will beat the dog shit out of Virgil Ortiz.
Obviously, nobody's gonna duck Canelo.
Didn't you learn your lesson already with the same fight?
Nobody's gonna duck Canelo because if you fight Canelo, you become a millionaire. So you would think if you're on the cusp of getting the Canelo fight, I want that fucking fight, right? That's the guy you want to fight.
They all want that.
They haven't.
It's up to Canelo to give it to him.
Bucho, let me go in.
Go ahead.
All right, hey, real quick, man. Feliz Cinco de Mayo.
Thank you.
I'm over here drinking a Modelo, you know what I'm saying?
All right. My grandfather's favorite beer. Go ahead.
For sure, man. Saluda a los Regiomontanos, man.
That's me, man.
Tú y BDA, man. Respect, bro. Hey, man. Real quick, though. Real quick.
Monterrey boys, right here.
A huevo. Hey, real quick, though. Hey, fuck Boots Ennis, bro. Virgil gonna beat his ass, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the same shit with Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, but y'all never learned your lesson.
Shut the fuck up.
You never learned your lesson.
We actually did learn our lesson, not to be fucking taking dehydration classes, catch weight.
Canelo's gonna beat the shit out of Mayweather. What happened? You never learned your lesson.
Boots Ennis was getting his ass beat on Cameron, bro. Boots Ennis was getting his ass beat on Cameron, bro. He was getting whooped by Cameron, bro. He was getting whooped by Cameron, bro.
Oscar Valdez gonna beat the shit out of Shakur Stevenson. What happened?
I don't give a fuck about
it. You will not win the game. Don't do this.
Bro, we're talking about Boots Ennis and Virgil, bro.
It's the same shit.
Okay. Shut the fuck up.
It's gonna be the same story.
Cameron was whooping his ass, bro. Cameron was whooping his ass, bro. Keep it real.
Yeah,
Keep it real, bro.
Yeah, running.
He was, bro.
By a nobody from Ukraine.
He was, bro. Cameron was whooping his ass, bro. Keep it real. Keep it
real. Y'all funny.
Okay.
You're telling us that dehydrate Virgil Ortiz. He's gonna fight him at a catch.
No, he don't need. He's not gonna do none of that shit. He's just gonna whoop his ass, and then you can make excuses.
He ain't beating nobody. He can't even beat Mean Machine, bro.
You better hope Virgil Ortiz has a career because that motherfucker is sick and shit.
Though, you guys, that's gonna be kind of a difficult call because Virgil Ortiz does have a serious kidney a degenerative problem with his kidneys. He's not filtering proteins properly. So
I'll be honest.
He may not be able to return to the sport, or he may not last that long in the sport because this disease could kill you, and it takes people out pretty early on.
Well, he's fighting in July.
That'd be a damn shame.
That's what it is.
I like
Virgil. I like Virgil, but he's not talented as Boots. Let's be honest.
Let's see what happens July 8th. Let's see what happens July 8th.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
You know, SSC.
I think he beats Danny on it.
SSC.
Then we'll go.
Hold on. SSC. What Boots Ennis should have done with Karen. SSC. What Boots Ennis should have done with Karen is what freaking Virgil Ortiz did with McKinnon. You're supposed to take those dudes out, right? The dudes that can't punch on the back foot.
Of course, bro.
Virgil
Of course.
did the job.
Man, that is not the same thing. McKinnon did not move nearly as much as Karen.
Bro, Karen's a
He actually came to win.
Karen's a
McKinnon
bitch,
actually came
bro.
to win.
He was outboxing Boots, bro.
How do you outbox somebody and lose all 12 rounds?
He was winning, bro.
Bro, he got home cooking.
Bro, how do you... Y'all stupid.
He got home cooking. He's in America. He's from Ukraine. What the fuck are you talking about? That's why
You
those guys are
thought Karen won that fight?
Okay,
Karen won.
bro.
But he sure as hell didn't lose 12 rounds.
Yeah, he lost all 12 rounds, brother. You don't win rounds by running.
To be perfectly fair about the whole thing, I really thought that Boots at one point would totally dismantle or give Ortiz quite a fight. But after I saw him in that last fight, I mean, I really changed my opinion on that one. And I started looking at all the other fights.
Hey,
He does open himself up a lot.
The good thing for Boots is he don't have to look for Virgil. He's going to be right there.
I'm back. As I thought he was. He has a lot of holes in the defense.
Hey, Don, the good thing is...
That's just...
The good thing is he doesn't have to look for Virgil.
All right,
I'm
guys,
saying the good thing is he won't have to look for Virgil. Virgil's going to be right there.
All right, we need. You know what?
Remember,
He's susceptible to getting hit. He's susceptible to getting hit. He's not as defensively sound as people think he is. He really isn't. Look at his fights and look at the level of competition that is landing on him. So you've got to question that too. I mean, the last fight didn't look great.
You're talking about Boots, right?
I wouldn't overlook guys, but his last fight didn't look that great, and he does get.
But Don, name me a fighter that comes forward a majority of the time that doesn't get hit. If Boots wanted to be, if he wanted to be boring like Devin Haney and just fight off the back foot and just jab to a victory, he could do that.
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, if you're coming forward and you can take some hits or roll with punches or catch and do some catch and release, meaning you catch with your right and then let the 7-2 go. You know, that's the way to do it. But
you're not getting pieced up
with shots that you don't even see coming. That's another thing.
Bucho, did you see Eddie Hearn's shirt?
Go ahead, Shadowban.
Hey, Bucho, did you see Eddie Hearn's shirt at the weigh-in yesterday?
No, what was it?
He had a Dolce & Gabbana shirt on. That's what I'm saying, people.
Yes.
Let me say this: if you guys and Eddie Hearn's father, I forget what's his name, something Hearn, was in the black book of Jeffrey Epstein Island because everything and the zone represents the clone zone. If you guys should buy this pay-per-view, you're supporting those people. You're supporting those people. You guys claim the whole Jeffrey Epstein Island. The Epstein Island is code for the cloning centers. It is. The zone logo. Let me tell you real quick, and then I'll let you go. The zone logo.
Your brain is mashed. You're talking shit. But your
look, you can go out. Yeah, Barry Hearn, super sardonic Barry Hearn. He was in Jeffrey Epstein Island's little black book. But let me tell you about the zone's logo.
Jack in the box.
Bucho, the zone's logo.
Where did you read that? Where did you read that?
Bro,
let him finish.
Can't even say where you read that.
You see, I speed up. I talk off fast and I sound crazy because I already know I'm going to get cut off. So I'm trying to get it quick. Let me just say this real quick. The zone's logo.
For sure. They got you. You're well documented, sir.
Look at these people.
Eddie Hearn doesn't own the zone.
Yo, guys.
The zone's logo is a microchip. Look at it, representing the Soulstone microchip. Matchroom.
This guy's dumb as
clone room. Matchroom. It's clone room. The zone is code for the zone, and he was wearing the Dolce & Gabbana shirt. Dolce & Gabbana means.
We'll check it out.
You're from the clown room.
You're supporting pedophiles. You're supporting the people that you talked about on Jeffrey Epstein.
Bro, you're a retard.
Go ahead, though.
You're from the clown room. Is that what you said?
Yo, Shadowban, we gotta do a second. Shadowban,
all these guys obsessed with pedophiles.
We gotta do an interview with you, man. We gotta do a second Renaissance interview, man. Because
and Canelo's logo is a Freemason G. You want to think that's a coincidence? Another coincidence.
A pedophile.
I mean, hey, let's do that,
bro. Yo,
yeah, let's do it because
talk about pedophiles so much.
Shadowban, you can't do that here, man, because. You can't do that here because we need to do a one-on-one with BDA.
For sure. I just wanted to mention that.
Perfect.
Go.
Wait. We were talking shit about Boots Ennis. What happened? I joined for this. This is not what I came for.
He was chasing He was chasing Karen around, and when Virgil fought McKinnison, he caught him in the hip. The last place to move is like the center of the body. When you're scooting backwards, you punch to the body.
I was there, bro. I saw that shit. I was there live, bro. I saw that shit.
McKinnis can move, man. McKinnis is a
shit, bro.
Yeah, but at least he came to win. Unlike Karen. Karen. Angela
Ortiz a bad motherfucker, bro. Late replacement, bro.
And that's why Cameron's back fighting in the Ukraine, because the Showtime's not going to hire for that bullshit.
He was a late replacement.
That guy sucked. That guy was so slow. Remember, you were talking about eye test. That dude had no athleticism. Fucking Boots couldn't track him down for 12 rounds. Couldn't hurt him once. That was pathetic.
He did hurt him.
Yeah.
He definitely hurt him, but he couldn't stop.
But the narrative usually is that Mexicans are the one with the slow feet. But when it comes to Boot Ennis, you don't have to chase him around. You gotta cut the ring off. He's got long ass legs. Why can't you walk his ass down?
He looked like shit his last fight, man.
Aren't you the one that says you don't like back foot bitches?
He's boxing.
I mean, Boots is a back foot bitch.
He's not a back foot bitch. He's not a back foot bitch. But look at what happened. No, here's the thing, Rarebreed. He's not even a good non-fat bullet. Yeah, exactly.
Bro, y'all gonna be eating your words with Boots.
When Mayweather runs around,
we'll see, man.
He has a high boxing.
I want to find out. Rarebreed. I want to find out how good he is. Don't get me wrong. He might be the real deal. I'm disappointed that it's not going in the right direction here.
It's one fight. We'll see.
We'll see.
Well, hey, Rarebreed, if Boots Ennis is hold on. Sorry. If Boots Ennis is not a back foot bitch, then he's gonna have to like really chase fighters down because everybody's gonna be scared of his power. So he's going to need to improve, just like every other Mexican that you mentioned that needs to have fast footwork because he's the one doing the main body of the work, chasing other fuckers down. He's going to have to improve in that category because nobody's going to want to trade with him.
It's so funny. Gonzalo. It's so funny. It's so funny. It's so funny they didn't find. It's so funny they didn't find Golovkin impressive, but Golovkin was doing what Boots Ennis should have done in that fight where he looked like shit. He couldn't even cut the ring, man. Golovkin was way. Look, I mean, he's 10 levels ahead of Boots Ennis in that regard. This is what Boots Ennis should have done. That he couldn't even do that.
In that kind of
if you ask me,
Triple G might be better at cutting off the ring, but that doesn't necessarily make you a better fighter.
Who is Boots' best?
Let me speak, man. Let me speak.
Cutting off the ring is a skill you need to have. If you don't have that, then you're worthless as a boxer. And Ranger Ortiz has good angles.
Your mic sounds kind of fucked up, brother.
I can't hear shit, bro. Let me speak, man. I'm gonna speak. I'm finna leave. Let me just speak real quick, man. Let me speak.
Go ahead.
Speak a word.
Give me 1 minute. Give me 30 seconds. Hey, Camarón Cepeda is gonna whoop Shakur's ass, bro. Shut up, faggot.
That's a tall order.
Camarón Cepeda is gonna whoop that boy. He's gonna whoop that boy, bro. He's gonna whoop that boy. Shut up.
And then you woke up.
And then if Canelo ever fights Benavidez, Canelo's gonna beat that boy's ass too, bro. And that's it. I'm out.
We'll love to see it.
Hey, listen. I will give you that.
Salute, man. Take care, SSC, man.
Salute. I'm out of
SSC.
Zepeda and Shakur, I don't know about that one. Shakur is a generational talent, in my opinion. I think he'll give Zepeda a fight. I think he'll beat him. However, I do agree with you on Canelo and Benavidez. I think Canelo will beat Benavidez.
Man, that's a tough fight for Canelo. I don't care what nobody says. You will see.
It is a tough fight. But Canelo,
I like how everybody repeats the same shit. Oh, generational talent. How is he a fucking generational talent?
Yo, being a hater, bro.
No, you guys just want to.
You know what's funny? Hey, don't chingasos. Don't chingasos. Yeah, don't chingasos.
Generational talent and you.
Nah, he's still talking.
Here's the deal. Don't chingasos makes a good point. Don't chingasos makes a good point here. It's like all of a sudden.
No, he doesn't.
It's like no. Generational talent when they're still like below 25. They're still missing that big fight in their careers and generational talent already.
Well,
like, let's see them fight. Yes, go ahead.
Bucho.
Yes.
Bucho. There's a coach. There's a coach for the Scarlet Red Knights in college. He saw a young Michael Jordan play basketball in college, and he immediately said, "This is the best basketball best basketball player I've ever seen. So the special ones, early.
Yeah, it's rare though. Like Messi, Michael Jordan. They're special.
Transcend generations.
Exactly.
How is he transcending generations, like you say?
Listen. I listen. All I'm saying is the guy Shakur Stevens has been dominating, not losing many, but dominating most of the fighters he's been fighting.
And against midgets, sure.
He's fighting nobody.
I mean, even the guys that Devin Haney fights,
he's right. Like,
same level
Shakur
guys.
just fought Yoshimo, if you want to put it like, you know what I mean? And Yoshimo, like that fight was kind of like ridiculous.
A guy from Japan that is only fought in Japan.
What are
nobody coming out of nowhere. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna introduce myself. My name's Nico. I found your this live stream on YouTube, so I hopped in. I don't know if it's a problem, but
What's up, Nico?
How you doing, everybody?
Welcome.
Thank you. Nah, this is a good ass debate,
Who is Boots'
Listen,
best
I
opponent?
do agree with Rare Breed on that Shakur's someone to look out for. It's the kid has a lot of talent. And he's got a lot of moxie, and I think he's gonna make it pretty far in the sport.
Exactly. I don't throw that word generational talent. I don't think Tank.
I just don't like hearing people downplay Shakur Stevens' abilities and skill. Like it's
most definitely.
It's
you don't like. You want people to agree with you that he's a generational talent. I want people to want me to fucking dig right.
Okay, hold on. I have a question. Rare breed. Do you understand? Rare breed. Do you understand?
One person at a time, please.
Hold on. Yes, hold on. Rare breed. Could you understand that some people cannot see that he's a generational talent yet? Like, there's not enough evidence. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, I can understand some people don't want to jump the gun, but like, I just don't see many weaknesses in that dude. Like, it's crazy. Like, look, I like Tank Davis, I like Devin, I like all these guys, but Shakur stands out.
He fought Loma.
Match Shakur up with somebody who's gonna give him a challenge. Who do you guys think?
Loma, I don't think Loma will give him a challenge. Loma's too
not
small.
even Loma.
You're
Not
gonna yourself to sleep. Make 20, boy.
So now you guys are giving him that much respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't call him a general. Like, if you say Loma is his best challenge, that means you got to give him something. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think Loma will be as big. I think Tank Davis.
I mean, Conceicao and Valdez, who are fucking really small fighters, they're not 5'8" like he is. They're not.
Yeah, Conceicao is small.
And I'm supposed to be like, oh, he's the generational talent. I never seen a motherfucker like this before. Get the fuck out of here. You're just repeating narratives, bro.
What's this narrative? Like, what's the narrative?
Everybody
Go
says
ahead.
that fucking dumb phrase.
What narrative?
Is Don Madraza repeating a narrative? Because he's not LGBT like you claim I am.
I already told you that Shakur is a fucking generational talent. He's above everyone, bro.
You think Don Madraza is LDBC? Because he's definitely not LDBC, and he's saying the same thing. So maybe he just knows something about boxing.
What narrative? I listen. I'm not a part of the.
You're repeating what every motherfucker says.
What is Shakur?
Hold on. I noticed that the same people are talking all the time. We need to switch it up because we have 11 people. All right, so I don't want to kick anybody out. So Don Madrazos,
they're free to talk.
You're taking a lot of the time here. I say you let other people speak as well. And Rare Breed, I mean, everybody's attacking Rare Breed, but he's the only one that's provoking everybody. So I'm gonna have to allow Rare Breed to continue.
I was actually agreeing with him. I wasn't attacking him. I was not attacking him at all.
It seems like okay.
Yo digo es que parecen grabadoras.
Hey, if you
motherfuckers sound like the same recording machines. Oh, generational talent. That's a narrative, motherfucker. Prove it to me.
Hey, Don, I know you want me to get on here and trash all back.
So we're talking generational talent. Are we talking? Are we talking generational talent like against a weight class like mastermind? You know what I mean? We gotta separate what's at stake. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
give me generational talent's best opponent. Rare Breed, who is generational talent best opponent? Give me his best opponent. And Boots too. Both of them. Give me your best opponent.
No, that's good. That's good.
Good one.
Oscar Valdez.
Yeah. Valdez,
he's
for
a
sure.
generational talent, man. He beat Valdez. Whoa.
Probably beat
No. Rare Breed. Let's break this down, though. Rare Breed, Valdez, he's a good boxer. Good win for Shakur Stevenson. But then again, Valdez didn't look that good against that Brazilian guy, right? Before he fought Shakur.
Let's keep it 100. He's 5'4".
He made Oscar look like trash. And when you see Oscar fight Navarrete, you can see that Oscar is a good fighter.
He did. So
Conceição, what's his name? Shakur didn't look that great against Conceição either. He
Right,
shot
he
like
did.
70 shots below the
Because
belt.
Cesar was clenching and grabbing the whole time.
They were both grabbing.
You're quick to point out. You're quick to point out what
Valdez, bro. He would have finished Valdez if he was generational.
You're quick to point out
because he's
You're quick to point out. You're quick to
Gonzalo.
point out that he was clinching, but what about the 70 fucking blows below the belt?
That was like one or two. Like, let's not exaggerate, bro.
I want to get a definition. I want a definition on generational talent. If anybody minds.
But if he was generational talent, he would have finished Concenciao. He would have finished Valdez.
Bro, nobody finished Valdez. Why are you? This dude Valdez fought with a broken jaw. Like, he's not easy to knock out. Like,
Hey,
stop
Rare
it.
Breed. Who is Boots'
So
best
si es la
opponent?
verga que los hagan, if he's generational talent, que los he needs to finish them, bro. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yo,
Güey, son grabadoras, güey, son grabadoras. Son grabadoras, como tú dices. Bushido Key, thank you for your contribution. He says, my wife asked me what I was doing, and I said, I'm listening to people arguing about boxing. I think I'm getting a divorce. Yeah, no, this is, I understand what you mean. People, what are you doing? What are you doing? I'm like in a boxing show. It's like, they don't get it.
They don't get it. They don't
Who's
get
Boots' best opponent?
Boots' best opponent.
Look,
Ooh.
probably it's either between Lipinets. Yeah, it's Lipinets.
Yeah, I'd go with that myself.
Dog.
Although you could argue Clayton, because Clayton arguably beat Lipinets when they fought. So
Hey, I want to bring in, guys, let's listen. I want to bring in Jimmy. Are you there, Jimmy?
Yes, sir.
When it comes to Boots Ennis, the way his career is being handled and the amount of fight he's getting per year, are you satisfied with that?
Of course not. It's a shame because know who it's hurting. It's actually hurting him because his style of fighting, his counterpunching style, he's going to be better. And we've seen it. It's not just with him. Look at all the guys who've been put on the shelf. Errol Spence was at his best right after he beat Brook. That was after he did that Camconos kid in on a Saturday. 6 months later, he fought again in England. He was in constant camps. These guys are hitting a certain position at the PBC, and they fight once in a year, and they get put on the shelf. Now, sometimes it's going over a year. When you're not fighting, there's two things happen to you as a boxer. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. And when you're not fighting, you're getting worse. It's just detrimental to his career, his abilities, when he's not fighting. So, of course, I'm not satisfied.
You want to know what would be more detrimental?
On point.
Fighting
Jimmy.
Was that?
That'll end his career.
He's gonna be back. He's gonna fight 3 times this year.
That's why you ain't fighting him.
Who, Boots gonna fight 3 times?
Yeah, he's gonna fight 3 times this year. He's fighting in June and then probably at the end of the year.
I think on
So
Boots,
with the
man.
PBC, there's no way he's fighting 3 times. He's with the
He
PBC.
is.
There's
Yeah,
no
they don't have
Hank
the time
Davis has fought
slots.
4 times in the last couple of years.
And I was on pay-per-view, so it's different. Unless he's going to put them on pay-per-view, because they have a limited amount of time slots, and that's even got even more limited now with the reshuffling at Showtime. That's the reason why right now, like, there's all those memes out, like, have you seen this person? And it's like it shows a picture of Charlo, like there's no time slots for these guys. It's either pay-per-view or you sit until I get you a time slot. It's
There's so many fighters at PBC. That's part of the problem.
Of course there is. That's exactly the problem.
Now,
Yo, Rare Breed, do you think Charlo beats
active,
Tim?
right? If Boots is fighting 4
Do I
times,
think Charlo beats Tim Tszyu? That's 50-50.
Oh,
but go ahead, Nico. You had a question.
Yeah, no, I was saying like so. Now, nonetheless, let's say Boots is an active fighter, more active than he is, more active than what PBC and all this bullshit. You know what I mean? So let's say he's doing his shit and he's doing what he does, because you can't take away that he's got some skill. You know what I mean? But let's say he's active and he keeps, increasing his skill, increasing like the guy was saying before. Now, if you're boxing, you're getting like there's only one more thing. Like,
worse or better, yeah.
Yeah, you're getting worse or better. So now if he's boxing and he's getting better, or you know what I mean? So I think my personal opinion is that Boots has a chance to actually like rise up and become better than he like is, you know what I mean, already. But it's just he's not active enough. That's my main thing about him.
Yeah, he's gonna be back in June. I think it's gonna be against Villa because I saw him getting prepared too. He says fight days coming soon, so I think it's gonna be against Roman Villa.
That's what's up. No, see, my thing is like Boots is an entertainer. You know, I like to watch him, but it's just the fact that he's inactive and he needs more work to get better and better. You know.
Right. That's the type of guy that should be the face of boxing. Look, I like Tank Davis, but he's got a lot of shit off the field. But Boots Ennis is a guy that should be the face of boxing. He's
you got to give him that.
You're fucking kidding me right there.
No, not that I'm being dead serious. To Rare Breed's point, From what everything I've heard about Boots, no, I'm saying about opposed.
Jimmy, go ahead, Jimmy. Jimmy.
First, Shakira's generational talent. No, this motherfucker is the face of boxing.
No, I wasn't saying. I appreciate it. I sound stupid, but you didn't let me finish my point. I wasn't saying Boots was the face of boxing. What I was saying was, compared to Davis, he's a much better candidate to get fucking corporate sponsorship because he's not out being a knucklehead. He's not out being drunk and acting an idiot. He's not putting hands on women. Yeah. Just all that knucklehead shit. Yeah, I'm saying inside, he's supposed to be a decent kid who's really into the sport of boxing, and I just feel his career's being hampered by lack of fighting. Here's the problem with him: he's had 30 fights, and I've been saying this for the last 3 years. I've yet to see. We don't know. Like, remember when Virgil Ortiz took that nasty shot from Mean Machine? Like, Mean Machine before 6 rounds, his fucking legs buckled, and he came back and he fought better. So that was the test. Every fighter has to fucking what do they call resistance, or they have to have to be checked. His chin was checked, and we saw. And he can continue to fight. That's the only thing still that has not been answered on Boots. Because we just haven't seen it.
Jimmy. And the word around town, he has a hell of a chin. That's what they say.
I've heard the same thing. I've heard the same thing. The kid can take a shot. But again, that's different than not seeing it in the ring. That's all I'm going to say.
Exactly. Listen, we can hear so many stories and stuff like that, but we have to see it in the ring, like Jimmy's saying. All right.
Exactly.
All right.
I mean, I've heard similar stories about Triple G when he was coming up. The sparring stories were legendary.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm hearing the same thing.
All right, let's move on. New topic. I want to introduce Puro Sur, and we have Mirage and Irish Underworld's back. I have to unmute him. He's already unmuted. And guys, if you're not drinking, you should be fucking drinking. It's Cinco de Mayo. I told you.
Go!
If you're not fucking drinking, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. All right?
Tequila.
Drink.
Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody watching,
not only
everybody
that,
listening.
If you're drinking the tequila, you should be eating the worm.
Modelo.
You should be eating the fucking worm.
You know what, Gonzalo?
Chasing that shit down.
Gonzalo, I don't even like tequila, to be honest, and I'm Mexican. I'm not even a fan. It's not. It's
well, I heard it. I heard it.
We have to play your Mexican card here.
I know.
Depends on what type of tequila you drink. It's good for the hangover. It doesn't give you that much of a hangover.
Yeah, the quality one.
The sugar.
The worm is not tequila, though. The worm is mezcal, güey. El mezcal es el del worm.
Órale. That's right. Alcohol is bad.
Just clarifying.
All right.
No, pero tienes el tequila al causal. They got the worm in it.
Hey, Canelo better stop that bum.
My bad.
Canelo better stop that bum tomorrow. That's what I'm saying.
That's tomorrow?
He will.
Dumbass.
Hey, Mirage, he's going to stop him on like fucking Benavides, who you said was going to stop Plant, and he didn't.
He's going to stop
I doubt Wilder's going to be hugging like a bitch.
He's going to stop the guy.
He would have got Kenny Bayless protecting you. There's no way you're going to knock
exactly.
He's going to do what Nick Blackwell did. Like
now that's tequila right there, bro. Madrazos knows what's up. That's my favorite tequila.
Damn.
Hey, if we're going to talk about the face of boxing, I hear people talking about Tank Davis, Shakur. No, there's one real face of boxing that's coming up.
Don't say it, Mirage.
Benavides.
He's one win away. Hey, let's keep it real. Let's just say if he fought Canelo and he beat Canelo,
good
how
question.
would he not be the face of boxing?
All right, Mirage brings a good. All right, guys, Mirage brings a good point here. What if David Benavides beats Canelo? What do you guys think would happen? Would he be the
Here's the problem for Benavides. Here's the issue for Benavides. To me, there are actually tougher people for him to fight out there outside of Canelo. Tougher than Canelo. Better be
tougher than the undisputed champ.
Bivol, yeah, all those guys are better than Canelo in my opinion.
That's a different weight class.
But he's going to have to go there eventually.
Yeah, but in terms of like the
face opinion, I think Morrell's a harder fight for Benavides than Canelo. I really truly believe that. So what I'm saying is, like, yeah, even if you do beat Canelo, it's not going to be the, sunshines and roses.
I disagree.
Because he's not a pay-per-view draw. That's why he's not going to be the face of boxing.
Well, give him time. It's only been one.
Was Canelo one? Who did Canelo fight before Floyd? He fucking fought nobody.
Exactly. You guys act like Canelo came out the womb and did a million people get by. Get the fuck out of
He
here.
beat Baldomir. He beat a bunch of motherfuckers. But I mean, you guys
Baldomir was
weren't
like
even
40
watching
years. Who the
boxing
fuck
back
is
then.
that? 40 years old.
Austin motherfucking Trout, undefeated.
That was like
Austin Trout was undefeated, bro. He was 27. What the fuck are we talking
Fucker, he
about here? He
knocked
was
out
WBA
Kovalev.
champion. Are you
That
guys
was
fucking
after.
going
That
nuts?
was
He had just
dude.
beat Cotto, bro. Are you guys stupid?
That is way after.
Hey, Don, is Canelo a generational talent?
He's better than Floyd. He's the best that's ever been.
And
I mean,
in
are
terms
we
of
just asking dumb
accolades,
questions right now, or what are we doing?
He's asking me a question. In terms of accolades, bro, Canelo has 11 world titles. He's tied with Mayweather and Evander Holyfield. So he is a generational talent in that sense. 62 fights, fucking 20 world champions he beat. What are we talking about? If Shakur Stevenson had 11 world titles and he had fucking beat 20 world champions and he had 62 fights, I'll be saying, yeah, he is generational talent. But he's not, bro. He hasn't done shit.
No one is ever going to have that many fights at that level ever again.
If they were in the same weight class,
It doesn't look like it. I agree.
In boxing, when you talk about a generation, you're usually talking about a gap, a span of 10 years. And in the last 10 years, Canelo's been on top. So that's undisputable.
There've only been 2 generational talents the last 30 years, and that's Roy Jones and Floyd Mayweather. That's it.
What about Manny Pacquiao? Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, and Manny Pacquiao. And that's it.
I mean, there's been plenty of fucking athletic fucking fighters, bro. Roy Jones is nothing new, bro.
All right, hold on, guys. Let me have a question. I have a question. This is a good question. But before I get to that question, Jane Els, thank you for your contribution. He says, "How can I enjoy a Canelo fight without Mark Castro on the undercard? I swear he's on every Canelo card." It's true. I never watch his fights, to be honest. I don't know.
You mean Elon Musk?
There's also been El Chocolatito Gonzalez, Juan Manuel Marquez. All those dudes are generational talents, man. They're just another division.
Well, hold on. What is that?
They're not.
Rarebit. Do you think that a generational talent translates into the face of boxing? Because I remember. No, hold on. I remember Andre Ward being a generational talent. The guy was never a pay-per-view boxing star. He's been forgotten now that he's retired. So again, does the generational talent translate into popularity?
No.
Go ahead.
Andre Ward
They
was
don't
a
like
really,
Andre
really
Ward
good
because his
fighter.
dad was white.
No, Andre Ward was a really good fighter, but he's kind of like B-Hop. He was a good fighter, a great fighter actually, but he wasn't a generational talent. Like, no.
What?
Like a generational talent.
Are you sure?
A generational talent is somebody that can go in multiple weight classes and beat anybody.
You're describing Canelo.
Hey, Roy Jones got KO'd a bunch of times, bro.
It's Canelo.
I never even seen fucking Roy Jones get up after getting knocked down, bro. Canelo, I never even seen him touch the canvas, bro. So what the fuck are you
Canelo to me
talking
has
about?
never been at any time the best fighter in the
Generational
world.
talent when he already has a
Yeah,
better
you're biased
resume
or rare
and a
breed.
better name
No,
than
it's
Roy
true.
Jones, bro.
There's no point in Canelo's career where you can say he was the most skilled fighter in the world.
Like, he's literally the
Roy
most
Jones
skilled fighter in the
been
world
KO'd a
right
bunch of
now.
times, bro.
No, the fuck
What are we
he's
talking
not.
about? Like,
No,
but
he's
you're
not.
capping though. You're coming out of bias, bro. You're coming out of bias.
He's not more skilled than Shakur Stevenson. I don't even think he's more skilled than Tank Davis.
Brittle hands.
Or Bivol. Let's forget those two. He's not even more skilled than Bivol.
Throws less than 300 punches a fight at lightweight. That's a generational talent.
No, Tank is not a generational talent.
You said Canelo is less skilled than Tank Davis, the guy who throws.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's a generational talent.
Canelo Tank is 28. Best fight. Ryan Garcia.
Bivol is more skilled than Canelo.
All right, you know what the problem is here? The generational talent statement that you made, Rarebit. It's just
I want to give that shit to one person. I'm not
everybody. Just say you don't know yet, and you have to wait and see what happens instead of already labeling this guy a generational talent. Just back it up. Just back it up, man.
I mean, I'm not the only person saying that. Gama does the same shit, but you're on my opinion.
What about Inoue? Who's run through more divisions than anyone else?
If Inoue beats,
stop Hall of Famers who never stopped before.
There's generational talents. There's multiple generational talents per like every 10 years, because you can have generational talent in every division. People are going to remember that guy because that guy beat all the other guys in his division, and that's Inoue right now, I think. But you can't really put that label. You can't really put that label on that guy until his career is wrapped up and done.
Exactly.
You think Fulton beats Inoue?
Exactly. Gonzalo,
I think Inoue Fulton is a 50-50 fight.
Look, 30 years from now, people are still gonna be talking about what Canelo did, bro, in this fucking era. So he's gonna transcend generations. They are gonna be talking about him, and I know you don't like it, but that's gonna be.
All right. Hold on. Let me ask. I have a question for Rarebit. So you disagree that Canelo is a generational talent? I would like to know, like hypothetically, what would make Shakur Stevenson's career generational? Like, what do you imagine will happen? Like, he's gonna conquer 135.
You guys are talking about accomplishments. I'm talking about skills.
No. Please answer my question. Why would make Shakur Stevenson a generational career? You know, like a all-time great career. What would have to happen?
He's got to beat the guys that he needs to beat. And then win the titles he needs to win and go to the weight classes he needs to go to.
Which weight classes? Which weight classes?
At least up to 47.
Okay, so
I think he can go that
needs
far.
to clean out.
He's not.
So he'll be like a 5-division champ from 126 to 147.
Okay.
I think he can do that.
Canelo went up to 175.
He won't compete against anyone 140 right now.
No, but the reason I'm calling Shakur a generational talent is not because of what he's achieved in his career, because there's guys with better accomplishments.
Right. No, I understand.
Skill set.
No, but
his skill set is nothing new. His skill set is nothing new.
No, you're saying
not even a complete fighter.
He is a complete fighter, Puro.
No, he's not. He has no power, bro. He has no power. When you're a complete power, you have everything. You have power. You have a fucking excellent jab. You have good footwork. You have good lateral movement. That's a complete fighter, bro. Like if you're lacking in one of those categories, you cannot be a complete fighder. It's just English.
Well, if that's the case, then nobody's a complete fighter.
Yo, tell me one black fighter that went from 140 to 175.
By the way, Stephen Fulton's a complete fighter too.
He has no power. How is he a complete fighter?
He is he can fight on the inside. He can fight mid-range. He
has no power, bro. Power is one of the factors.
I'm talking about skills, Puro.
No, it's not physical ability, bro. It's a fucking skill set that he doesn't have.
Guys, I have a question. Guys, this is Bucho. Is power a skill?
No.
No, it's not.
Okay, I disagree. It is a skill. If I throw a slap, it's gonna be a slap. If I throw a nice punch with my elbow at the right angle and I turn my body on and at the right timing, it's a skill, and I knock people out. That's what power is. Man.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you teach what Deontay Wilder has?
Power than Stevenson has, because he can.
No, you can't. But he was born that way. It's genetics.
No, listen, genetics to a certain extent, but it's the delivery of the punch. It's the weight over the body, the transfer of weight. It's the spinning of the midsection. It's how you turn your hand over. Those things go into it. Right now, Shakur, later in life, he's becoming more of a power punch, and he's been working on it. That's the thing he's been working on most in his camps. And I think he's going to have to show more power. But the problem will hamper him when he starts going to 40 and 147, especially by the time he gets to 147, he'll probably be close to 30, if not in his 30s, which means he's not going to be as quick. And what his number one skill set is his blistering speed and where he can hide his punches behind his jab. So you're going to see the peak of him probably around 28. So if he hits welterweight by then, you might. But because of his skill sets and what it's made up, he concentrated on speed when other guys would have been concentrating on power. You know what I'm saying? But power is absolutely a skill set.
I disagree, Jimmy. And he has good fundamentals, so his career will last a long time because of the fundamentals. He doesn't just rely on athleticism.
But speed is what separates him from other guys. Maybe right now is his speed, and that's I'm not. Don't even listen to me. Listen to the guys who brought him. Valdez, fucking the kid from the military, Herring. He said, whatever. That's not my point. My point is, what did they say? They had game plans until they got in there. Like Valdez, who's not a nobody. Valdez is a tough kid, and he brought some good fights. Can't call the kid a nobody. And what they said was they weren't prepared for the speed, not his power punching, but his speed. That's his thing. He can get that punch to you so quick when you don't expect it, and that throws your shit off. I'm saying as he gets older, that will curtail, because speed is always the first thing to go. Power is the last thing to go.
Would you say
It's
he's a
the
complete
speed and
fighter,
the
Jimmy?
timing. It's speed and the timing that he brings to the table. And if you talk about absolutes, like who's complete, not everybody's born with everything. Some guys lack chin, some other guys got speed, but they don't got the power. I think when people mention complete, I think is as long as you're complete in the thing that you excel in the style that you bring to the table. If you can make that style work,
When I say complete,
if you can make
when
that,
I
if you
say
can make
complete,
that,
I
if you
mean,
can
can you
make that
fight in
style
all three
work,
phases?
if you fight behind the back foot with good defense and you could pull it off for 12 rounds without getting hit to the point where you're gonna get hurt, but you can prevail. That's complete in that regard. If you're a pressure fighter and you can do it and succeed, you're complete in that regard. But to say everybody has everything, that's impossible.
No, well, Gonzalo, when I say
Will never
complete,
be complete.
yeah, when I say complete, I mean you can fight in all three phases. You can fight on the outside, mid range, and on the inside. That's all I mean. I'm not saying you're the best at
By
each.
your own standards, right? I've never seen Stevenson fight well on the inside. In fact, I've really seen him kind of clinch or move away.
Maybe you should. He doesn't clinch. You're thinking of Devin Haney.
No, but that's just not his. That's not his
I don't see him
game.
fight on the
That's just,
inside. No.
He
that's just not,
definitely
that's
can fight
not
on
his
the inside.
strength. But that's not his strength. That's not what he
I
wants
haven't
to
seen him
fight to
throw
be.
any real uppercuts.
No,
to speak of.
Devin Haney, that guy can't find the inside whatsoever. His inside game is to clinch you, but Shakur Stevenson definitely has an inside game. Watch some film, or maybe watch some of his other fights. He can fight on the
Rome
inside.
was gonna make
Name one fight where he fights on the inside. Against the dude for Diaz, he couldn't do it.
Sensacional.
That was a long range fight.
No, it wasn't. He was walking that dude down the whole time.
Also, he didn't make weight against
straight punches.
He never even tried making
here we
weight.
go.
So that shit doesn't even count, bro. Come on.
But that was a protracted fight, a long range of straight punches. That's not standing on the inside. That's like Fulton, where he stands, he frames, he puts for position, and he. So
Look, man, there's a reason why
having that.
There's a reason why a lot of people are picking him to clear the division, and he hasn't really fought anybody yet at the division. So,
like the reason is his narrative. They're trying to push Shakur Stevenson top rank.
Who's
so
everybody?
We're gonna be saying that shit, bro.
There's a
you're asking me. I just said it's top rank pushing fucking.
Hey, he thinks
Shakur
that guy who doubts what I'm saying. There's a video on YouTube called Shakur Stevenson versus Devin Haney. It's basically like a breakdown if they fought. Go watch that video. It'll show you that Shakur Stevenson knows how to find the inside. So I'm not just making shit up.
Why don't you break it down?
If I need to fall asleep, I'll look that up.
Okay, so
basically, we don't have any evidence. So we don't have any.
Let's look at the basics of inside fighting.
Basically, we don't have any evidence.
Like Shakur has shown that he knows how to frame on the inside. He knows how to get leverage on to get his inside shots. He knows how to pin.
He works construction.
Yeah, and not only that, he's also slick while he's in the pocket. He can stay right in front of you and not get hit. So it's not many fighters that can do that.
Would you like to see this in the ring before you start like making all these?
He has shown it in the ring. I'm not just saying shit just to say it.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Well, I mean, he's all right. He's all right on the inside. He's got a good left hook to the body, but with Consensao, he got a little sloppy in there, going like below the belt and all that shit. That didn't show me
cheating.
That didn't show me like the greatest ability. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm saying we still have to see more.
No one has showed me with the Consensao fight.
Did Wilder get drugged?
Go ahead.
Did Wilder get drugged by his coach?
He did.
And Fury had egg weights in his gloves.
I think so. Most of the relaxers and egg weights. I think so, bro. And I think his outfit was way too heavy, bro.
You get emotional, you just bring a Wilder out of nowhere, like it's gonna hurt me or something. I don't give a fuck about that.
Did Fury have egg weights in his gloves?
I don't know. You tell me, motherfucker.
I'm asking you, bro.
No, I don't know, and I don't care.
You don't know. You don't think so?
No.
Did he get drugged by his coach?
No, you're projecting your feelings on me because you think I care about Fury beating Wilder. Like I've said a million times, skills pay the bills. Fury has more skills. He beat Wilder.
He got more power
in the story.
Interesting.
Yeah, Wilder does have more power, but
Fury has more power. He knocked him the fuck out. Put him to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah?
What? He didn't?
Good argument.
He didn't?
Sure thing, buddy.
Or was it the egg weights? Which? Tell me.
Yeah, it was the egg weights.
All right, guys, I wanted to say something. Guys, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going, and I need everybody to have a drink on hand because it's Cinco de Mayo, so you need a fucking drink. And I want to... We have to switch it up here. People, if you want to drop off...
It's not going to work, man.
If you want to allow somebody else to jump in, please go ahead. Link in the chat. I'm posting it in. If you want to jump in, switch it up. All right. Let's switch topics. Anything else? Somebody has anything different than what we're talking about?
Yeah, I just want to finish
trainers.
I just want to finish this conversation by saying that 30 years, 40 years from now, nobody's going to be talking about Shakur Stevenson based on the record and his accomplishments that he has up to date. So he's not a generational talent right now. I don't think he has the potential to be. If you do, there's nothing wrong, but you're calling it way too fucking early. You're calling it way too fucking early, bro. And when is Shakur Stevenson going to get knockouts for people to talk about him, bro?
You say doesn't have the potential, bro. You know you don't know him, but come on, man. Like, that's cap.
Rare Breed, how old are you? I think you're like 23 or something. Like, can you really?
23 years old.
23. Okay. Can you really say that you have the capacity to find this generational talent that some people here that are older than you are not seeing it? Like, are you that special?
I'm not saying I'm special or I know more than other people, but you can even ask Jimmy. He'll tell you himself. He's not biased against Shakur Stevenson. He's a special fighter. If you can't see it, I don't know what to tell you.
Rare Breed. Okay, he's good. No, guys, hold on, guys. Don't you
say he doesn't have the potential.
He's good.
That's crazy.
Hold on.
For generational talent?
Generational.
Yes. Yeah, he has. There's the CompuBox numbers where it shows who gets hit the least. He has the same numbers as Floyd Mayweather at this point in his career. So,
Bivol is up there too.
He's the closest thing to Floyd
You're
Mayweather.
not saying he's generational talent.
Fucking cap, bro. Get the fuck out of here with this shit.
Come on, Rare Breed, come down.
The closest thing I've seen to Floyd Mayweather. They fight differently, but defensively they're pretty close.
You gotta chill out. Relax.
Hey, Puto, you're a Tank fan, right? I think he beats your boy, by the way.
I am a Tank fan, bro. But I mean, I ain't gonna cap for even my favorite fighters, bro. I mean, like there's nobody in the sport right now that's even close to Floyd, bro. I mean,
come on.
This shit.
No, that's true. That's true.
Floyd lost to Jose Luis Castillo,
but
he lost every punch.
He did, you know.
He's a nobody.
But Floyd fought different too, Shakur. I mean, Floyd was when he was younger, man. He was in some exciting fights, and he used to really fight different. I was a fan of Pretty Boy. I was not a fan of Money Man. That's just my opinion. I don't care who agrees with me. I just didn't like when he became the villain and just cared about, when he got up to fighting bigger guys. When he was 135, 130, he was a completely different fighter.
Pretty Boy Floyd is the greatest fighter I've ever seen.
One of the best fighters I've ever seen. He did lose to Castillo. Absolutely. It was an off night. But it sucks that he did lose that fight. Everybody saw that fight. And it was a stain on him. It wouldn't have changed my opinion of him. He was still one of the best fighters I've ever seen.
Exactly, Jimmy, exactly. It doesn't matter if he would have lost, but these guys, they just look at the record. So for them, it's a big deal that whether or not the record was a 0 or a 1. 50-0. Who was the 50th? Hey, guys, who was the 50th? Who was the 50th win?
Fucking MMA fighter, Conor McGregor. So let's stop fucking around.
I remember that night. A lot of people were upset. They really thought Conor had a chance.
And when Mayweather beat guys by outpunching them by 1 or 2 punches per round, and he win the distance, a lot of the times he's still generational. But when Canelo, he goes 12 rounds, and a lot of times he's knocking these fools out. He's not. He fucking sucks. Compared to Mayweather.
Don't do this, Gonzalo. That's embarrassing. Canelo, it shouldn't be the same sense.
He's speaking of facts, bro.
No, because he's
nowhere near.
Hold on, let me finish that point.
Canelo's undisputed. Mayweather never went undisputed.
Hold on.
Yeah, undisputed.
Hold on. Let me finish what I was saying, because he's responding to me. Because the notion in people's minds is that's the way Mayweather should have fought. Because that's the style that completes him. But why is Canelo any different? And other fighters should be subject to be compared in a different way if they're doing the same thing. That Mayweather did, outpointing fighters and sometimes winning by close margins. But nonetheless, when it's tough competition, a win's a win. Why is he great and others are not?
Floyd's not way better people than Canelo.
No, hold on, I just went on record saying one of the best fighters I've ever seen. All right, so I'm not a fucking Floyd basher. Like I said, I liked him when he was younger. But that being said, at no point in his career would he have ever gone up to 175 and fought a light heavyweight at 5'8". I mean, he would have never taken the chances and risks that Canelo has taken. He's unified division. Skill-wise, yes, Floyd is a better skilled fighter. Accomplishments, I can't sit there and say, oh, Floyd's accomplishment crushes his. Absolutely not. Because Floyd never took the chances that fucking...
Hey, where did Floyd start his career? He started at 126, right?
Yeah,
I can't remember. 130, 130.
130.
Oh, it was 130.
130.
He started. Okay, 130. He went all the way up to 54. That's what, 5 divisions?
That's 5 divisions.
Floyd is a little bitch. Period. To 35.
Yeah.
Okay, how many divisions Canelo gone up in?
From 140 to 175.
Canelo started at 146.
Yeah, Rarebit, you gotta understand that after 175, it's cruiserweight. It's a big gap.
Yeah, and there's also when you're talking about 130, it's 130 and 135, right? That's only 5, and then 135 to 140, that's only 5, and then there's the big jump to 7, and then because as you start getting heavier, the spread gets wider, and the sizes are completely different. For 140 to go up to light 70, 170, and he's a short dude. He's only 5'8". That's insane.
Hey, Canelo's got like 69 more fights than Floyd. Yeah, Floyd has beat more champions.
What a read! Come on, Rarebit.
Champions, not franchise.
Are you serious?
But that wasn't my point. My point being, Canelo has taken more risks. That was the knock on Floyd. Of course he has. Name a risk.
Kovalev at 75. That was no damn risky fight.
No. Okay.
He didn't come to fight.
Let me finish, dude. Let me finish. I've been sitting there not saying nothing, dude, for 30 minutes at a time. Just let me finish. To fight Bivol, who has lost 3 rounds his entire fucking career, 3 rounds of boxing. I don't give a fuck that people found it boring. He's got the best feet in boxing. He's got 7 fucking inches on the guy, or 6 inches. He's a naturally... he's fucking twice. That was ridiculous. That's why I picked Bivol to win. But I said I will never fucking... That was an insane ask of him. But to sit there and say that Floyd took a risk, as equivalent as that, is just flat out bullshit. And I was allowed to watch all their fights.
Jimmy. Mayweather took a break in 2007. Right? Mayweather took a break in 2007. Everybody wanted to see Mayweather. Everybody wanted to see Mayweather fight Margarito, but this guy takes a fucking break, waits it out to see what happens, and then makes a comeback. To me, that's unacceptable.
Listen, you can't say. Listen, oh man, you can't say that, Rare Breed. Listen, there was a time Margarito was a murderer. Like nobody wanted to fight that dude. That dude was one of them dudes. I will die before I quit. You know what I mean? Like Margarito is one of the toughest fucking fighters I've ever fucking seen.
Yeah, and I don't throw that shit.
Yeah, because he has fucking...
Jesus fucking, this sucks. Listen, let me address that cast in his glove. All right, I've been around fighters my whole life, like box. No, what they found in his glove was equivalent to powder that they would find in plaster Paris. Now, Rob, stop before somebody blurts out another stupid thing. Think about putting wraps in your hands, putting your hands in plaster Paris. Never mind the lye rot that would eat your fucking fingers to the bone. Have you guys ever dealt with fucking plaster Paris? How much it rots your skin? Putting in gloves in a moist, sweaty area? His hands would have been so fucked up and swollen. First off, then is that. Then what do you think is going to happen? That it's going to sweat and dry and turn to cement that much? They found barely any. Then there's been all kinds of other shit come. When I first heard about it, I'm like, this doesn't make sense. I'm not saying somebody ain't going to cheat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I look at shit pragmatically. What would be the reason for someone to put plaster of Paris in their glove? That's like saying, you know what, dude, I'm going to kill that dude, so I'm going to go suck on his tailpipe on his car.
You almost did kill Cotto.
Every punch he hit Cotto with, he would cut him.
Can I say something?
Now,
Nassim Richardson...
He didn't cheat against Cotto.
hold on, hey, Burberry. Nasim Richardson ran away. Hold on, Nasim Richardson ran away with the hand wraps, and look, he ran away with the hand wraps, and later they found traces after he ran away, which that shouldn't have happened. There should have been somebody monitoring. And another thing, dude, if you put plaster of Paris in your gloves with the sweat and everything, I get it. But if you think about Margarito style, he used to throw a lot of punches per round. Imagine having something that extra weight. Have a roll of quarters in your hand and see if you can throw as many punches as you're used to throwing. But then again, your punch count is higher than everybody else's. Dude, with the sweat in itself, right around the 9 or 10 now, with the bright lights are on you, your hands are going to get heavy. Going to be hard to look around the hands.
Jimmy. Before you go on, Jimmy, let me just say that because non-Spanish speakers probably don't listen to the Eric Morales, Marco Antonio Barrera podcast. They have a podcast. They're together, and they invited Margarito at some point, and Margarito said that he realized that he got fucked over in that trial. And he said that he's gonna try to reopen the case because he's saying that if he was guilty, he wouldn't try to reopen the case, right? He's trying to reopen the case because he got fucked over. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, the plaster Polaris, if it's the real plaster, if you keep working it, it won't harden up on you as long as you keep moving it. It wouldn't even dry, but even think about how much you would have to put on to make it actually be dangerous. Even a skim coating, plaster Polaris, it's so brittle, it turns to dust. I would put plaster Paris, I should wrap my hand in it, let it freeze, and then just punch a wall. Poof! Like talcum powder. It would evaporate to nothing. I'm saying, but no, he didn't get caught on video. What he did was Nasim Richards, who is a fucking known cheat. Didn't he get kicked out of boxing forever? Like, this dude is a fucking Nasim Richards did some shit.
He was in Haney's corner in Australia. He didn't kick
well, he did some shady shit. His one was got caught with the drink, wasn't he? He got caught giving someone a drink. What's that?
You know what?
I think it's like a Panama Lewis.
You know, the only reason Margarito didn't get suspended for life from boxing was because Nasim Richards tampered with the hand wraps. They were tossing them around. They were playing with them and doing all this crap.
What it's called is chain of custody.
Exactly.
Like, if you fuck up a police thing, like you show up at somebody's been murdered, but people have walked all around the scene and touched shit, that's contaminated. Once they find it, and if somebody else touches it or it leaves somebody's sight, it's now lost in the chain of, so it's done. You can't trust it. And all I'm saying is, you don't know if somebody just touched it. They found trace amounts. Okay, I'm not saying the dude didn't fucking maybe bend the gloves, try to do something with his gloves to get more knuckles through. Listen, Margarito's a bad dude.
Jimmy, you're hitting a wall. Let's say you're hitting a wall. Let's say you're hitting a wall or rubbing against concrete or something. Are you gonna get traces of that stuff on it? Like, it could be anything.
Well, if he punched the wall, sorry, Gonzalo. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, sorry. Maybe he put plaster of Paris in his chin too, because he used to take a lot of punishment. He used to fucking go in there and fight you. Maybe he put plaster of Paris in his chin as well.
Thank you. That's why he hit a wall. You can't take the shots dude, the motherfucker's blind in his eye. He let his own fucking eye get punched out of his head practically. I mean, that dude was a warrior. A fucking warrior. He came to fight. Nobody ever fucking was booing at a fucking Margarito fight. I mean, he was the epitome of what, gets that shit boiling. Whether you like him or not, the kid was tough as nails. But of course,
losing after the plaster.
And what didn't I just get done saying? How many wars it's in? When you're a fighter like that, you don't fade. You don't suddenly just fade. You go.
Wait, who did he lose to? Who did he lose to? Hold on. Who did he lose to?
23-year-old didn't even fucking know nothing in that kid's career or see the fights he's fought in.
So he lost to Mosley.
I saw Shane Mosley.
He lost to Mosley, and he lost to Mosley, and he lost to Mosley, and he lost to Pacquiao.
Mosley's not a bum.
Exactly.
I didn't say he was a bum.
So shut up.
Shut up.
But just imagine saying you're calling in someone's ability to losing to Shane Mosley. I mean, what the fuck?
I didn't say that. I said I'm glad Shane Mosley beat the shit out of him. That was justice.
Justice for what?
For what he did to Cotto.
What, beating up Cotto? If it's just
Cotto is a stand-up human being. From what I've seen, seems like a pretty good guy.
Listen, don't tell you, he might be a decent dude now, but Cotto was a fucking asshole.
Jimmy, Rarebreed didn't listen to anything. Jimmy, Rarebreed didn't listen to anything he just fucking said about the hand wraps, how it could have happened. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
I feel like he's making excuses for him. I don't know if he's trying to hand it to panel or something. I'm not sure. But
excuses. You hate excuses. You hate excuses.
Fucking, I'm a fanboy.
He fought Cotto in the rematch. He fought Cotto in the rematch after he fought Pacquiao already when his orbital bone was busted and it still hung in there. Yeah. Man, fighters get worn down, dude. Maromerito Pais knocked fucking Margarito down. Does it mean that Maromerito Pais was a power puncher? No. Does it necessarily mean that Margarito didn't have a good chin? He had a good chin, but hey, it's like a fucking piece of metal, like Jimmy says. Once it's fucking been bent too many times, it's
guys.
I want to say that. All right. Sorry. Go,
no, just before Jimmy continues, I want to say hit that like button, please. It's going to help the channel. Anybody can join. The link is in the description. And please get a fucking drink. Go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, what I was going to say is the reason why I'm not a fanboy, no, I said I was a fanboy like Triple G, and I was a huge fanboy of fucking Marvin. He could do no wrong, but I knew him personally, meaning I would sit there and watch him train. I watched him as an amateur. I watched him turn pro. I went to his fights. I went to his championship fights. So that's a whole different story. But when you've been around the sport as long as I have, my family's been in this game for over 100 years. I got a fucking second cousin who was on the cover of Ring magazine in 1929. So what I've learned is you don't get that emotionally involved in fighters. And what I've definitely learned as I've gotten older is to appreciate the guys for what they did and what they did in the sport. And people that question Margarito's toughness, that dude was one of the toughest fighters I've ever seen. He always came forward, but I'll leave it with this. You look at the guys who fought his style, they all go out quick. Hector Camacho, overnight, was gone. Margarito, any of those dudes who are willing to let their brains be swelled up to the equivalent of being in 40 car accidents where your head hits the windshield 3-4 times a year back then too. They don't last. It's suddenly what happens. Literally, it's like a piece of metal. Grab a thick piece of steel and just, if you have a machine, start bending it back and forth. By the time you can, before it breaks, you can use your own hands. It'll just break. The brain can only take so much beatings, and when those guys go, they go quick. That's just the nature of the beast. So, of course, once he went bad after that Cotto fight, Cotto can hit like a motherfucker. And Cotto, and Cotto, but what is it, man? No, the before and after rumors.
After the Pacquiao fight, Jimmy. After the Pacquiao fight, he rematched Cotto. So a lot of he wasn't wars, but the Pacquiao fight was pretty much the cherry on the Sunday. It was like after that he was fucking done. Because not only is he worn down, but his eye is compromised. Right,
he's
the structure of his face.
Yeah, he's legally blind in that eye. It's no good. No, in fact, doesn't he have a glass eye? I mean,
no, I don't think so.
There's like Robocop for sure, though.
He's definitely blind in that eye.
No, I think it's the other boxer. He lost his eye. I think it's Montiel, not Montiel.
Yeah, but he does look like Terminator when he's looking at you.
El Magnífico Vázquez.
Yeah, but when he's looking at you, he lost his blaster.
I think.
Yeah, but when he's looking at you, no, but to what Jimmy's saying, Bucho, he does look like Terminator when he's looking at you. Like the eye's not for real.
Oh, okay.
And the thing is, right, I'm not saying he didn't cheat. He could have done something else. I don't fucking know. I'm just telling you, as someone who's been around fucking boxing my whole life, who's fought in gloves, if I walked up to Mickey, the next time I saw Mickey, hey, Mickey, dude, let me throw some Pastor Polaris in your fucking hands before you go in the fight. He'd say, dude, are you fucking retard? It would eat my skin alive. And what would it do? What would I gain besides the lie burns in my skin?
Jimmy.
So when I hear people say Pastor Polaris, it's like, fucking dude, that's as bad as the egg whites. It's ridiculous Jimmy, on its face.
How many knockout wins did he have?
No, Jimmy just fucking wrapped it up, man. That's it, Jimmy. It doesn't make fucking sense. You're gonna hurt your own fucking hand, man. And by the way, I want to thank Vladdy. Hold on, guys, before you continue, guys. Vladdy V, thank you for your contribution. Happy Cinco de Mayo, boys. Shout out to the nation whose fans keep boxing alive. I mean, I gotta give it to Vladdy V. He's right, man. Mexicans, we love fucking boxing. We buy we bought a bunch of fucking Floyd Mayweather fights. So
without a doubt, Mexicans are the backbones of the sport. That's anybody questions that's fucking just being silly. But now this.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
I'll be done in 10 seconds. This is my final thing. But what people can do with powder in their glove? Here's an old trick, what they used to do back in the day. They put itching powder in their wraps. The reason being, with horsehair, you start punching, boom, boom, hitting the head. That slowly pushes through. And fucking leather, especially kangaroo leather, which what gloves will always wear up until 1990, it's very porous. That powder will come through and literally start getting in the eyes of your opponent. And people have been caught putting all kinds of shit in their gloves. Did he try to use some Paso Polaris to fuck with Cotto's eyes? I'm not going to sit there because I can't know. I don't know. But the raps did leave his things, and I just say so. But that's the whole thing. Gonzalo, go.
Yeah, Jimmy, the state of Athletic Commission in Nevada and Bob Bennett will lose the case if they decide to take it to trial, and maybe that's the reason they don't want. Because they know that Nasim Richardson took off with the hand wraps. So therefore, they're kind of scared. And they're kind of throwing Margarito under the bus because he don't speak English. Basically, fuck that guy.
And in the Nevada Commission trial, and the commission in that trial, right, that's not like, you know what I mean? There's no fucking things that you have to do. That's just, it's 4 dudes who sit up there on a bench, or 4 or 5, and they make a fucking decision. Sometimes you're not even really allowed to talk. All right, that's hell and different from a fucking. He wants to bring this shit to legal court. Like, I want to sue you. Of course, they don't want to go. They'd have to give up, evidentiary evidence.
A real
they would
court.
Have to fucking
a real
court. Exactly. Where then they would have to show how would Paso Polaris even benefit a fighter. I mean, all those different fucking.
Did you watch the first photo fight?
I've watched all the fights.
Then why was he punching him and just cutting him with each punch? Very different from the second fight.
That would have nothing to do with Paso Polaris. I just explained. That was after Pacquiao. That's right. It was after Pacquiao. There's other things you can do.
Yeah. Also, he lost
the same reason Cotto got his ass kicked by Trump. The same reason Cotto got his ass kicked by Saddam Ali. The same reason Cotto got his ass kicked by a bunch of bums, bro.
Yeah, good point.
If Nasim Richardson walked away with the, if Nasim, no, hold on. If Nasim Richardson, he was still hanging in there till the 9th, 10th round when the fight got stopped. If Nasim Richardson ran away with the hand wraps, you know why? Because Margarito and Margarito's camp, they didn't care. They were like nonchalant. They were like, they didn't have it in their minds. When you're guilty, you're going to hide something. But since they didn't think along those lines, they were too concerned about hiding the wraps. Cheaters, they want to cover their shit up real quick. Cheaters want to cover, but when you're running away with the wraps, hey, maybe you're not paying no mind to what the other motherfucker's doing until later. You want to say, oh, he's fucking cheating, but we didn't care.
He might have run away with the wraps to hide.
In real time, you're not fucking paying attention. It's like,
all right, guys. All right, guys. I think we should move on from this topic. I think people are getting bored. Right. I think it's interesting. And can I just say something quickly? People are saying that why couldn't Margarito stop Cotto in the second fight? I mean, obviously Cotto changed his style, but I think this is my opinion. Margarito was coming strong in the second fight. But then they stopped it because of the eye thing. Yeah. But Margarito
That fight was purposely punishing him. When he was able to knock him out, he would pull back.
Okay.
Anybody that watched the fight knows that he would pull back when he got him hurt. It was on purpose.
It's Miguel Cotto.
Is that not a fact, Jimmy?
But nobody's trying to convince you. But we're just giving you the fucking facts, bro.
Did he not pull back whenever he hurt Margarito?
If you don't like the facts, then go suck a dick, bro.
Yo, Jimmy. Did he not pull back every time he hurt Margarito in the second one? Because he didn't want to knock him out?
What?
Who?
Cotto, he didn't want to knock out Margarito in the second one. Every time he hurt him,
he wanted to knock him out. Listen, do you remember what was being said? Do you remember what Cotto said before the fight? Listen, one of the reasons Cotto said before the fight, Cotto hated the motherfucker. Hated him. He wanted to hurt that dude. Do I believe Cotto? Yes, I believe he was trying to prolong it to give him worse of a beating. I think Cotto hated him that much more. He wanted to fucking hurt him. That's my fucking opinion. And I've seen fighters do it. And fighters know it. You got a sense when you got a guy hurt. You feel it in there. You know when you're taking the dude's heart. He might still, from the outside, people might not see it. People watching it, it looks like two dudes are going. The dude in there, Tank knew it the second fucking after the second round. His whole expression of his face changed. That's when he started smirking. In the second round, he was like, what the fuck? Face all red. I wasn't expecting that. But when he realized he had taken the heart out of him, he was fucking smacking him so bad with his mouth that the ref had to say enough. Davis, fucking stop fighting, because he was fucking just really riding him. So I'm saying a fighter tells, he knows, and I believe wholeheartedly Cotto in the second fight was getting some revenge out of him, because Margarito's camp talked a lot of shit going into the first fight, and especially after the second fight. And Cotto's a proud dude, a little pricky, wears women's fucking flip-flops, and he kissed his friend on the lips, which kind of freaked me out. I saw that shit in person, too. That was weird. But anyways, tough motherfucker. And I believe he gave that dude a beating on purpose. I'm done.
Yeah, but also the same thing had happened in the fight before with Manny Pacquiao. He was also taking a beating, and Pacquiao wanted to pull back, but nonetheless, he made it to the 12th round. So he had taken a beating prior to. It's when like Emmanuel Griffith killed that dude. That dude that he killed had taken a beating in the first round fight.
But Pacquiao was trying to knock him out. Here, bro. Cotto's not a reliable fighter, bro. Like 1 minute he looks good, then the other he looks like
talks
shit.
about his record, he brings up Cotto. Why is that? Because he's a bad fighter.
1 minute fucking.
Don Chingazos brings up a good point here. Don Chingazos brings up a good point. Miguel Cotto, great boxer, Hall of Famer. But I still remember in that Max Kellerman interview where you had Cotto and Margarito, and Margarito said that he was willing to die in the ring, and Cotto said, "I'm not willing to die in the ring because I don't know what he said. I have a family or something like."
I have a family, yes.
So I immediately was like,
that was really intense moment.
Exactly.
That was really that was great television right there, man. When they had that face off, and then they started talking in Spanish in front of Max Kellerman. You could tell there was bad fucking blood. I mean,
but Cotto's not willing to die in the ring. Cotto was, and Margarito proved that he's willing to die in the ring. Margarito proved that he's willing to die in the ring. This is a different fucking species.
Yeah, Cotto was willing to kill him.
Margarito for me has always been
Cotto was willing to kill him.
Always been for me one of the toughest fighters I've ever seen. I've never seen a guy more tougher than that. I mean, in my memory of seeing fighters fight, the guy was a piece of iron. It was like in Rocky 4 when Drago says he's not human, he's like a piece of iron. That's Margarito, bro. That's Margarito.
Guys, I remember I invited a bunch of my friends to watch the Margarito Pacquiao fight at the bar, and they were Asians, and they said Margarito looks Asian. Because his eyes were fucking, his soul, and they were making a joke, obviously, but his eyes.
At the end of the fight, he was definitely looking Chinese,
Yeah, his eyes were shut, man. They should have stopped the fight.
Of course they should have.
Pacquiao said he took a lot of damage in that fight, even though he was whooping Margarito's ass.
He took some body shots.
That's a fact, Dirk.
He was half his size.
Yeah, Margarito can fact too. No, he was just a tough dude. He gave it all, man. He gave it all. He gave his eyesight. I have nothing but respect for dudes like that, like Eric Lubin. People might not realize, but that fight against fucking that big tall dude who just got starched, that dude's. You see pictures how swollen that dude's head was and face, and he refused to stop fighting. So I don't give a fuck what his record is. I'll always respect that kid, Eric Lubin.
They think Margarito's like this huge. They think Margarito's like this huge guy, dude. I've been right next to him. He's like a crackhead, dude. He's skinny. He's like 5'11". He's kind of tall.
True.
But and I've stood next to Pacquiao.
Why does Virgil beat Stadion?
I've stood next to Pacquiao, and I've shaken his hand. He's got big-ass hands, big-ass calves, and a huge fucking head like a Ninja Turtle. So, yeah, him being half the size of Margarito's not true, dude. He's not.
You're right. Pacquiao. Hey, Gonzalo, didn't you shake Pacquiao's hand? Tell us about that.
He's got a heavy hand, fool. He's got a heavy hand. I've shaken Manny Pacquiao's hand and Jorge Campos. He was the goalkeeper for Mexico. That dude's hands are like
Brody.
They're like real fluffy.
Brody.
Fucking and Brody and fucking Manny Pacquiao.
Brody.
Hands are heavy. Manny Pacquiao's hands are heavy.
I met Pacquiao in Vegas, and the guy has big wrists too. That's the thing. Like he's got big hands and big wrists. That's Manny Pacquiao's little, but
and three trunks on his calf.
His hands and his wrists are fucking huge.
Yeah,
for a little
steroids
guy.
make your
That's
nose
why
bigger.
you never-
freak and shit.
They make your
He
nose
never
bigger.
really suffered hand injuries because of your big wrists. That's exactly right. He has big calves. That's why he could hit so hard on the bounce. That's just a genetic, freak that kid was. But yeah.
You know whose hands are real heavy? Robert Garcia's. Robert Garcia, you can shake his hand, you could tell his hands are like a heavyweight, dude.
Well, it's dense. They get calluses on his skin. They get their bones. When you keep punching, right, you get like your bones build. They actually build denser when you punch your hand. So that's what you mean by the dense. Like I remember shaking Marvin's hand, and like I probably held on to it a little too long. Because the first time it was like a big thing to me. I was just a teenager, but you know what I mean. Like there's pictures of him holding me when I was a little kid. Because at the anyways, he was a big deal down at so yeah, those dudes I shook his hand and it was like that. It was like dense. It was like concrete. And I was thinking, I was watching him hit that 150-pound leather bag, and he was snapping that bitch in two. And I was thinking, oh God, man, imagine catching that in a rib cage. Fuck that.
Who's that fighter that wanted to fight Julio Cesar or Chavez? They spoke about he was a welterweight back in the days that got knocked out by he's a power puncher. Terry Norris, man. A friend of mine told me his hands are like steel, like fucking Superman. Like his hands are, he's fucking like he used to do 40 pull-ups in a row. Terry Norris.
If it wasn't for cocaine, he would have been one of the best fucking welterweights in a generation. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but you're so on the money, brother. That dude was terrible, Terry Norris. That kid cracked. Dude, he would fold people like lawn chairs. Legs go right off from behind him and shit. Oh, yeah, he would literally, and he was a cool dude, too, because he knew how hard he hit. He was one of those dudes who'd go jump around and celebrate over him. He would always kind of wait to make sure the dude was all right. He was a soft-spoken dude. I like him. So wasn't Donald Curry, the Cobra. Same way. Cocaine, I believe, as the rumor goes, it happens. These guys get the money. They don't move out of the same area. You know what I mean? The difference is now they're millionaires or rich. But when you're still in that same area, it's dangerous, What
about Julian Jackson if he had a chin?
Probably the hottest puncher in fucking middleweight history. Probably.
Terry Norris was beating the shit. That's I still think, I don't care what nobody says, Nigel Benn cheated Mike McCallum in that fight. Or Gerald McClellan. I'm sorry, Gerald McClellan.
How?
He was hitting him in the back of the head. Multiple times.
Getting into the punches, bro. They weren't on purpose.
The referee wasn't stopping it. It was just kept doing it over and over again.
Extreme weight cut that Gerald McClellan was doing, like fight in by fight in, bro. It's just like it was a perfect storm, bro. Like it would have been anybody in that ring. It would have happened.
Hey, Puro, I just think the way Nigel Benn punches kind of ends up on the back of the head, whether it's on accident or whatever.
Some people do punch like a way. I hear you.
To be real with you.
I got you, brother. I got you.
Your rabbit punch.
Nigel Benn, Gerald McClellan wasn't like an angel or nothing, but that's still a sad story.
No, very sad. Very sad. No, for sure.
And you guys know the story. The dude who had the padding taken out of his fucking glove, and he killed. That dude eventually died from it, right? To Gonzalo,
hell yeah.
Remember how, to Gonzalo's point about if you do something illegal in there, you are trying obviously to hide the evidence. Look at the way he acted. Remember, he was like it was his own sketchiness what caught their attention because they were like, oh no, he wouldn't let anybody touch his glove. He went to shake his hand, and the trainer from the other dude, his father, went to grab his hand, and he wouldn't let him grab it. Then they wouldn't let him see it was so obvious. Then they found it. They took the pads out. Oh yeah, and the dude died 3 years later, but it was absolutely from that. He died.
Billy Collins.
Yeah, Billy Collins.
It's Panama Lewis, right? He was the one in charge of that dude.
Yeah, Panama Lewis. Yeah, he was.
I saw a documentary about that shit.
Imagine how sick in the fucking head you have to be, because you guys got to think of this too. Nowadays, it's illegal. They don't allow it anymore. Now they allow different kind of rap material. Back in the day, they used to use cotton gauze with white athletic tape. Dude, you could make your fist into a cast. And that's the reason why they don't let you wrap your hands and pull knuckles. Yeah, well, regardless, it's a cast. That's what I'm saying. Exactly, dude. You don't need a cast. Plaster of Paris cannot form a cast on your hand if you put in a glove.
There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's like telling me the world is flat. It makes as much sense. So that's regardless. Everybody already has a cast with regular wrapping. The reason why you don't wrap your hands in bare knuckle fights, they don't let you wrap your wrists, because you could fucking kill somebody because it makes it like a cast. But back in the day, it was cotton with white fucking athletic tape, and literally it would get water drenched, and so basically it was just like a homemade padding over your knuckles. And fucking just imagine taking the pad out of your glove, knowing that's where you're gonna be hitting this dude.
When it gets moisturized?
No.
Look it up.
That's an interesting argument, because I've never thought of it that way. But if you've like worked with drywall material or plaster Paris construction, when it gets wet, eventually it starts to cake really bad, and then it starts turning into a fine dust.
Fine dust.
I mean,
exactly what it does.
Also the weights. I mean, think about this. Like, I'm making some gloves. And I put in some pretty heavy padding in there for bag work. Now, when I make gloves, I have to triple layer them sometimes. I don't do a mold machine. I do up to 4 layers of padding sometimes. And with the padding of glove that I'm using for the bag work, it's non-resistant foam, which means I'm calling it like the 10,000 mile foam. Like it doesn't break down over time.
Yeah. So here's the thing, dude.
So when you're using a heavier foam like that, it absorbs the moisture and it starts weighing down. So I had to stop using it. It's one of those things that I realized that with that glove, when I was reading about the moisture that accumulates, it starts getting really heavy. So it's not one of those things you can just use. And when you're training, your hands are gonna start getting weighed down. As you get tired, you're not gonna be able to throw as many punches anymore.
Listen, real quick, dude. If you ever make your own glove, don't go too high over the knuckles, because if you do too much, where your knuckles hit the bag, you have a much higher risk of rolling your wrist and fucking your wrist up. It's just, try to keep it very uniformed.
That's my new hobby, Jimmy. That's my new hobby. I'm gonna start collecting gloves. I already ordered 2 pairs. They're on their way. I got one right now.
Hey, Gonzalo.
I used to have Beto Reyes. Yeah.
What are
you getting the winning gloves?
Oh my God! There's like 90,000 Filipino pesos, dude. That's like $2,000.
This is a boring conversation.
Winning gloves are fucking expensive, man.
Winning gloves are my favorite, bro. They're made in Japan, handmade. They have good quality.
Yeah, but they're fucking expensive, man. Sparring gloves.
Even Reyes gloves right now. Even Reyes, they say, "Oh, Gonzalo, somebody say you should buy Reyes, dude." I've been having Reyes ever since I was a teenager. Like I'm talking about. I've had a few pairs in my life. But right now, they've gone up. They tripled in value. I used to buy them for $120.
Does anybody give a fuck about Gonzalo's gloves?
Yeah, we do. Shut the fuck up, bro.
I do. I find it interesting.
Boxing or Gonzalo's gloves?
Boxing, there's one piece of equipment in boxing. All sports, there's all kinds of equipment. People talk about it. Yeah, gloves are a fucking part of it. I find it interesting.
They have a lot of
Mirage, know your place. Mirage, you need to know your place. Know your place, Mirage. Know your place.
Go ahead, Mirage. Go ahead.
Mirage, know your fucking place.
We're getting on fine. Don't fuck it up, okay?
Yeah, we can
Mirage,
talk about your rubber cup.
shut the fuck up.
Maybe you'll be interested in that.
All right, Gonzalo, great comments here. Mirage, shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
are you gonna get? All right, guys. Teofimo Lopez against Josh Taylor. I don't understand why I don't hear a lot of people talk about this fight if it happens.
Far away, that's why.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think about this?
Great fight. Cambos was ruined Teo.
I got Josh Taylor winning because to me he's a more skilled fighter than Teofimo. Plus Teofimo is a mental nutcase.
So is
Sandor Martin beat Teo.
What are we talking about here?
There's so many open questions. There's so many open questions on both fighters that it's kind of hard to say who really can win, right?
Exactly.
They're both proven. And you could say that Josh Taylor is proven more because he's got the greater accolades. But Teofimo, we know that he's good because he's kind of on and off. He's done good, but it's also like had kind of questionable performances against fighters that are not going to make you look. Against that dude, that fucking Spaniard guy, he was going to make you look bad. So in reality, in that fight, he probably learned a little bit more how to cut off the ring and how to not get impatient. But he's fighting a totally different guy that brings a different style to the table.
Did he lose that fight?
He cracked more. No, he didn't lose it. He won
lost
narrowly.
every punch that though.
He lost that fight 100%.
He lost every punch that.
He lost that fucking fight. I rewatched that.
I'm not going to stay hairs with you. I'm not going to stay
He
hairs
landed
with you.
70 punches. He landed 70
I think the Taylor fight is interesting. I think the Taylor fight is interesting because I think the Taylor fight is interesting because both guys fight in close, and that's where Teofimo has his best work. He hits really hard when you're at mid distance, so that's where I really see the danger for Taylor. It's also interesting because both guys are coming off their worst performances of their careers. So, yeah, I think it's a compelling fight.
Can I talk or what? Can I talk, Booch, or are you going to be a bitch?
Nobody's holding you back, motherfucker.
No,
Nobody's holding you back. I don't know why you're putting
Mirage, you're going. Mirage, you need to chill out. If you don't chill out, I'll mute your
Why are you such a fucking cunt?
Mirage.
Because I'm the only one getting.
Mirage,
fucking pussy.
you act like a human being, and I'll let you talk. All right? So you relax, and I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
I was talking, and then I just got muted. About 3 people started over talking me, and I got muted. So anyway, I watched that fight recently. In this reality we live in, he did not win that fight. Impossible. With the points deductions, he would have needed to win 8 rounds to win that fight. He lost. I scored it. I was being charitable. I scored it 114, 111 to Catterall. There's no way he won that fight. He landed 70 punches. He did lose that fight, but that was a bad matchup. Very awkward. I don't think that indicates too much versus Lopez, Southpaw, etc. But he fucking lost, man. Don't give me that bullshit.
All right, go back on mute.
So if he lost, maybe you're splitting hairs, but it was a close fight. The other dude didn't really come to fight. So I'll give you that much. But let's not say like the Spaniard dude deserved to win clearly either. That's what I'm saying. That's
that guy beat Mikey Garcia. He's not some nobody.
And to your point, you could say the same thing happened to Josh Taylor in Scotland against Catterall. It could have gone either way. I thought Josh Taylor edged it, but they're kind of in the same boat right now. And I think Jimmy wanted to say something.
I thought you guys were talking about Catterall versus Josh Taylor right now, bro, because that one was also like it could have gone either way, bro. To be real with you. And for that reason, I think this fight is 50-50, bro. Because Josh Taylor didn't look so great.
Catterall knocked down Taylor.
You know.
I mean, guys, think about this.
Yes, he did.
Everybody talks about that kid. Listen, his running made me sick. I wanted to fucking choke him myself. Don't get me wrong. But you can't take away from that kid makes everybody he fights look bad. When they announced the fight, what did I say? I'm like, that's stupid. Why would they fight that dude? Like, why would you fight a kid who's going to force a counterpuncher to have to go find the guy? It was a stupid matchup to begin with. But think about this, dude. He beat Mickey Garcia by just running, not engaging, but engaging just enough where he could win some of the ring generalship. Against Tio, that dude just straight ran. In fact, turned his back a couple of times. I will never let a dude.
He knocked him down, though.
But I would never give that. I couldn't give that guy the fucking win on principle. That's just me.
He was hitting and moving. He wasn't running.
Dude, he ran a lot.
Whenever Tio got him to a corner, he would right hook his head off.
Fighter, nobody wanted to fight.
Not running.
Hey guys,
Tio got to cut off the ring though. You can't be both ways.
But no, exactly. That's why I said it was a terrible matchup because that's not Tio's game. Everybody knows he's a counterpuncher. That's his shit. That's his shit. His father allowing them to sign that fight goes to show you. Think about the jackasses that dude's listening to.
His dad is retarded.
Guys, I have a question. I have a question for you guys. Okay, so Teofimo Lopez became a big. There were big expectations out of him after he beat Lomachenko. Then he loses to Kambosos. If he loses to Josh Taylor, is it over? Almost over?
Yep.
I bet as far as saying Top Rank cuts him. I bet you. Put it this way, I'll go on record and say I bet you Top Rank cuts him.
Did he say it was his last fight?
He said it was his last fight on ESPN. That's that whole comment that got his stupid ass in trouble. Because I have no idea why he interjected race. He didn't have to. He could have said, because it's true. But then the counter is, you know why? They're not giving you the same love. Because when they did give you that love and promoted the shit out of you, the first sniff of success you got, you shoved it in their fucking face. I need to renew my contract. I fucking should be on pay-per-view. I should be making, this is what somebody
if you beat Loma, you gotta step up the power.
Shit he said though, man. He went on Twitter saying that this is what people should be doing to take care of their career. He was listen, I'm just telling you right now, Bob might come over and smile when you take your pitch up. He never forgot that. You think that kid was for him not to realize the way he handled himself, and nobody's gonna tell me, and I don't think anybody's gonna argue on his behalf, that he didn't act like a fucking idiot going after that Lomachenko
He shouldn't have
fight.
asked for more money after beating Loma?
Yeah, of course not. He had a contract. He was trying to renew his contract. When you sign a contract, dude, you gonna tell me that you don't honor it? You honor it.
But if you beat Loma, you should.
Yeah, but then that you signed. Listen, then you have that in your. Listen, let me finish. No, it's not different, dude. You signed a contract for that fight. How come your lawyer, which had a team of them, I guarantee, go over the contract, say stipulate if you win, you get to renegotiate your contract.
Are you talking about the killer fight?
I'm talking about Teofimo against Lomachenko. My point being, he had a signed 3-fight deal still left on his contract with Bob Arum. He wanted to renegotiate because of a win. You don't do that. It's not how it works. You don't just suddenly say you're 2 fights out of prospect status, regardless if you beat Loma. Then you spit in Bob's eye because Bob, from day one, wanted the rematch him because throughout time immemorial, that's what you do on a fight that wispily close. You have a rematch. He wanted nothing to do with the rematch. So Bob didn't like him for that. Then the fucking stepping it up his ass.
Think about it. Think about it, Jimmy. If Teofimo Lopez beats Josh Taylor, he's gonna become another diva again. Right?
Probably.
Yeah.
He's a difficult guy to deal with, same way like Ryan Garcia is. You know, people have that reputation, and it's warranted because he does it publicly. He does it in the things he says. And I don't care what anybody thinks about Bob, because if it wasn't promoters, people don't realize how much. The reason why, you know why? We always say it's the same pocket promoters, decade after decade, because you know how many the desert in Vegas is covered with the bones of promoters because they lose so much money in the beginning, especially because you got to get these guys. You think fucking Keyshawn Davis is working somewhere? That dude, you know what he gets paid to do? He gets paid to fucking watch TV and train a fight. Bob pays his bills, pays everything for him. Right now, it's an investment that Bob is losing money on. But he's banking on the time that he's going to pull down fat checks. Same thing with Anderson. That's a promoter's deal. They're financing these guys. So it's not, you know what I mean? It's a hard business to crack. Is this shady shit? Of course. Does he do things that pisses me off? All the time. But I'm saying they're a necessary evil for a sport that has 51 different sanctioning bodies. Every state has its own sanctioning bodies. Imagine the NHL, NBA having 51 different boards telling anybody what to do. So it's amazing again. Anyways, that's just my spiel. So yes, what he did to Bob wasn't right because other fighters didn't do that. Guys who went on to win, Pacquiao didn't even do that shit with Bob. But this kid is off of one fucking fight. Come on. It's the reason why he went on Trilla. The thing fell apart. He was difficult to deal with.
The reason he went on Trilla is because they outbidded Bob.
No, yeah,
it's not because Teofimo changed anything.
And then what happened? Did that go on Trilla?
They bid for the fight person. Trilla put more money. That's why he won.
No, what happened? Because Bob don't want to spend money on Latino fighters, bro. That's evident.
Bob didn't want to put up money for the Latinos. So
oh my God, that's not true. For Latinos, that's insane,
let me break it down instead of fucking just bullshitting me, bro.
But let me respond to that. Teofimo that he ran off,
bro. If you're good, Bob is gonna promote you. Stop it.
Look, nah, shut up. Look up Bernardo Lopez, bro.
Stop making money. It's not about race.
They didn't give a fuck about him. That's why he was fighting over there in the zone.
Okay, so answer this question: what do you get out of promoting black fighters out of Latino fighters?
Look at Jose Ramirez. Look at Jose Ramirez. He had to fight in the zone. Look, their fights were first place. You think Shakur Stevenson fight is gonna go to first split? You think fucking Crawford's fight is gonna go to first split?
Of course, a way better investment than fucking Jose Ramirez.
All right, you're talking about. I'm looking over fucking 60 years. and seeing the Spanish fighters he doesn't give a fuck what color anybody is.
I'm talking about recent times, bro. I don't know.
Again, it's about the money, though. What is the value? Yes, Triller outbid him, and what happened to Triller? They outbid him, and they belly up. They lost everything on that fight.
Yeah, but you said that he ran off with Triller.
No, you know. You know what? If Teofimo Lopez was Mexican, it would have been a different story. But he's not Mexican. That's the reality of it.
Look at Barbosa. Why is his fight in first split, bro? Because they don't give a fuck about Mexican fighters top rank.
No, but he's not
even. Before Teofimo made all these fucking comments, bro. This is not new to me.
Okay,
I don't think
Teofimo. What does Top Rank get out of promoting black fighters over Latino fighters? What do they get?
Let me tell you something, bro. Top rank is under Disney, bro. Disney. What does Disney do? The black fucking mermaid.
It's a Jewish comparison.
Like that. So
you know what?
He's about to say that shit.
I agree with Chingas. I agree with Chingas. I agree with Don Chingasas. I agree with Don Chingasas.
And then they have BLM, and then they have people bending for BLM and shit. Bending for BLM.
You think a baby Anderson is going?
But when it comes to Don Ching, what I disagree is that when it comes to
you think Kishan Davis is never going to first split on the zone?
I disagree about Teofimo Lopez, but I agree with a lot of what Don Chingasso is saying. There's like an agenda.
Don Chingasso is fucking delusional, bro.
No,
I like Don. Don has good. I think he's a good dude. I don't like when he calls me stupid, but
I'm using references though, bro. I'm not just talking
about my point being this: it's all about potential earnings to Bob. I'm telling you guys, he don't give a fuck about these guys. You want to be pragmatic? He don't give a fuck about any of them. They're a number to him. He doesn't. Oh, fucking, it's a Mexican. Oh, hey, Jesus, Jimmy, I'm not gonna.
Jimmy,
if that dude has ability to make Bob millions or money,
Jimmy,
it's on.
Hey, Jimmy, what about the PB? What about Jimmy? What about the PB? What about the PBC now, Heyman?
Well, why did Bob
Don, what Jimmy's going to say is that the black fighters at Top Rank are more profitable than the Latino ones.
Let me just say a quick sentence, bro. Why did Bob Arum say he lost millions of dollars on Crawford that he could have built a fucking Beverly Hills home and with the money he lost on Crawford?
I'm the one who said that. I lost so much money. I lost enough money. I could have bought a house in Beverly Hills.
Okay, well, Don, who should have put money behind?
But listen, Don Buccio, because he was banking on that Spence fight. He kept putting in the money because, you know what? I'm losing money. But again, they think of the long run. That's why they're doing it. And another thing, too, let me say a thing about Crawford, what I lost a ton of respect for. His abilities in the ring is one thing. What he did. During the COVID shutdown, when every fighter who had an ability to fight in one of those stupid fucking rooms with nobody in them but the fighters in the corners, fucking Crawford wouldn't take a dime off his pay. Nothing. Nope, $3.5 million. That's what I get fucking Bob. Hey. And on top of that, made Bob pay him for a fucking fight that he didn't get. When he saw Bob try as best as he could to make the Spence fight, they didn't want it. And that's the only fight Crawford wanted. But because he didn't make the fight, he had to pay him an extra $3.5 million when he fought Crawford. Just, what was it, 6.5? And on top of that, when Crawford leaves, he calls him racist. Then he calls Bob a racist. It's unbelievable.
Hey, but Don, if he shouldn't put money behind Crawford, who should he put his money behind?
Bob's probably racist.
Don.
Shit, not Crawford, bro, because he already lost all his fucking money, bro, on him.
Then okay, answer the question. Who should he put his money behind?
Let me use another example. Look at Andy Ruiz, bro. They threw him to the trash. They didn't give a fuck about him, top rank.
What are you talking about? He got 2 huge paydays with Joshua. Like that's the best he can get.
That was with Top Rank, bro.
Yeah, and that was a miracle that he even got to fight. That's because of.
He wasn't with Top Rank. He was with PBC.
No, but when he was with the Top Rank, he also turned down 2 fights back in the day when he was with Top Rank, and he wouldn't fucking show up in shape. And he was a fucking problem, and he don't do that shit.
Okay, Jimmy.
Hey, bro,
I heard you. But how? Hey, motherfucker! I'm talking to Jimmy. Hey, but if that's true, then how come he only had 1 fight after leaving Top Rank, and then he became unified champion? If he isn't ready, if he isn't shit, how is he unified champion?
Okay, well, and now since we saw that fight, was that Was that the fucking fight that proves the rule? Because if you ask me, that was if you want to say what's the anomaly over since that fight and all the fights since 5 fights before and whatever fights he's had since. What's the one anomaly? He caught fucking a dude who was probably a little overhyped. It was terrible condition, overwhelmed by the moment, and it is because what has he done since? He's looked like shit against
but you
shit
said
fighters.
Let him go because he's a bum, because he doesn't train.
No,
Okay,
then how come first off, is that the word I used on? Because that's what you're doing now. That's when you're trying to get emotion into it, bro. I never called him a bum. I said he turned down
You
fights.
said he wasn't training, and he was turning down fights, bro. And that's why Tom Brand let him go.
All right, let me finish. He fucking turned down fights, meaning Bob called him, dude, nah, man, I can't make it. It was either he didn't want to fight or he couldn't get in shape in time. And then Bob also calls and checks on these dudes. What's going on? Yeah, he's 330 fucking pounds, dude. Even when he's in fighting shape, looking at him, he's a mess. It's a known thing. He carried Gonzalo knows the dude. That's always been his crutch. If that could keep the food out of his mouth.
All right, guys.
You can't say that fucking his weight hasn't been a problem.
I've been timing this, and we have to move on.
Let me just ask a quick question, bro. What Mexican fighter is Top Rank pushing right now? Like, which one?
Yo, let's do Virgil Stanionis.
That kid, that Vargas kid, what's his name? Emiliano Vargas. Bro, if you're talented, they're gonna push you. Maybe it's not enough talent coming out of the Mexican community. Maybe that's the issue.
So you're telling me Venado Lopez is not talented, even though he's champion. You're telling me fucking Richard Torres is not that good.
Hold on. So hold on. Why did they? Why was Eddie Hearn pushing for Devin Haney and he let him go?
Because Eddie Hearn doesn't know how to promote American fighters.
No, it's because Haney's a pain in the balls to deal with, as we're seeing. We just saw again.
Because you're not gonna get your money. Because you won't get your money back. Because you're not gonna get your money back with that fucking style. But anyway, that's another story. That's another story.
I thought Bob didn't fucking. He didn't support Oscar Valdez. He didn't support Navarrete?
Hey, Don, if Keyshawn Davis was Mexican, you best believe Aaron will be pushing him the same way.
I've been waiting to hear all that. Who was the number one? Let me finish, dude. Ramirez, the number one draw in the United States. The number one draw in the United States from 2017 to 2020 was Ramirez, and he credited Bob for the money he would help plaster his fucking area and the venues he booked and the fucking advertisement he got, and it paid off. Ramirez was he was the biggest draw. That dude consistently brought in 18 to 20,000 people. Big, huge events. Well, that was all Bob. Bob doesn't give a fuck. To say he's deliberately not promoting Mexicans to promote blacks is ridiculous.
You're not even letting me talk, though, bro.
Because I already started talking, dude, and then you jumped in with something. And then I was like, well, that's why I kept trying to talk over you. My point being, dude,
move on.
It's for years he's been Mexicans.
Let's move on. Let's agree.
You brought up Navarrete.
Don't chingazos. We gotta move on. Guys. All right, guys. We need guys. We need to move on.
I think just hung up.
No, guys. In the chat, in the chat, people want to move on, so let's move on.
Yeah, I know.
No, guys. All right.
Listen, can I just say honestly, maybe it's my fault. I talked too much, and it kind of sucks because he did have a point he wanted to say about Navarrete, and I do feel bad they didn't get a chance to tell me his point and whether you needed to change or not. I just wanted to say that.
Well, we could go on for all night.
Just arguing in circles.
We could go all night, and
I know. No, listen, I don't play. It just sucks because he did have a point he wanted to say about Navarrete, and I like Don. He's a good dude.
That would have been a good one.
I like debates. I enjoy debates, and Don Chingazos. We enjoy. All right, hold on, please. Please, hold on, Don. Please like the chat.
Yo, let's talk about WBC being corrupt against
Please hit the like button.
I gave you a like. I just gave you a like.
Christ.
Shut the fuck up, Mirage.
All right, I don't have to fucking mute people because people are savages. First of all, hit the like button, please. We're gonna go all night, so please hit the like button. Jump in if you want. We want to mix it up here, get you some new opinions, and give us something to talk about, please, so we can switch it up. Mirage, please go ahead.
Have you talked about Better B of Callum Smith being ordered by the WBC? That'll be pretty interesting fight. I mean, I think it's going to be a beatdown, but I mean, it'll be something notable. Because
WBC won't let Diesel fight for the belt.
Anybody giving Smith a chance?
Guys, what do you think? Smith, I mean, he did get stopped by Beterbiev, but this is a different
That is going to get stopped.
He's going to quit.
You talking about Callum Smith? Well,
Callum
he's been looking unbeatable. He's been looking unbeatable lately. It's kind of like Liam Smith, his brother, right? They've been winning ever since they lost the last big one, and especially the bigger brother, since he's moved up in weight, it looks like he's more durable because he's a tall dude.
When he knocked that dude out,
just because he lost,
he looks different. He looks stronger.
Oh, God,
stop it. See, I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it up because he fought Canelo, so you want him to look good, but he's gonna get his ass.
Why do you have this? Why do you have this?
Because I know this. Fans do this shit all the time.
Because he's winning. Because he's still winning. Because he's winning.
Against who?
It's so boring.
Yeah, but he's winning.
It's so boring.
Against who?
He's knocking out.
Who is he knocking out? Can you name these people?
Lenin Castillo,
monopolize every conversation.
He looked like a fucking. He looked like a mosquito when you spray, like a cockroach when you spray raid on him. He was all over the place.
Stop it, bro.
On the canvas.
Everybody's going to stop this dude. He's going to knock him out.
Who did he just
may not knock him out, but he's going to punish him for 12
He's going to
rounds.
stop him. He's going to punish him, and he's going to quit on the stool like most UK fighters.
Well, of course, that's easy to say because Better Be got 100% KO ratio. Obviously, that's also expected as well. Because he's a beast too.
You as a Canelo fan, it's in your best interest that Callum Smith looks good.
What are you talking about? That's weird. That's weird that you say. I'm not even thinking what you're thinking. But hey, anyway.
No, I know.
Why do you make these ridiculous assumptions? It is so fucking far-fetched.
Because boxing fans are not very complicated people.
Talking to boxing fans, we
obviously know the sport.
They all think the same.
When I'm talking about Callum Smith. You think of when you're talking about Callum Smith, you think I'm thinking about Canelo, man.
Exactly.
Come on,
Exactly.
Stupid narrative.
Who else would have the temerity to think Callum Smith is going to be competitive against Better Be? Like, come on, bro. Like, stop
We're
it.
just being objective.
He's got power, and he's winning at 75.
Against Better Be.
It's just being objective boxing fans. Like, you come and push this stupid, goddamn, ignorant narrative every time you come on here, and it's so dumb. It's so stupid. You deduct everyone because you like to categorize everyone in this little space, and you go like, "This is where these people belong because I'm better than these people." And somehow I'm smarter than these people.
Hold on, Rabbit. Do you want to go, Rabbit? Hold on, Rabbit. Do you want to go on the BDA records saying that Callum Smith will get easily destroyed by Beterbiev?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go on record too.
I'm gonna write it down.
Put me on record, please.
It's gonna go on the BDA.
I'm not saying he's gonna knock him out, but he's gonna punish him for 12 rounds.
Where the BDA
I'm on
records.
the same. I mean, I feel the same way because I know Better Biev's record and I've seen what he can do in the ring.
Callum can take
punishment.
punishment.
But to suggest that everyone has this agenda it's come on, like you're so predictable, dude. You should be called common breed.
Come on, but you could also argue that a Canelo fan doesn't want Callum to look bad.
Of course, I can argue that.
It's common sense. Why are you trying to act like it's bullshit?
No, not because that's your trainer.
Let me say something. Hold on one second. Let me say something. Of course, you can argue that, but after listening, because I do spend a fair amount of time listening to you all. I listen. I don't deduct you guys. I don't say, oh, well, this guy belongs in this little category over here, and that guy belongs in that category. I actually have solid points that you guys take, and I think, hey, this guy makes a good point, that guy makes a good point. But to deduct everyone into this little box, to categorize everyone into this little box after listening, proves that you don't listen. You don't have.
Is it Don Madrazo?
You're not an open thinker. You just like to pinhole everybody. And that's kind of fucked up.
You don't think,
what kind of debate do you want to have with people? What kind of discussion do you have with people? You just want to be right, and you wait for your turn to speak just because
that sounds like a lot of people.
Like you're right.
I don't. But you don't think Porter. You don't think Crawford and Spence fans were comparing?
I actually think you make good points every now and then, Rev Reed. I do. I actually listen to you and I go, hey, this guy has a good point here and there. I think a lot of people on this channel have good points. But you automatically like to just deduct everyone to just, oh, he's a Canelo fan. He is this way. Like, fuck him.
But no, Gonzalo is a Canelo fan. I'm not just making that up. He is a Canelo fan.
Yeah, but you brought Canelo up. Nobody else did. You did.
I'm not assuming he's a Canelo fan. He is.
The only, yeah, I am a Canelo fan. The only people, I'm a Triple G. I'm a fan of a lot of fighters. The only people that think like that in these weird triangle theories for everything are the people that think like that themselves. Look, I'm fucking playing PlayStation football. I just made a fucking random comment.
Yeah, no, but the reason I said that is because you remember when Crawford fought Porter. You don't think Spence fans were comparing his performance with Crawford did?
That's what I'm saying.
Fans do shit all the
people that think like that, the people that think like that are fans, are like people like you, man. I'm not saying that that's bad. This is just the way you think.
I'm saying all boxing fans think like that. They're definitely gonna compare common opponents if they do that.
Not really.
They say, well, look how he did versus this guy compared to how I did. Look at Benavidez and Canelo fans.
Rabbit, do you think that
you guys say, well, he knocked him out, and Benavidez didn't, so he doesn't deserve.
Rabbit, I want to ask a question. Rabbit, this Callum Smith that's not now at 175. Do you think he looks different that how he looked at 175? What do you think?
I mean, I guess he's not as he probably was training himself to make 168. I'm guessing.
Okay,
but it's not going to be enough against Beterbiev. He's going to get stopped.
7 pounds is not going to change anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
He couldn't use his reach against Canelo either. He's just going to get down.
Hey, that's a big gap. I think that aside from cruiserweight to heavyweight, aside from cruiser to heavyweight, that's the biggest gap that you gain from one division to the next.
Yeah,
7 pounds.
7 pounds is the same you gain from 140 to 147.
It'll make you more durable, but it's not going to change.
John Ryder.
Guys, I got 6 foot. Guys, hold on. Here's Callum Smith 6'3". I'm surprised he was able to make 168 at 6'3". So this is gonna be a little bit of a help, like something.
What's up, boys?
Diuretic.
Yeah, Bucho, I just need to say something, dude. Sorry, dude, that's the same as you go up in from lightweight to welter. But how many lightweights have done well at lightweight and gone up to welter and dominated? Think of Julio Cesar Chavez, 3-division world champion. Canelo was never a welterweight, bro. He was never a fucking welterweight.
Canelo went from 140 to 147 to 154.
No, he didn't.
Gonzalo's making a good point. The jump
Canelo.
Gonzalo's making Gonzalo's making a good point because the jump from 140 to 147 it's been always hard. Julio Cesar Chavez was never able to make it. He fought Sweet Pea and he didn't really. Even Ricky Hatton, who was a great 140, he was the undisputed champion at 140. He sucked at 147. Even against that fight against Colasso, he looked like shit because there's a big gap, man, and the height and everything starts kicking in there. Like there's a big difference. That's my opinion.
Well, Pacquiao did, but those guys are special.
Hold on. At those little weights, those jumps is way bigger than it is at the higher weights. Because the higher weights, you're naturally bigger anyway. So 5 pounds is a less. 7 pounds is a smaller difference from 68 to 75 than it is from 140 to 147. That's just your body dynamics. That's just common.
But that's not even open for discussion. That's no track in boxing.
It's not going to be a game.
The hottest jump in boxing is 140 to 147. That's it, because that's the first time. Like the smaller weights, right? That's 2 pounds, 3 pounds separate the divisions, and as it goes up, the first big one like that, I believe, is that one, and it's just a big for some reason. Think about it. That's the difference. You know, and then the next one's middleweight too. I mean, well, junior middleweight's kind of a new thing for me. From my whole life, it was always 140, 147, and 160.
Damn, you're young.
It was crazy.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying? Like that's to see this, like that's a hot thing. Everybody knows. Like in boxing, you always hear. Like Mickey said, I'm just at the height. If I went to fucking 147, I get slaughtered. You guys are monsters.
Yard bigger than
exactly.
Yeah, and Canelo was never a lightweight, bro. Get that out of your mind. He was never a
Yard is
lightweight.
bigger than Cal.
He
He
started fighting
got
at.
beat, so.
No, Gonzalo, I think he did when he was 16, had one fight at one party. But that's the difference. That's completely different. He was 16.
He had some fights at 147.
He was a kid.
Yeah. All right, guys. I wanna get Gypsy. I wanna get Gypsy boxing style here. He hasn't been on the show in a while. Go ahead, Gypsy.
Wait a minute. What's up, guys?
What's going on, Gypsy?
How you guys been?
How you been?
Long time no see. I haven't been on this channel.
Yeah, man, you're always welcome, man. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm just hearing you guys out. I'm just listening, taking all the info. I mean, you can learn from a stupid person. You could also learn from a smart person. It's just that for me, this is pretty knowledgeable stuff, left and right. But you guys are talking about Caleb Smith versus Bjerrebiv.
Yeah.
Is that the main topic?
Oh, he was. Yeah, go ahead. What do you think about that fight, man?
I think Bjerrebiv smashes through him, bro. I don't think that's a issue. I think he's too fragile of an individual. He's not fragile. He's mentally strong, but body wise, he's not gonna take that punishment from Bjerrebiv, bro.
Well,
the only person that can beat Bjerrebiv is Bivol, and I'm not even too sure he can. I'm not confident with that pick. Because he's.
I don't know what you mean. Okay, hold on. He looks fucking big and strong at 175. Callum Smith. He looks like a completely. That's just my opinion.
Look as big and strong as he wants. He's gonna get annihilated.
Callum Smith's got no dog. Going up a division is not going to give you more mental dog. Okay, when he was at 168, his problems weren't durability. He never got stopped. The problem was when he gets pressed, even by fucking Ryder, not even Canelo, he just covers up and he can't fight going backwards, and that's not going to change at light heavyweight.
And his punch output isn't much anyway.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, that's another thing.
And I was going to say the same thing. My thing is this. Yes, I think 168 was too light for him, and I think, but the way he took our Australian friend's point there, the way he avoided Canelo's punches and punishment, how like nervous he was getting hit by Canelo. Listen, Benavidez is a different beast. That Chechnyan mountain man got that fucking crazy shutter power. Like each hand, poof, you shudder. Like every fucking shot hurts. So yeah, I think it's gonna be too much, man, for him. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but
why is Beterbiev not Russian, but Bivol is?
No, I don't think Smith will take the fight, guys. I think Smith.
Because you already. Sorry.
I think Smith. I think Smith will take the Bivol fight for more money. I think he'll drop out of that fight. In all honesty, because I think about it, he'll make more money with a Bivol, Bivol voluntary on a matchroom card than he would getting $500,000 on a top rank card in Montreal.
Yeah, but he'll keep his WBC belt if he loses anyways. He doesn't because he don't want to put it up with a Russian fighter.
And can I just address that too? What somebody just said, such a perfect thing. Fuck the WBC for fucking telling him that Bivol can't fight for one of their sanctioned belts. Fuck that asshole picking the fucking military industrial complex and putting it in front of this kid like he has anything to do with that fight, that war. That's so low rent. You might as well have a fucking Ukraine flag in your fucking
Beterbiev is big friends with Kadyrov, so if anybody was more involved in the war, it would be Beterbiev.
Exactly. It just.
Oh yeah, you're right, Jimmy. I was
confused.
I was trying to think what you're talking about. Yeah, you're right. It's about the whole Russia thing and.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because aren't they Canadians now? Aren't they Canadians? They moved to Canada.
So Beterbiev lives in Montreal.
Yeah, he's just Canadian.
Yes, Bivol's from California now. Bivol's from California.
Yeah,
but I think
he hasn't got his United States.
Yeah,
but he hasn't got his citizenship, whereas Beterbiev has got his Canadian citizenship.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's why I think that's how the WBC again. He should just have a Ukrainian flag in his fucking Twitter page. Like, get the fuck out of here with that bullshit.
Well, he's trying to appease the American lobby thing, like that.
Doesn't Bivol have a Korean or Mongolian citizenship as well? So
yes, his mom was Korean.
Wait, but Bivol is Russian, but does he have another citizenship though? Like you said,
I don't believe so.
No, he doesn't.
I think he's still here on a work visa.
Moldovan. I've heard he's half Moldovan.
No, he has a Russian dad and a Korean mom.
And you know what it is too. He's a proud Russian, and I don't fucking blame him. He wants to be proud. That's on him. You know what I mean? He's a nationalist. He believes in Russia. He's big. He was insulted when they didn't play the Russian national anthem
Jimmy,
at his fight.
I don't even think the United States government is even pressuring boxer like the WBC to do something about it. This is simple. It
was virtue signal.
This is Suleiman deciding by himself. This is Suleiman. This is Suleiman deciding by himself what to do. Like he's
exactly
choosing.
Virtue signaling, brother. That's all he's doing. Empty virtue signaling.
What do you guys think about the
rematch? Beat Canelo again. Let Bilal beat Canelo again.
Yeah, but they want to force that fight. They don't want him going off to fight Beterbiev next.
Let's not pretend like the Russians are not the big dogs in those divisions. They're the ones that fucking dominate. They've been dominating.
He can't be in WBC rankings.
What do you guys think about Canelo doing a rematch with Bivol?
He's gonna lose.
Most pointless rematch.
Bro, I don't know if it's
that's a good thing.
Make it. I don't know if it's gonna be a lose. I think it's gonna be a close fight.
Gonzalo says it's a good thing. I want to know why it's a good thing, Gonzalo.
All right,
Gonzalo, it's a good thing because they're right around the same age, and like Reynoso says, if Bivol was like that much younger, maybe you would think okay. Canelo doesn't think that. Maybe he kind of questions if he could beat him or not, but he wants it because he believes he can. He can beat him. All right, it was 5-7 on the scorecards the first time around. People don't want to watch that. I get it, but you know why Bivol wants it at 168? Because Bivol wants to collect the titles at 68.
Gonzalo, has there been a more pointless rematch in history? Can you tell me some more pointless rematch?
Haney Kambosos was pointless.
But that was hang on. They're in the same division. That was a contracted rematch for the titles. Canelo doesn't even fight at 170. Yeah, but it was contracted already, so you can.
It's pointless. It's pointless if you think that Canelo can't win. But obviously,
random rematch. Literally a random rematch.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me reply.
Mirage, he has nothing to lose.
Motherfucker, you can't demand respect, dude, and expect to get it when you're a fucking asshole.
Gonzalo, give me a sec, bro.
Let Gonzalo finish. Let Gonzalo finish his point, though, guys. He just wanted to respond to that.
It would be pointless if Canelo, in his mind, if Canelo didn't think that he could beat him. But obviously, he does. The fans don't want to watch it. I get it. But obviously, Canelo's the top dog. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Then why won't he fight him?
I can do what I want. That's a weak argument for a rematch.
But 168 is a different fight.
No.
It's a different fight. Well, I know. I'm not saying. I'm just telling you. It's a different. 175. I still think fucking Bivol works him the same way. It will be harder at 168 because he's already shedding down into muscle at 175. He's going to be taking off another 7 pounds of pure muscle. So that can affect your legs. He hasn't bought a 168 in a long time. I'm just saying it's a riskier fight. Guys,
I need to go take a leak and get another drink. But before I go do that, I want to ask you a question. Can we allow?
Put it on speaker when you're taking a leak.
Yeah, no, but Canelo. Okay, so I don't think Canelo should fight at 175 again. I don't even think he should be at 168 based on his height and his physical, dimensions. Based on that, I don't even think he should be. Okay, but let's say he wants to fight Bivol at 175. Are we allowed to deny him that right? Go ahead, guys.
Yes.
Give me a sec, Bucho. Why is it okay for Benavidez to fight at 168 when he's clearly bigger than Bivol? But it's not okay for Bivol to go down to 168.
He's taller, not bigger.
Oh no, bro, he is clearly bigger in every aspect of being bigger. He is bigger than Benavidez is a bigger man.
Are you saying Benavidez is bigger than Bivol?
Hell yeah.
He's bigger.
Definitely bigger, bro.
Taller, but
it's just taller. Bro, Bivol can make. You know why Bivol's a special talent? Because he fights bigger men consistently. Everybody he fights at 175 are consistently bigger than him. He's like Lomachenko, but more efficient than Lomachenko. Lomachenko ain't as efficient. Before Lomachenko lost to Teofimo Lopez.
Jimmy. Guys, I got a question for Jimmy.
Canelo does fight bigger guys.
Hold on, guys. I got a question for Jimmy. Real quick.
Yeah.
So, if Suleiman's blocking Bivol fighting Beterbiev, why would Suleiman also block Canelo's WBC at 168 for Bivol?
That's the rumor, yeah.
Yes. He would not allow Bivol the opportunity to win the WBC belt because he's a Russian descent.
Bivol won't take that fight then, surely at 168, if that's the case.
I wouldn't blame him. I'd tell him to go fuck himself. In fact, when he wins, if he was to fight Beterbiev, I don't believe he can even become the unified undisputed champion because
yeah, the belt won't be there.
All because fucking that fat fuck wants the virtue signal.
Hey man, Suleiman is the worst person in boxing. I don't care what anybody says.
He's using that as an excuse. He doesn't want to be able to fight Beterbiev. That's the reason. He wants to make sure the Canelo fight happens.
But that's big money. That's why.
Going back to the original question, I don't think Smith will fight Beterbiev. I think he'll fight Bivol next. He'll make more money fighting Bivol.
Either way, he gets his ass kicked.
Oh yeah, I agree.
At least with a Bivol, he doesn't really take serious damage.
Hey, the walls are closing, Canelo fans.
Remember when fucking Zerto was going around because he got the better of him in sparring, which happens to a lot of guys because sparring is where you learn shit. You're not actually in a fight, so you're trying to work on the things that you're not good at. And that's what he was doing. So of course Zerto got the better of him, looked better in there, was landing the better shots.
I don't think that's even true. I don't believe that.
Even his people said because he was working on like styles and things like. All right, say everybody, like you guys can relate to working out. Everybody has a body part they hate to train. Some guys' legs, whatever. It's like, so when you're sparring, that's the thing you're really fucking focusing on. You're trying to focus on the shit you're not good at. So, but my point being, even going into that fight, I said, and a lot of people who were Zerto fans was using that. Well, he worked him, even fucking Bivol's people. And I said, but that's
has the fake record.
And then you go in the fucking fight and look what happened. He took him to school. I mean, he beat Zerto worse than he beat Canelo.
Because Bivol likes to take shots sometimes, bro. Because Bivol likes to absorb shots to get conditioned to get hit.
Jimmy, what fans don't realise, you have like 5 or 6 sparring partners. He could have been the 3rd or 4th. By that point, you're tired anyway. So it's just such a stupid argument.
That's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, that happens a lot too.
And he does do that. He was fighting like 3 guys in a row. That way he would fight fresh dudes.
But if Zerto's crew knew, like, when you're sparring, you know what's up. You know if your opponent is actually trying, if he's turning it up, or if he's working on something. So if they knew that he's just like testing specific things, they shouldn't be saying like, "Oh, I got the better of him," because it's obvious he wasn't trying. But sometimes in sparring, sometimes in sparring, you both know, you both turn it up, you both go for it. So sometimes it means something, sometimes it doesn't. So,
but Marad, did he hear Zerto's corner when they're fighting Bivol? Between the 11th and 12th round, they were saying, "Bro, this is your destiny. You're gonna win this fight." All this bullshit. He's like 10 rounds fucking down. I'm like, these guys are insane.
I knew Zerto was gonna get smoked anyway.
And you know what the crazy thing also is? There's guys that are great in sparring, that they're real good fighters in sparring, but they never become world champions. They never prevailed outside of the sparring matches inside the gym. They never become
Gonzalo. There's
sometimes
there's guys. There's guys in the gym that will actually give a good fight to a professional boxer. They're like the kings of the gym in terms of sparring and everything, but they never make it professional. There's just something.
Mama Ortiz. That's true, but sometimes the sparring stories are true.
My buddy Ronnie Stacy never fought in the Golden Gloves, never turned pro. Just trained down at the gym, down at the Acre Boxing Club his whole life. This dude would fucking work. No kids who were new to the pro ranks. Work them. He just never fucking bothered. He just know how he was. Just never fucking fought.
Exactly.
Kind of how like Tank rocked Haney in the sparring.
He just likes to fight. But sometimes the sparring stories are true. Like Better Beef, he's not allowed to go to the body with his sparring partners because he keeps breaking people's ribs. Or
he's putting more. They're putting on more heavier gloves on him. Just
exactly. Better Beef. This guy said,
ridiculous.
"I've been in a car accident, and fighting Better Beef and sparring was worse."
There's all kinds of stories about his power. People who have spotted him saying it's unreal how hard he hits, and they know he's not throwing his full fucking weight. behind those punches, and plus he's using sparring gloves. He's not hitting with the gloves. He's going to be fucking hitting with you on ring night. So that's a big difference. Yeah, no, it's funny. You said that some dudes like to fight. Just the end story on that kid. He ended up becoming an outlaw biker, stabbed a dude up in Lawrence, and did like a 18 or 20 year bid. So yeah, he did like to fight. He was kind of a maniac.
Yeah. Saying
Honestly,
Triple G. Go ahead.
Honestly, if Bivol beats Beterbiev, he's pound for pound number one. Whether you like to believe it or not.
What about if Inoue beats Fulton?
That's a good fight, bro. It's a tough one to pick.
Wait, hold on. Some people already have Inoue as number one. What do you think about that?
Well, to me, look, I'm not trying to say like I'm a hater of Inoue, but to me, Fulton will be his first real, true, like a guy on his level, at least close to his level.
Why?
Listen, he's bigger than him. You don't take that into consideration. That he has
bigger.
He's bigger,
but some would argue he's more skilled than Fulton. I'm not sure.
So let's just hypothetically say, let's just say they go and it's a close fight. Fulton edged it out by 1 round. Who you think is better pound for pound at that point?
The guy who wins the fight, because I don't think it's that much of a difference in size.
Bro, it does make a difference.
It's not like Pacquiao fighting De La Hoya. It's not that much of a size difference.
It's a smaller man giving a close fight to a skilled, bigger man.
Yeah, it's his 4th division. This will be his 4th division.
This is why Loma doesn't get credit. Like, there's a lot of because he's fighting bigger men.
Loma credit for that.
Lost.
And he's jumping right into
down for the fight.
Exactly.
That's why I say he's my number one. That's why I say Inoue is my number one. He didn't take a tune-up fight. He went straight for the top of the snake.
You got to give him credit for that. He's going right in and challenging the best of the division.
Rarebreed, Brain the chat is saying first guy in his level, it took 4 weight classes. Like, he did move up for, like, this is the first guy that's on his level.
No, the reason I say that is because I consider Fulton a pound for pound type fighter, and he's in his prime. There was nobody on Inoue's resume who was a pound for pound type of fighter.
And this is based. Hold on, this is based on your eye test, right?
Donaire was over the hill.
I mean, Fulton has a good argument to be on the pound for pound. He's a unified champion.
He's black. He's black.
Let's not act like that. Brandon Figueroa wasn't like fucking close, dude. It could have gone either way, man.
Fulton has fought 9 undefeated fighters. He's
African American. He's African American.
I can just say one thing about that fight. If Inoue hurts him, if he can hurt him, I favor Inoue. If he can hurt him, but I don't know if he can.
I mean, Fulton's a tough dude. I'm not saying he's not going to go to the decision.
Like, if he can hurt him, I favor Inoue in that fight. If he can hurt him, I'm not too sure. It's a bigger fighter, so can't really say that.
Fulton is a stronger.
Sorry, someone mentioned cruiserweight. Does anyone know what's going on with that division? It's been a year since
irrelevant.
Opetaia.
Everybody's going to unify that division.
Bro, did the weight class move or something? I heard a WBC moved it to 190. Like, what is it, like dead or what's going on?
No, 200.
That's not true.
I know it's
they made Bridgeweight 190.
Moving it.
No, Bridgeweight's 225.
Oh my god.
Bridgeweight's 225.
If you really
I know
think
it's 220, but
Usyk's probably one of the best cruiserweights of all time.
No, Jimmy, Holyfield. You can't do that to Holyfield.
The reason why I do, dude, honestly, because I remember. Look at his dude. He was who his best friend was. Lee Haney at Atlanta, 7-time Mr. Olympia.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the reason
Lee Haney was in the 1980s, right, Jimmy? Lee Haney?
Exactly. That still was one of his best friends, unless Haney died. I have no idea, but that was legitimately his best friend and had the best steroids known to mankind. And that's why
the gold medalist. From what I
yes, he was.
I think he was, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Holyfield won the last 15-round wars with Kauai. That was the last 15-round fight.
That Australian guy had a stroke, right? Did he have a stroke? The Australian guy?
That's really fucking cool.
Yeah, I want to do one for me Saturday night.
I really like that.
So we're going to need
one of the cruiserweights.
All right, guys, mute your mics if you. What the fuck?
Yep. Mute your mic when you're talking to your mum, bro.
like a
Yeah. I got a topic.
Everybody thinks that in Game 7.
Yeah, my brother.
Game 7 against the Warriors, everybody was shooting bad.
Who is that?
It's Legion. Why are you fucking unmute him?
Who's fucking? Who has a background noise? I'm muting every. I don't know who it is.
He's muted. It's fine.
All right.
Yeah, I think Mirage wants to talk. Hold on, everybody. Mirage wants to talk. Let the shit back speak.
Yeah, let Mirage go. Go, Mirage. Go.
One topic that's annoying me lately is this bullshit manufactured. No. It's this manufactured narrative of the face of boxing. People are trying to take ownership and sort of force this ownership of the face of boxing rather than earning. Hang on. So rather than earning the face of boxing, which has historically happened, motherfuckers just want to put their hand up and say, "No, I'm the face of boxing. No, I'm the face of boxing." To me, it's cringe. It's fucking all fucking bullshit. What do you guys think? These motherfuckers don't deserve it.
Mirage, I fucking agree with you on that for sure.
Let's go.
I would say
Canelo
Tyson Fury is the ass of boxing.
Yeah.
Who's that talking? Who's that?
No, it's not.
What the fuck is going on?
Maybe.
Yeah, that was rare breed.
Canelo is the face of boxing, man. There's no argument with that shit. You can't be fucking that stupid.
Yeah, dude, and even after that, yeah, exactly, brother.
And Tyson Fury's the ass of boxing.
But even after that, man, whether he wins or not, Joshua is a bigger impact on boxing than fucking Davis. Let's be honest. I mean, look at the money Davis has made. Look at the money Joshua makes. Look at the crowds Joshua sells to. I mean, a bigger impact on the sport. Davis could eventually get there if he starts fighting the right people all the time, but they're talking about fucking Isaac Cruz next.
It's like a new age in Japan. Yeah, it's like a new age of cash cow in Japan. I mean, there's different fighters around the world.
The thing that I don't agree with Tank Davis
Yeah. I do, but I still
with Tank Davis, the only thing that I don't agree yet with Tank Davis is that they're trying to shove that whole idea down your throat. It's not flowing. It's not natural. Like, he's a cash cow. Like,
it's fabricated. It's all engineered with Tank Davis. It's all engineered.
Wait, shove what down your throat?
Leonard LRB is pushing.
Leonard LRB is shoving what down?
Guys, bro, come on. Okay, hold on. Guys, is somebody speaking?
You can't just make someone the face of boxing. You can't will it to happen. You can't just say it and make it happen. It's just the numbers don't lie, and the data doesn't indicate that Tank Davis is the face of boxing. I'm sorry, the numbers do not lie. The numbers are in Canelo's favor right now, and right now, as we speak, he is the face of boxing. That's it. That's all there is to it. I don't know why this argument is still so persistent. It's ridiculous.
Because Canelo's fighting people like John Ryder. If he was fighting Benavidez, this wouldn't even be an argument.
Are you
shut the fuck up.
I know, Jesus, dude. You can't keep saying that.
Don't get smoked by fucking ring guys.
Bro, Canelo is gonna Benavidez. Canelo is gonna beat up Benavidez. Trust me.
I want to see it.
Give me a sec. Let me talk. I'll tell you how he's gonna beat up Benavidez.
He's gonna crumble once Benavidez.
I don't want Mirage to get into this because he can say anything.
No, we're talking about the face of boxing. I don't want to get into Benavidez Canelo.
I'm talking Rare Breed. I'm talking about I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you right now, he's gonna beat Benavidez up. Because Benavidez reaches in, and he doesn't control distance. Something he learned a lot off of Bivol. And trust me, the match with Bivol is gonna be closer than you think. And they might rob Bivol. They might rob Bivol. You guys forget the Triple G Canelo fight, the first one. What happened in the second?
Red Breed, what will the Tank and Rolly rematch do on pay-per-view?
That fight's not happening.
That fight is going to happen.
Answer the fucking question.
Especially at 140.
How many pay-per-view buys? Come on, tell me. Okay, Isaac Cruz rematch. How much pay-per-views would that do?
That would do at least 500,000.
You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your mind. That thing
serious.
that thing don't see 250. You're out of your mind, dude. No, that just 2 weeks ago you said if he fights him again, you're done with him. That's how disgusted you would be. Now you're saying half a million.
I won't be done, but I'm just telling you what I think is going to happen.
500,000 people are going to buy it. Dude,
Well,
you did 67,000 last time.
That's the difference between me and the Canelo fanboys. I actually want Tank to fight the best, but you guys are okay with John Riders of the world and Yield.
I haven't been saying nothing. It doesn't matter what we think. It is what it is. The face of boxing isn't what we say it is. It's what Google Trends say it is. It's what the fucking turnout. It's all that shit. And without a doubt, your opinion on it. Listen. Okay, you're not going to fight right. Okay, dude, you've been selling that same tired shit for months, and any channel would take you. Stop it. Nobody agrees with that shit, dude. He's still
BBC
supposedly. Another point. Canelo is fighting mandatory.
You guys are talking about it.
Supposedly, Tank and Garcia sold 1.2 million, right? Supposedly, they sold 1.2 million. But you think that majority? Okay, but Jimmy, I don't know if it's true or not. I don't give a shit. Google says it. It's not obviously true. Anything Google says doesn't mean it's true. 1.2 million. Supposedly they sold it. Who you think was the major reason why it sold 1.2 million? Was it Tank or Ryan Garcia? Of course,
I want to answer this question.
Ryan Garcia, you know why Ryan Garcia? Let me tell you why Ryan Garcia sold the fight. I'll tell you why he sold it. Because I'm going to ask you. I'm going to let you talk after this. It's because he went from one place to another promoting the fight while Tank was sitting on his ass and doing absolutely nothing. Maybe he went to two or three different journalists to talk to. This motherfucker went to, I don't know, Bradley Martin, some fucking weightlifter, Logan Paul, every motherfucker you could think of. He went to promote the fight. Even went to Mike Tyson's podcast a couple of times over. That's called promoting the fight. That's why it sold 1.2. I guarantee you he ain't going to produce the same amount the next fight around. Because
can I respond to him?
And Budweiser had, you go in local package stores, Budweiser had pictures of Davis Garcia because of their relationship or not, or was, I forget which drink it was, but I saw him in one of the local stores. It was a cutout. I'm like, holy shit. And I realized, oh yeah, that's right. They got Gonzalez under contract. I seen him on national TV. Remember the drink special? He's been signed. He's got all kinds of promotions who were behind him and they were pushing the fight.
Okay, can I respond to him, please?
No.
All right.
Hey, Robert, before you answer, let me just read a super chat. Bushido Key, thank you for your contribution. He says the face of boxing shouldn't need to say that they are the face of boxing.
Exactly.
That's I agree.
I mean, Canelo did that shit today.
All right, Robert, go ahead.
Okay. Anyways, look, bro, just don't be dumb. They needed each other to sell this fight. There's no way Ryan Garcia doesn't 1.2 million pay-per-view buys if he would have fought Fortuna or some shit like that, or I don't know, Isaac Cruz. Same thing. They both needed each other to sell this fight. Everybody needs to
sell. It doesn't matter.
You let him speak. No, you let him speak. Let me speak, please. No interruption.
Finish your point, Rebby. Go ahead.
And then on top of that, there's no fighter in the history of boxing that came out the womb and sold 1 million pay-per-view buys. Everybody needs some type of help. So get the fuck out here with that stupid ass narrative.
Bro, you've been talking
about and by the way, last thing, you said that Ryan Garcia went on all these little platforms. Tank Davis did the same shit. You just don't watch these platforms.
I did. I watched all of them.
He went on $1 Million of Smoke. He went on a whole bunch of podcasts, so he did the same shit.
He didn't go on as many as Ryan, but that wouldn't have changed much.
Ryan didn't need Tank. I didn't say that shit. That you need a dance partner. Like Tank did not promote the fight. That's obvious.
That fight was and if you look, he had 5 previous pay-per-views. Only one sold over 200,000. According to Ryan
had 0 pay-per-views.
Exactly. My point being, I'm not saying they didn't need each other, but it's common. Of course, because common sense. If you got one guy does 5 pay-per-views, only one does over 200,000, suddenly goes up to 1 million. It's clearly who he fought, meaning they needed each other. But by himself, meaning now if he doesn't fight someone like Garcia, he goes back to Isaac Cruz. It's insane to think he's going to do anything.
So Ryan Garcia was responsible for 800,000 pay-per-view buys.
Didn't I just explain? They both needed each other to get to
the majority of the credit.
No.
None of them are going to do that.
Fucking Christ, that's not what I said. I said they needed each other to get to 1 million. It was because of Ryan's popularity and his thing, and then Davis's toughness and his fucking, the three division champion, even though he's won, but all that together. Because prior to that, we already seen what Davis does. If the fight is entirely upon his name and his name alone, he's only had one to do over 200,000.
And nobody's immune to that.
No, but
nobody's immune to that, Jimmy.
But here's my point: for you to think that he's going to suddenly now do half a million against Isaac Cruz, I think is insane.
No, the reason I said that is because. The reason I said that is because, for one, Canelo has yet to surpass his fight with Mayweather or Triple G.
Bro, there's like 15 people here. Let somebody else talk, bro. Shit.
Well, he's done a million 7 times.
Well, come on.
I'm gonna say one more thing.
Is that a fun? That's okay. Hold on. Super chat, and I'll let you guys go. Bushido Key, thank you for your contribution. He says the hot girl does not need to say she's the hot girl. Good point.
Exactly. You already said that, dude. Like, what time are you gonna say the same shit?
He's repeating it in a different analogy.
Rolling Romero and the crazy minds and the crazy minds of the Rare Breed. Rolling Romero sold the fight with Tank. You don't believe that shit? Look at the mouth on Rolling Romero.
Yeah, Tank had nothing to do with this. It's the same narrative you motherfuckers had with Floyd. It wasn't Floyd. It was the Mexican fan that got the pay-per-view.
It was Floyd. Okay, hold on.
See, there you go. It's the same narrative every single time. It doesn't matter.
Rare Breed. What was it?
Fucking retard.
Okay, so what was it that Floyd could sell? What was the appeal to watch a Floyd? What was the appeal?
You hear
What was the appeal to watch a Floyd fight? Tell me, what was the appeal of watching a Floyd fight?
Everybody wants to see
the appeal?
Yes.
Well, for me to be his opponent, like,
okay,
I was very interested. I mean, you don't like Floyd, so
why do you think most people bought the fight? Please tell me.
His loud mouth.
It doesn't matter what the reasons are. As long as they
please answer the question. I'm asking a simple question, please. Why did you think?
I just told you why. It doesn't matter why.
It doesn't matter why. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. All right, shut up. You're too low. You're not.
He doesn't know. He was 10 years old when Floyd fought. He has no idea.
That's it.
He was 10 years old when Floyd fought.
Fatality.
Yeah, it was to watch him lose. That's what you should answer.
Okay, yeah, I understand that, but it doesn't matter as long as you paid it either way.
Yeah, but he asked me a question. Why don't you just want to respond to it? It's like, man,
because it's obvious what the answer is. Motherfuckers want to see him lose. Like, who gives a fuck? He's still paid.
Hey, and then the crazy minds of the Tank Davis fans also, just because you beat Ryan doesn't mean that you're going to inherit his fan base, because they're totally two different type of persons. Totally two different demographics.
Tank doesn't have his own fan base.
But is that The Rock?
Yeah, but you're not going to garner all them fans just because. Because some people think that's true. I'm going to get all Ryan Garcia fans.
They like The Rock.
Why are you ignoring the casuals in the middle?
Gonzalo,
the ones who don't give a fuck about Ryan.
Gonzalo, they think he's like Highlander. He chopped his head off and now he's got all his powers. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, not just all his powers, because Tank Davis, he proved to be the tougher fighter. I'm not taking anything away from Tank Davis. But he doesn't have Ryan Garcia's appeal. He doesn't have his appeal, and he's never going to have that. So let's not kid ourselves. Like, I like fucking Tank Davis now. Because
watch him fight than Ryan Garcia. I know that.
I don't get why the Tank fights, Tank fans are hating on Canelo fighting Ryder. Canelo's fighting mandatory. If Tank actually had a real world title, he might actually fight mandatory fighters, but Tank only has fucking baby belts.
Well, obviously the people chose and they rather watch that.
On this note, John Ryder has actually a decent resume. His resume is better than Benavidez by a country mile.
Yeah,
Callum Smith,
but you wouldn't pick John Ryder to beat Benavidez.
All he can handle. Yeah, but I wouldn't say Benavidez would beat Callum Smith. In fact, they're in the same weight class championships concurrently, and he ducked that tournament that every good super middleweight was part of. So he had plenty of opportunity to fight Callum Smith. I don't think he would have beaten him then. I think he beats him now, even if he moves up.
Okay, you're gonna be on for a rude awakening. We know what the record Mexican fighters.
He didn't beat Benavidez. I think Benavidez would beat Caleb Smith.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, that's a
he will
fight
make that dude fold.
Yeah,
he's
whatever.
soft for Benavidez.
We'll see. See, the thing about us, we want to see it actually happen.
Do you?
Yeah, we
because when I bring up certain fights, you'll be like, "Whoa, you gotta do this, you gotta do that."
You know, live in La La Land.
It's funny how people question Callum Smith's toughness. When he fought Canelo, that's the only guy that made it the distance among all the other fighters that have been knocked out, like Billy Joe Saunders. I'm not questioning his toughness. I'm just saying his boxing ability. Dude, maybe there's guys that are better than him, but his punching power and his toughness, I don't question that, man. Going up to 75, he probably gained a little bit of his
he went the distance like Chavez Jr.
abilities.
Okay, congratulations. You took a beating like a man. Okay, congrats.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about
That fight wasn't even competitive, bro. Like that was an easy work from Canelo. You expect me to think Callum Smith is something?
Let's say Benavidez does beat Callum Smith. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying that just by resume, Ryder has a better resume than Benavidez. So, I mean,
Bro, calm down. Calm down.
I don't know if that's true or not, because I think Caleb Plant's better than anybody on John Ryder's resume. Matter of fact, I think Darrell. The version Darrell that Benavidez is better than anybody.
They're already setting the table to prove how Canelo's not the man and how he sucks and he's fucking overrated by fighting John Ryder. When John Ryder,
Gonzalo.
That's why they call him El Gorilla, fool. Yeah,
Gonzalo. Canelo's 32, and they're still trying to find something to make him look like he's like not that good.
What does that mean? 32.
Tell me one better win on Benavidez.
Planet is hyped up garbage. He's always been garbage.
Tell me a better win on Benavidez' record than Daniel Jacobs. Tell me one.
Wait, say that again?
He didn't even beat Jacobs.
Daniel Jacobs
Bro, why are you acting like Daniel Jacobs is not washed up?
Answer the question.
He's okay.
Answer the question.
He's okay.
There's nobody on his list. Obviously nobody, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
He's fucking washed.
You didn't watch Jacobs fight.
Bro, you pay attention too much to resume. You gotta have context. Is the fighter still in his prime?
Oh, the contact. Your eye test?
This is the 23-year-old boy talking about Floyd fight.
Your eye test. You keep talking about your eye test.
I know Canadians speak a different form of English, but do you understand?
When it comes to Shakur Stevenson, you see him as a generational talent.
I didn't say anything about eye test.
Shut up. Your eye test is supposed to be like so great, like, and nobody can see, but you can see it because your eye test tells you that Shakur Stevenson is a generational fucking talent.
Jacobs.
Well, Bucho, obviously you don't know talent because you picked Ryan Garcia to beat Tank, so obviously you don't know shit about boxing.
I picked. So that's it. That's it, Robert. I gotta get out of boxing. I can't predict the fight. That's it. It's over. It's over. Robert, you're new to the game, man. You're new to the fucking game. I'm gonna tell you. You're 23 years old. You're new to the game, man. You need to get. You need to learn from the old school. You need to learn, man.
Yeah, but what about all the picks Bucho got right? He gets most of his picks right.
Oh no, Rabbit is
gonna be a serious boxing analyst.
Yeah.
I propose this from now on.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
We create
well, you know what?
Pick channel, right? From now on, we just have one channel for Rare Breeds picks, and then we'll see how good Rare Breed is at picking fights.
Well, that's what I said after the fight. That's what I said after the Ryan fight. I said, you know what? We're gonna have Rare Breed predict every fight, and we're gonna keep track of them, of his predictions.
I picked Roman Villa to beat Rashidi Ellis. I got that one. Everybody else is picking Rashidi Ellis, so I might have a little something.
The guy who picked Wilder and then he lied and said he picked Fury.
I did not pick Wilder.
Yeah. I'm sure you didn't.
Bullshit.
bullshit.
Why is it
Mucho,
always the comeback to go back to
we
Wilder? You
know,
guys
we
always
know.
do that shit.
Rare Breed, we know where you're
Mucho,
coming
you know
from.
where Rare Breed gets his knowledge.
It's so random. Like it's like you think it's gonna hurt me or
Oh,
something.
it's all
like that.
random. Rare Breed, we know where you're coming
Why
from.
you mention hurt me?
He's like, I know how to hurt him. Let me talk about Wilder. Like, shut the fuck up. I don't care.
The pain.
Yo,
the
Rare
pain.
Breed.
Defensive for someone who's
You
not
claim
hurt.
to be an eye
That
test
Wilder
oracle.
lost
That's
is
why.
their kryptonite.
You wound me.
He's like, I know his kryptonite's Wilder. That'll rile him up.
No. You claim
Oh,
to be
yeah.
an eye test oracle, and that's why we're saying it to you. That's it.
I
Simple.
didn't bring up
guys.
access Bucho over here.
Yo, guys,
The Wilder fight does rile up. The Wilder fight does rile up the
gets his
LDBC. That's
knowledge
for
from
sure.
boxing gems.
The Wilder fight does rile because the thing is
That's
Wilder
true.
was talking
That's
about
true, bro.
Wilder was
Boxing knows his shit.
talking
You get your
about
knowledge from that.
slavery and stuff like
He
that.
does
So
know his shit.
the
I'm glad you
Wilder,
that.
the Wilder
agree.
win
I
really
don't disagree.
hurts. The
Well, I don't
Wilder
get
fight.
everything from him. If you listen to me, we disagree on a lot of
Guys,
shit.
let Bucho speak. Guys, let
Yeah,
Bucho
no, we're just saying that the Wilder fight does really hurt. Like Rare Breed was talking about, it really wounds the LDBC and all these people who are like pro-black because
The race fans.
No, hold on, let me finish. Rare Breed, you know, he's one of these people that he's pro-black, and I agree with Rare Breed.
I mean, there's no
support your own.
Mexicans.
You have support. Exactly. You support your own. But the thing is, Wilder was like the spokesperson for black people.
No, he wasn't.
No, he
wasn't. You're not black. You can't say that. You don't know who speaks for us. Stop it.
Can I finish? Oh my fucking god! I can't even finish my sentence. I can't even finish my sentence. I can't even finish a sentence.
I'm sorry. I gotta stop you.
Here we go. Rare Breed, please. So Wilder, he was speaking about, we've been suffering for 500 years, and the black agenda that we see, beyond boxing, right? What do you mean so true? Really, it's true. Am I lying, guys? Am I lying? Somebody's telling me.
It's good for TV, man. It's awesome. I like Wilder, all the shit that he says. It's fucking great. Why would
I don't take that shit seriously.
But the
I don't
thing
know
is,
why you're so upset with that.
No, what am I upset about? Really, I'm not even upset.
I have a question for you.
I'm not even upset.
What is your obsession?
I'm not obsessed. I'm not. Oh my god! All right.
You care so much what they think. Why do you care so much?
So don't let me talk then. All right, censor me. Censor me.
No, Bucho, seriously, why do you care so much what the LGBT thinks?
Do you want to censor me?
Of all the
I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it. I won't talk about it.
You're forgetting.
Okay, of course not, because it's ridiculous.
I won't talk about it.
No, Bucho, you're forgetting. He channeled the ancestors. Remember? He channeled them.
Exactly. No, I can go on and on. But the thing is, Rare Breed wants to censor me. I can't even talk about it. I cannot even talk about it.
Why do you care so much about the LGBT?
I don't care about Rare Breed. What do you mean?
You do care. You talk about it every single day.
No, every single day. Come on, Rare Breed. I'm not even talking about it.
At least when we're on the panel.
Oh,
every day.
I'm not even
this, black people that.
Rare Breed. I'm not. I'm not talking. Prove that I'm always talking about it. Like make a compilation. I'm not. I'm bringing it up right now. You want to censor? You're trying to censor me. All right.
I'm not trying to censor you.
Yes,
this is your show. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about, but you're obsessed with it.
No, because I'm fair and square. Like Joe Cortez used to say, even Joe Cortez is the worst referee of all time. But he used to say,
"No, you try, but you're like we're the boogeyman or something like word."
I can't even finish my sentence. Whatever. I'm not gonna talk about it because Rare Breed censoring me, guys.
Yeah.
Thank Rare Breed. Thank Rare Breed. He just censored me on my own show.
Yeah.
It's my show now.
Preacher, you just don't have the right level of melanin in your system. That's what it is.
No, by the way, it's not even my show.
You don't have the right level of melanin.
This is guys. This is not even my show. This is the people's show. This is what I want. The people's show. The people decide what they want to hear. So go ahead, guys.
Somebody just DM'd me a fucking picture.
Virgil Ortiz, any owners.
I'm gonna put it in the fucking open. Check out this picture somebody just sent me. I'll do it in the open lines thing.
Send it.
I wanted to say something, but people probably think it's not so controversial, so it's not gonna be like people are gonna be like whatever, dude. I thought the Benavidez win was quite impressive. Same like Canelo's. Just because he didn't get the knockdown doesn't mean that Benavidez still didn't do very, very good. He dominated that fool.
Yep. Bro, he went balls to the wall because his boxing skills is not that on the level of Caleb Plant. He went balls to the wall. He knew nothing else to do, just to walk into the punches and deliver his own.
What do you mean, walk to the punches? Caleb playing landed 15%
actually landed more punches on Canelo than
You
he did
believe
on
that
Vito.
Dutch pound? Caleb Plant was outboxing the shit out of him, bro. And then he was like, you know what, fuck this. I'm just gonna walk through punches and deliver my own.
But Rebri, that's the point. Canelo landed less punches but knocked his ass out. Canelo landed less punches on Plant but knocked him out.
How many times have we seen Canelo outbox
Every
get
round from the
Stop
second
it.
round against Plant. You're crazy.
You're delusional. You need to rewatch that fight.
And by the way, Canelo's not going to outbox anybody anyway. So when that fight does happen, he's going to have to try to bully Benavidez. Good luck with that.
Just in case Brad Reed ever goes on vacation, I'll play his part. Ready? Hold on. Yeah? How many elite fighters is, just tell me this, how many fucking elite fighters Canelo fought? Look good against.
Right,
That was the next one. That was the next thing. Come on, you know that was what was coming next.
Hans.
You know, Rare Breed, you're so high on Shakur Stevenson, right?
Yes.
Are you?
Yes.
Yeah, you are. Okay. I got something to say. You're not high with Ryan Garcia, right?
No, Ryan Garcia is a limited fighter. That dude.
Okay, what did I tell you? Is he's limited? Okay, what if I tell you Ryan Garcia beat Shakur in the amateurs?
I mean, that's no. By the way, no, he didn't. But that's okay. He didn't. It's not true. But either way,
he beat 3 times, lost to him 3 times, and beat Shakur.
Let's just keep it in facts.
What was the point of bringing that up?
I'm just saying, if you think Ryan ain't so good, I'm not saying Ryan is great. Don't get me wrong, but like you think Shakur is great.
Yeah.
And if Shakur is so great,
generational,
he's such a generational talent, lost
generational.
like Ryan Garcia.
To your point, one, it never happened, and two, if it did happen, it wouldn't matter because Frank Martin beat Virgil Ortiz in the amateurs too. And Sean Porter beat Usyk.
Are you
amateurs is in?
Yeah, but Rare Breed, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Ryan also beat Virgil Ortiz too on amateurs.
Rare Breed, you bang on. I mean, you make it out to be as Ryan Garcia is some sort of bum, and if you pick Ryan to win, you're crazy. You don't know shit about boxing. But then again, he was able to beat Shakur Stevenson in the amateurs, which is. It's just a big deal. It is a big deal. You know what I mean? For a guy that's supposed to be this bad, and for a guy that's supposed to be a generational talent to lose against a guy like Ryan Garcia, that's a big deal.
He didn't lose to Ryan Garcia. So why?
Okay, Rare Breed. Yeah.
Just look
at
him.
Just leave it at that, man.
That's false.
Give me record on box correct.
All right.
He never beat Shakur.
Why are you just spreading what he said just because he said it? How do you know that's even true?
It sounds legitimate because you know what? Apparently, Ryan Garcia was a he was a Golden Gloves national. He was a national champion.
Yeah, he beat Haney.
He was a national champion multiple times. So it wouldn't be out of the question. It wouldn't be out of the question. It wouldn't be out of the question.
Look. No, you guys think I'm being unfair against Ryan Garcia because I don't know, maybe because he's Mexican and he's not black or whatever, but that's not true. Like the dude is just not that good, bro. Like let's be honest.
Listen, bro.
Ryan Garcia
with Ryan, the fight with Ryan was suspicious as fuck.
And Ryan lost on points. That's the
one
fact.
at a time.
It happened in 2013, January 10. Stop spreading.
So he did beat him in amateurs?
No. Shakur beat Ryan in the amateurs. They fought one time, 2013, January 10. It was a long time ago. Why are you even bringing that up? Such a dumb shit to.
Well, from what I didn't
bring it up.
From what I've seen, I did. From what I've seen, it was the opposite. But
just look it up on BoxRec. I'm looking at it right now.
All right.
Well, there you go.
So Haney, if he beat Haney too, so what? And Haney beat
3 times, and Haney beat him.
I'm not high on Haney.
Yeah. So how's Ryan trash at that point? I don't get it.
I mean, you can get worse from the amateurs. That's 2013 is a long time ago. That's almost 10 years ago.
I'm telling you, they're like.
All right, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count, guys. Guys, it doesn't count. Forget it.
So guys, I got another question. Who does the new face of boxing beat at the elite level at 135, 140? The new face of boxing, the supposed. Who does it beat?
It's obviously Tank Davis. There's only one.
No. The question was, who does he beat at 135, 140 at the champions?
Regis.
Oh, he's talking about Ryan Garcia?
No.
Nobody.
No.
Oh, Tank? Tank can beat Devin.
No,
he can beat Devin.
Well,
I think he can beat Devin.
You know what Linares did to Devin's chin.
I think Tank could beat Regis too.
Really?
All
Yeah,
right.
I really think he could be Regis. That's a 50.
I think if what he did to Ryan, if what he did to Ryan was legit, he's gonna knock out Haney and Shakur Stevenson. He's
Can
gonna knock
Shakur
him
beat
out.
Josh Taylor?
Regis Prograis will eat fucking Tank alive.
Yeah, I think
Regis Prograis, I'm not too sure about.
You might
Regis
not
Prograis is a
like
different
Tank, but
story.
he's not a bitch.
You're
not gonna make it.
Tank is gonna knock you the fuck out.
What about Matias?
Bro, Tank only needs one shot. He will land that shot.
That's the man in the division.
Tank won't fight
Super
Matias. No way.
Tank's
No
power
way.
travels. His power
Matias can get
travels.
hurt though. I saw him in that fight that he lost. Actually, he was robbed, but he did get hurt really bad. That
He
one
gets,
round.
he gets
that
hurt a lot, and he just gets up and he starts to like kill the opponent.
Yeah,
I saw him pay to hurt Regis Prograis. So let's not act like he can't be beat.
No, I mean the one when he lost, he looked horrible. When he was
Petros Anayan, against Petros Anayan, yeah. He beat him in the rematch, so clearly.
Yeah,
I mean,
but he got hurt in the 7th round, and he got up though, and he started to put his best work in the later rounds in the first one.
I think Tank could beat Subaru Matias.
Probably beats Teofimo too.
Yeah.
He'll be the dog to Matias.
Yeah, I mean, the style that's gonna beat Uriel Matias is a power puncher. The guy, because he keeps coming forward. So if he gets stopped in his tracks,
I think
Bro,
Tank
all these
can be Terrence Crawford.
Uriel Matias throws 100 punches per round.
I think
He throws 300. He's gonna beat him. He's gonna have to knock him out. And I think that style like that, yeah, that's the style that will get to Uriel Matias.
beat Mike Tyson.
I think Tank's movement will get Subaru
He's always
in
gonna be
trouble.
vulnerable because he's always want to have his play.
Yeah, exactly. Rare breed.
Tank knocks out Tyson Fury.
So who can beat Tank?
You're talking about 140
Rare breed,
fighters.
in your
not a
opinion,
big
who's the
Tank
guy?
is a midget.
How many boxers can beat Tank
Devin.
Davis? Rare breed. How many boxers can beat Tank Davis? Give me the names.
I think Devin possibly could beat him. I would pick Tank.
Devin will
But
get
Devin could probably beat potentially.
Let him talk.
I think Shakur could beat him.
What about Muhammad Ali?
You think or you know who's gonna
I
beat
don't
him?
think Regis. Maybe Regis Prograis. I don't know.
Lopez could beat him.
Loma
No, I
beats
don't know.
Tank.
Anybody?
All right, here's the next question. Here's the next question for Rare Breed. The next question, shut up, for Rare Breed. Rare Breed. Who can beat Shakur Stevenson?
Oh, that's easy. Nobody.
Everybody.
No,
Okay,
nobody.
what about
Nobody's
Prime
beating that
Paulie
kid.
Malignaggi versus Shakur Stevenson. The battle of the pillow fists.
That's Devin
You guys
Haney.
like to see that?
Actually, that's
Devin
funny.
Haney
Paul
has
said he
no
reminds
pop.
me of himself. He said
Devin Haney
reminds
has
me
no
of
pop.
himself.
He has no pop in his punch.
Hold on. At 135, are you saying who beats Shakur at 135? Is that what you're saying?
Anyway.
Yeah, I think he means 135 to 140.
No, anyway.
I'm saying nobody.
Nobody beats him.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Shakur Stevens right now at 135, I think beats everyone except Loma. At 140, I don't think he's going to go that far at 140. That's just, because
He would embarrass Loma.
Rare Breed. I have a question for Rare Breed and everybody else. I have a question for everybody. Okay, how likely is it for Tank Davis to go to 140 and maybe get stuck there and not be able to dominate the division? Basically, meaning. Yeah, go ahead.
Very likely.
The guy is fucking 5'4". Like, he's really a natural 130 pounder. He's just too lazy to make it.
Oh, sorry.
He shouldn't be at 140.
Hold on. Sorry. The ROM kicked in. And I asked the wrong question. Sorry, I asked the wrong question. I said Tank Davis. Sorry, I meant Shakur Stevenson.
Oh yeah. Shakur
Frank
can
Martin
definitely.
probably beat
He'll be very comfortable at 140.
Oh, really?
Very.
What about the power?
Really. Stevenson,
Better than Tank.
look, bro. Look, Shakur's a special fighter, bro. Y'all gonna find out sooner or later if you haven't.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I want Jimmy's opinion. Jimmy, do you think Shakur can fight at 140? You think he develops enough power?
Jimmy, he probably in the bathroom.
Power to win.
He's been gone for a while.
If Shakur was so good, why didn't he fight Gary Russell?
Let Jimmy answer that question first, and I'll answer your question.
And I'm not trying. I'm just being honest. Shakur is an extremely talented fighter, absolutely. But here's the caveat, though, too. He knows the bigger he goes up, the harder it's going to be for him to dominate. And you know why we know this? Why do you think he hung around to such a degree at 130? that he actually missed weight. He couldn't even make that weight anymore because he knows every division he goes up, what he brings to the table that makes him dominant. The reason why he was so dominant at 130 because his size. He was always usually taller than everybody, longer reach, and he was able to use that size to his advantage along with his speed and an excellent jab and a great control of distance. By the time he gets up to 140, he's
Guys, can I read a super chat here from I'm Famous? He says super chat. He says, don't forget that Tank Davis weight drained Mario Barrios and Ryan Garcia. His power won't look as good versus Regis that isn't drained. All right. What do you guys
Another
think about
dumb shit. Why did Goosen didn't tell Ryan Garcia back away from him, fight tall, make him come to you instead of chasing after him?
He
Weird
did,
shit, right?
But the motherfucker wouldn't listen. That's why he doesn't. He didn't do a
Ryan don't listen. I guess.
He don't. That's why Goosen didn't do a post conference with him. And he,
Rare Breed,
you
look
know,
at the photo in the chat.
All right. Okay.
That's a good point. That's a
here
good
we go.
point. Ryan don't listen, man. You don't
Why do you
listen.
think Goosen never talked to the media? He was obviously
Goosen even said that. I guess Goosen even said that to Steve Kim, or was it? I don't know if it was to Steve Kim. I'm speaking out of school. I forget exactly where I heard. I'm a little buzzed right now, but it was. He definitely said that Ryan wasn't listening to him. It's either Ryan's way or the highway, and it's obvious. Even his own manager told him, "Don't take this is a bad idea." He was publicly saying this is a bad idea, and Ryan was like, "Nope, this is what we're gonna do." But I gotta say one thing: it's not too crazy to say that he didn't have the power and the hand speed to hurt Tank. Because remember in the second round, he put it on before he caught that shot. He put it on him so bad. He had Tank spinning in circles. You saw the look at Tank's face. He was all touched up and shit.
I don't think he was hurt, though, bro.
Well, he gave it to him good. He gave it to him good enough where only one judge scored that round 10-8. The other two, one scored it 10-10, an even round, and another guy gave it 10-9.
Check out
Another thing about it. He never threw a straight right hand like he did against what's his name, Luke Campbell.
But he
never did it.
The coach was telling him to do that. I went back and listened to it.
Garcia shit the bed right there. Garcia totally shit the bed.
Was the moment too much for him? Is that probably what it was? The moment was too much for him.
You can't deny that Ryan Garcia doesn't have speed and power because even Reynoso came out and said that in sparring back in the gym with bigger gloves and headgears, he's consistently knocking fools out with both hands. So, but remember, he was dehydrated too, man. He was fucking dehydrated.
Oye, Gonzalo, pero la cagó ese cabrón, la cagó demasiado.
Yeah, he did shit the bed, man. Because he said, remember, he said, I got Jesus Christ in my corner. I got Jesus Christ in my corner, but then I got bored. You got to keep your focus for 36 minutes, dog.
I know. But another thing, bro, like before the fight happened on Friday, I don't know if you guys caught this.
About it is that he was poorly trained, and he should have exercised his distance and his length. He should have capitalized on his length and his power.
That's right.
Because he does have power with the two. He does. We've seen it.
Let's not act like he doesn't have valid arguments. Let's not act like he doesn't have valid arguments. Right now, I ain't throwing Ryan Garcia under the bus. I'm still a big fan of him. I still think he can improve. But we're just going to have to wait and see, man, because if he doesn't want to listen, he's going to come off as one of the greatest hype jobs. Hype jobs or like talent that he could have been good but didn't fulfill his true potential. Because he does have potential.
Gonzalo, I can understand. Gonzalo, I can understand. He probably wanted a showboat. He went in there because, like, what happened with Luke Campbell, he got dropped. He pressed the action. But even with Luke Campbell, he still threw the right hand and he kept the distance properly. With Tank, he
what
didn't.
What did you say about Luke Campbell?
It was over. It was.
But that was because he was part of Canelo's team.
It was inexperience. He saw that he had Davis uncomfortable, spinning, even turning his back to him. And Davis wasn't comfortable during that second round. Clearly, the judge even scored it that way. And he got overexcited. Instead of having experience to step back, he overcommitted, put his weight out over his foot, left his chin up in the air, and Tank caught him with that left hand.
Conspiracy. Look, I'm gonna go on the conspiracy end a little bit.
With Canelo.
I'm gonna go a little bit to the conspiracy end a little bit, guys. And before the fight, before it was on Friday, and I was watching him and Tank on ESPN. I forgot who was the interviewer, in between them. And right after they're about to finish, Ryan said some stuff to Tank to rile him up a little bit. And Tank's like this, I'm coming to your room right now in 10 minutes. He's like, okay, come over. But like the way he said come over, like he's all scared and shit. Like something's about, like he's about to tell him. But I don't know, bro. It's fishy to me.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
It's very, the fight is fishy. Like it's all about, like, okay, he's dog shit. Why have spies in his camp? Okay, his body, okay, he can. Okay, I got it. He can. Okay, his body got injured in sparring. The Asian man hurt him in the body. Okay, dumbass, your body's hurt. You know that Tank knows that you're weak on the body. Why not keep a distance? Unless you're scared to hold, unless you're scared to take a dive. You get what I'm saying now?
You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. Especially if you know the other guy knows that you're hurt. But you know what? Also, keep your fucking distance anyway. That's your one advantage right there. That's your one.
When you watch him fight Haney in amateurs, he fights on his back foot, and that's how he ends up winning on points. He doesn't fight, put it on his front foot.
What happened?
It's just I don't know, but that's why it's suspicious. That fight is suspicious. I'm not saying Tank couldn't have beaten him. I'm not saying that Tank could have beaten him. I expected Tank to beat him if he bulldozed.
Here's the thing, though. I've noticed. This is something I've noticed. This is something I've noticed. When a boxer fights somebody that's smaller, somehow they get this extra confidence once they see them in the ring that, you know, I'm bigger than this guy. I can take him out. And this reminds me of Marquez against Pacquiao. In the first fight, Marquez, he kind of notices that, you know, Pacquiao, he's so much smaller. I can take him out. And he starts throwing down. And as he's throwing down, he gets knocked down three times. And this is a mistake a lot of boxers made against Pacquiao. Even Shane Mosley and all this they see Pacquiao small and they just go after him. But you can't because this guy has power.
Yeah, but this guy's trying to say Ryan did it on purpose.
That's a good point because even for a shrewd counterpuncher like Marquez, he went ahead and took the bait on that one. It's not that Pacquiao's so small. Yeah. It is not that he's so small since Marquez too is game and he's a fucking throwback and he can fight bigger guys. He said, this guy's right around my size. He's around my size, a little bit smaller. I could take him. Right.
All I'm saying, guys, is that fight with Ryan and Tank, it's suspicious. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
get out of here.
Also, you gotta understand, both camps said the same thing about Ryan. He's lazy.
Well, that's the thing, Jimmy. I always knew he was lazy because of the stories that I heard.
It's one thing to be lazy, and it's another thing to not follow the direction of the game plan.
Jimmy. But this is the thing, though. This is the thing, Jimmy. This is based. My prediction was based on you know, Ryan Garcia's his physical abilities. His the fact that he had Joe Goosen in his corner. I thought there were gonna be some changes. But now I'm hearing that it was the same Ryan Garcia as before.
Same Ryan Garcia, exactly.
So like, come on, what do you guys want me to say?
Goosen was
the same fucking guy.
And even Goosen mentioned it. I'm just the guy from the outside looking in. With Ryan, he's such a special talent that I don't really have to get involved unless I notice something that I do have to call him out.
He said you don't
not the way.
Ryan.
Come on, man. You're giving that dude the full power and authority.
Goosen said everything.
So you watched
Ryan when he fought Luke, he was throwing 50-50s. He was throwing body shots and he was throwing hooks. He was throwing hooks with his lead hand, either to the body or to the head.
Yeah, but Luke Campbell is a completely different fighter. Tank's 5'4".
I know, but at no point in time did Ryan throw
he's overrated.
A feint to where he could make him think he's either going to go to the body or the head. At no point he did that shit. None.
Yeah, but here's the deal, though. Randy wants to make the argument that he was overrated.
No, Mucho.
Yes, go ahead.
You watched a fighter in Ryan Garcia that didn't display any type of footwork. He didn't display he could fight off the back foot. He can't fight on the inside. He has very limited skill wise. Yet you still picked him to win the fight because
I understand your point.
You don't win fights based on that shit.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make it out to be as if I just chose Ryan Garcia based on emotions, which is completely wrong. This is completely the opposite of what Wilder fans
also Tank Davis beat
did make a comparison with. You did compare it to what Wilder fans did.
You picked against Tank because he's PBC and Floyd Mayweather affiliated.
Okay, stop getting emotional. Let me finish. Why won't you let me finish? Why won't you let me finish? Come on, let me finish, please. So I did not base my prediction on emotions like Wilder fans did, because as you know, when you make a prediction based on emotions and your fighter loses, you come up with crazy excuses like the Wilder fans did, right? Like I did not come up with any fucking crazy ass excuses, right? So I'm not emotionally invested in this fight.
Well, you did come up with the weight drain thing, but whatever.
Well, that's a fact. Prove me wrong.
Okay.
No. What are you? No. Let Verbit explain. What do you mean?
That's not why he lost the fight.
Was there a rehydration clause? Yes or no?
Yes, there was, but Tank had to follow the same shit.
So there was a rehydration clause. Thank you. So I bring that up, but it's not. I do believe that.
Clause is a big deal, man. Look what happened to Chris Eubank.
I do believe Ryan Garcia was. I do believe Ryan Garcia was inferior to Tank Davis.
Yeah, but he got up.
Deny that. I do not deny that Ryan Garcia was inferior to Tank Davis.
I agree. Ryan quit. Ryan does not have the mental fortitude as
exactly.
Eubank does.
But the thing is, this is the thing, though. I did not know these things because Ryan Garcia. My prediction was a 50-50 fight, and Verbit knows this, but he fails to mention this. He always ignores this fact. I made it evident before. I said it
could be. Pucho, you said like 100 times. I won't be surprised.
And by the way, I said both fighters. I said there's still a lot of unanswered questions for both fighters, and I still have a lot of questions unanswered for Tank Davis.
I told you.
Why are you interrupting me? I told you you didn't. Let me.
But look at what you're saying, Reverend. Look at what you're saying. You're saying that Ryan Garcia don't got the ability to fight off the back foot for one. Tank wasn't pushing Ryan Garcia on the back foot. Ryan was the one coming forward. So it was never a thing that we're gonna see if he gets pushed to the edge, if he could fight off.
I was just naming one of the numerous things he couldn't do.
You saying Verbit, you're the one that claims that Verbit, you're the one that Verbit, you act like you want to claim that I'm the one that's you want to claim that I'm the one that's emotional. But you don't even let me finish my sentences, so it sounds like you are the one that's emotional. You are the one that's emotional, Verbit. You are the one that's emotional. Because you don't even let me finish what I'm trying to. Yes, well, you keep interrupting me. So it sounds like you're emotional. You don't even want to hear my answer.
So Ryan has a really good left hook, but he doesn't have a good jab. Think about it for a few seconds before you talk.
No, I know that's very clear. Ryan has a very good left hook, but his inability to set up that left hook is very apparent because Tank is a little bit more above him. I'm not saying that he's great, but he is a little obviously above Ryan. Ryan needs to work on setting up that hook. His downfall was he threw 4, not 3, not 2, but 4 left hooks in a row, and he got dropped on that second round.
Why did he? That's the question.
Power him down.
Bro, he threw
why did he? I'm glad he tried to fucking throw down. I'm glad he didn't try to back foot bitch. I'm glad of it. He lost, whatever. But this is what I respect. Somebody that tries to fucking do something. Somebody that tries to fucking do something, engage his opponent and not be on the back foot and wait for the referee to step in and break the fight. Somebody that takes the initiative. And of course, Ryan Garcia wasn't up to it, but I'm glad he tried at his age of 23 years old when you have Boots Ennis at 25 that isn't doing anything and everybody thinks he's the shit. You know, I actually applaud. I applaud Ryan Davis for trying this. And then we have, exactly. This is how it should be. A boxer that thinks he can actually try and do it and make it and take a chance. Take a fucking chance in life.
You think Tank Davis would fight a guy with a Boots Ennis?
Are
you crazy? He would never fight a Boots Ennis type of fighter. But Ryan Garcia, that's an easy cherry pick.
Go ahead, cry about it.
Ryan Garcia was easy.
He tried.
Think he would fight Loma?
Yeah. Hey, retard. You interrupt way too much, man. Just telling you straight up. You jump in too much.
Sucker, bro.
All right, there you go.
You're a race fan.
What's that?
You're like the Mexican version of Rare Breed.
I haven't even talked to me. What are you talking about?
No, just the way it's always the
Just kick him the
Mexican.
fuck out, BDA. Just kick his
What's
ass
that?
out.
No, let retard. I want
Yeah,
to
you
expose
can't
this
take
guy.
lead.
I mean, he's a
Yeah,
retard.
kick me
But
out.
go ahead, BDA. Go ahead.
Yeah, he's got the Peruvian flag. I think he's some sort of Peruvian, some sort of Incan. That's why he
That's
hates
not the
Mexico.
Peruvian flag. It's just a red bar.
Talk about something about. Okay, yeah, you gotta let me talk. Yeah, the thing I don't understand is we already established the whole thing about the rehydration clause because Rare Breed, that's the problem with you. Like you don't listen to what people say. It goes into one ear out the other. I don't know how you're gonna make it in your sports journalism class that way. You gotta really sit down and focus. You gotta remember, Tank Davis, yes, he did accept the rehydration clause, but he's the one that asked for it. You think he asked for it to handicap himself? Here's what he said, and this isn't any crazy theory. This is what he said himself. When they asked him about it, he says, it's just making sure everything's fair. You know what I mean? I know that Ryan Garcia is a bigger fighter. He already has the advantage of the height, the size, the arm length, like everything. He has the most advantage. So I'm just making it a little fair. That's it. He didn't want to fight the guy at 100%. And that's a 23-year-old who has all those flaws, you know, the lead feet, the inexperience, and yet he still chose to do
repeating shit.
that. But that to me is just...
You heard some YouTubers say this shit.
You know what I mean? That's what Tank Davis himself said, man.
I mean, look at Chris Eubank. Never been dropped, not even sparring. Not even once, bro. And gets in there and gets annihilated by Liam Smith because Conor Brent drained his ass down to what was it, 157, and the fight never took place. I don't think he's ever going to be the same.
And just because you repeat the same things that everybody knows, that doesn't mean that they're still not true, man. They're fucking true. That shit don't go away because you just repeating something that's a fucking fact.
That's a guy that's never been dropped, man. Never been dropped.
He should fight. He should have fought Ryan Garcia.
You don't even know at what weight Ryan rehydrates, and you're saying this shit.
Bro, why would he penetrate the B side?
Okay, so we agree that Tank Davis, it wasn't just, well, he had to sign the contract as well and abide by the stipulations. He asked for it as an advantage. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, you can do that as a side. A lot of fighters have done that.
Okay, but there you go.
The IBF follows that same exact stipulations.
Okay, but there you go. So when you say, well, that right, but when you say,
Ryan
well,
could have come at whatever weight he wanted, paid the fine.
When you say, well, you know, that's an excuse. When you say that it's an excuse for Ryan Garcia, it's not well, you can call it an excuse. You can make up a word to call it, you know, a Hodenflying or something like that, some sort of German word. The fact is, Tank Davis wanted it as an advantage. It wasn't just for kicks and giggles.
No,
it's true or not?
He didn't want Ryan blowing up 20 pounds overnight on fight night.
There you go. That's part of. And then Errol Spence the next day, he looked at a photo of Ryan Garcia. He said, that boy's drained. He's been in the bathtub all day. That's what he said. So it was obviously to have an advantage. So when people like you repeat excuses, whatever you want to call it, there was a design behind the stipulation. There you go. Silent.
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Ryan Garcia. The fact, why do you think Ryan Garcia accepted all these stipulations? Isn't it obvious they're trying to cash this dude out? They don't believe in him.
Okay, but now we're moving on from one thing to, well, you know, they just wanted to cash him out.
He's a fighter, and no matter what the promoter says, he can still say, I want this guy, give it to me. He's the boss.
No, I don't know. No, yeah, you act like he's taking some big risk fighting Tank Davis. I mean, actually, he benefited from this loss, if anything. He's bigger than ever.
Okay. So, Rare Breed, you never complained about Canelo and weight clauses, huh?
Always Tank.
You weren't the guy on here complaining about Canelo.
That's the main reason why I don't give a fuck, because the same people that didn't care about that shit, all of a sudden they care.
So I remember you bitching about Canelo and his weight training people.
I just said that. I said the same people who didn't give a fuck about Canelo doing that shit all of a sudden have a problem with Tank doing it. So I don't care either.
No, we all care about rehydration clauses, and I even said
you didn't care about Canelo doing that shit.
Let me explain myself. There's people that think that Kovalev took a dive against Canelo, and I said Kovalev at that point was a drunk.
That was such like that fight.
Okay, shut up. Okay, so I always said, oh my god, I always said Kovalev was a drunk. He was dropped multiple times by Alvarez before that, and I said the rehydration clause did not help against Canelo, and I said that's probably the reason why he got fucking dropped. And people were like, no, he took a dive, blah blah blah. blah look at this. So no, obviously
he did take a dive.
Yeah, who said that? Who said that? Retarded?
I don't think he took a dive.
I said he took a dive.
No, he didn't take a dive. He didn't take a dive. Okay, well, fucking Christ. All right, he didn't take a dive. In my opinion, he did not take a dive, and like again, he was dehydrated. So that's a more plausible explanation than Kovalev
the fight before Canelo. He fucking knocked down a guy with a jab, and then all of a sudden Canelo just knocks him out. That's
but here's the thing: if you look at the Yarde fight, Yarde was tired as fuck. He gave everything. He threw a bunch of punches for like 4 rounds, whatever. He was fucking tired after that, and he got knocked out by a jab. It makes fucking sense. The guy was fucking tired. Look at the fight again. It's not impossible.
Yeah.
And somebody posted something. Somebody, what the fuck is this?
Kovalev came off from a tough fight with Yarde.
You just said it was 2 months after the fight.
Yeah, he came off tough and
Watch the Anthony Yarde fight with Kovalev, and you'll see that Anthony Yarde was completely gassed. It was more like his body just quit on him. He was so gassed out. He was so tired. It just looked ridiculous. He was just done.
Yeah, but also, man, fucking, what is his name? The Russian dude, the guy you're talking about, he hits like a fucking baseball bat, dude. Just because it's a jab, does it in a short punch, like close to the opponent, he can just basically chuck it out there and touch you, and it hurts like a fucking baseball bat, dude.
Yeah. Well, what I think is
especially with square stance.
Even if
you think this is like you and me fucking throwing hands, no, dude. This fucking dude, he touches you. It hurts like a motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, Gonzalo, I think people who laugh at you getting knocked out by a jab has never been jabbed in the face in a boxing ring.
Exactly.
That's
Thank you very
is.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I've had my jaw pushed back I've had my jaw pushed back with a jab.
Put your body behind it, man.
The only time I ever had my nose broken in the ring, it was a jab.
Fucking jab.
That's the only time. Getting your neck snapped back with a jab is one of the worst things over and over again. That fucking hurts. You feel awful.
Even a couple of months ago.
Like Triple C's jab, man. That shit is a power
like a
jab.
sledgehammer.
Bro, it's ridiculous.
There are so many jabs you can throw. There are a myriad of jabs you can throw. You can throw a power jab. You can throw a flick jab, a slip jab, an up jab. I mean, if you get caught with a good jab and you turn your body into it like you're throwing a hook almost. Like if you're throwing a hook and you throw your body and your weight goes to the back foot as you throw that jab, you're gonna fuck someone up. You can knock somebody out with that fucking jab.
Just look at Charlo.
Remember that half jab
banana guy.
Crawford knocked Kell Brook out with?
Exactly. Thank you very much. That was almost like a hook jab.
Yeah, it was a hook jab. Look at a jab that he threw against Vanes Martirosyan.
What about Charlo?
knocked Vanes with the fucking jab, or was it? Or am I mistaken?
You guys seen Charlo knock at what's his name? Banana Man. What's his name? His nickname was Banana.
Rosario.
Rosario. Body chop. Dude, the jab. What a jab, man.
Knocked him out with a body jab.
And especially if you snap his head back when he's not expecting it, and you know you can crack, and you snap the head back when he's not thinking you're going to, because you're paying attention to the trail hand, dude, you're gonna get your eyes dialed back, and you're gonna get dropped, dude. It can happen.
Yeah.
And can I just say too quick about the Kell Kovalev throwing that fight? There's a video somebody put out, and it broke it down perfectly. It was not from one of the ring cameras. It was a handheld camera. When he got caught with that shot to the jaw, he was so out. When he went down, he folded his ankle over to the point where if he was awake, he would probably rip the ligaments right out. Fucking no, when you throw yourself to the ground in a fake knockout and you go down, you don't fold your ligaments, your knee and your ankle completely under the way he did under his body. He did that because he was out cold.
Yeah. If you get hit so hard, your brain gets jostled around, your brain starts rattling around, you lose control of your extremities, meaning you lose control of your central nervous system. You don't have control of those ligaments. Your brain controls a lot of things that you don't consciously direct. And once you get hit in the brain that hard and your brain starts bouncing around in there, you lose control of fine motor skills, skills, everything. And your ankle can buckle, your knee can buckle. All sorts of shit happens.
Well, that's what
his arm.
Canelo's defense.
No, his arm was dangling over the lower or second to the lowest rope. Kind of like when Marciano hit that fucking what's that dude? That black dude that was real good, the old man. When he knocked him out with the classic punch in the 13th round. And his eyes were open, and Kovalev's eyes were open like a deer caught in the headlights, like nobody was home. Right? He was dead inside.
Yeah,
that's how you can tell it was true.
Exactly, brother. It's like when somebody gets shot in the head, they just go down the most awkward ways because a knockout, all that is your brain literally as soft as you could possibly imagine. Your brain touches your skull because what it does, it automatically shuts itself off because you know why? When people are drunk, car accidents, they always say the dude who's the most drunk dude always survives. You know why? He doesn't tense all up. It's the body's reaction to trauma. It automatically shuts itself off because that way when you're not stiff, you don't break all your bones. But so that's what it was. He just touched his brain, touched the side of his skull for a split second, shut everything off like a light switch, and you just go down. And whatever angle you're going down, that's where you're going down.
In Canelo's defense, he's only dehydrated 2 opponents in his 50, 60 fights. 2 opponents. That's Kovalev and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He hasn't dehydrated anyone else besides then 50 or 60 fights. I'm not sure. You got to check Boxer how many fights he has. 2 guys he's only dehydrated.
When you see somebody get knocked out, when you see somebody get knocked out, pay attention to the extremities. Pay attention to the body. Look at how the body reacts. You can't fake that. There's no way you can fake your extremities that way. It's impossible.
It's fucking stupid, man. And I do agree that rehydration clause had a fucking major part in that stoppage. So there you go, Rarebit. There you go. All right, rehydration clauses do work, and I've said it. And by the way, Rarebit, you can actually go back to November of whenever that fight happened, and I actually fucking said it multiple times live, and it's recorded, it's there, so there you go. Case closed.
But how many people did Tank dehydrate?
Actually, Gypsy, you were there. You remember that? Remember when Precise was saying?
So yeah.
So fuck it, man.
Like Eric Morales said, man. Like Eric Morales said, they should put a rule in place in one of these conventions not to allow that shit no longer, man, because that's not for men, fool. To be bringing motherfuckers down to beat them easily.
Exactly.
Buy them at the right, whether they're bigger than you. Oh well, man, they're making the weight too, dude. If you say you are that guy, maybe that's why Canelo wants to fight. I mean, Dimitri Bivol at 75 now.
Yeah,
because he's going to get a lot of scrutiny for it. Maybe. But that's not enough, I guess.
Maybe.
Lomachenko shouldn't be fighting at 135. He never pushes that bullshit on people. He lets whatever the sanction body does.
I guess he should go to 130, Lomachenko, and calm down to 130.
With, Ryan, is that Tank fought 140 before and made a huge deal about how he's a champion there. And then he forces him to not only cut down to 135 after he moved up to 140, but then slaps a rehydration clause. That's like the same thing Mikey Garcia did to Jesse Vargas. Like right when he was about to move up, he forces him back down to 147, a weight he can't make, and then gets a rehydration clause on him. That's like double.
How many guys did Tank do this rehydration clause? He did it on Pedraza.
Mario Barrios.
He did it on Barrios. He did it on Rolly. He did it on Ryan. He's the face of boxing, bro.
I don't want to say that Tank Davis is not a good fighter. He's only winning because of the rehydration clauses. The power's there. The power's real. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it is.
But still, a rehydration clause is a rehydration clause, and there might be some sort of advantage. Now, when it comes to Ryan Garcia, I don't think he's that good, to be honest. I know, but I had high expectations of the guy based on some of his fights, some of the things that I saw, the physical advantages, and the fact that he had Joe Goosen in his corner. I said maybe, that's why I said it was a 50-50 fight. I said maybe he has a chance of winning. But then Rarebreed takes it, and I'm like, Rarebreed wants to make it out to be as if I said there's no way Tank is gonna win. Ryan's gonna beat him. Ryan's go ahead.
No, Bucho. The reason I get on your case.
You just said to him, though, listen, be honest. What you said was, I told you it was going to be a cherry pick, meaning he was crazy not just to take what you said. When he was, the stuff he was making, the reasons he picked him were perfectly sensible. The same reasons why Gonzalo did.
No, people on this panel, I can't say all of them, but a lot of people on this panel and on this Discord specifically, Ryan had a real chance because, I don't know, he's got his length. He's got speed and power and all the other casual shit that they said.
Yeah, he did have a chance if he had a good game plan.
He did.
Him walking into,
but you gotta have the skill. You gotta have the skills.
It's not a good game plan.
Hey, Rarebreed, how come in the second round, Tank Davis was hanging on like a bitch, fighting like a bitch? Look at the second round. Actually, you know what? I'll tell BDA who's the best.
Look at the first round.
Look at the first.
It's called veteran. It's called veteran savvy. Like you gotta. Sometimes you have to clinch in order to.
No, bullshit, Rarebreed. I've never seen an elite boxer like Floyd Mayweather or Golovkin or anything be a bitch and go like that. Like basically being for dear life. Oh no.
Clinch it.
No. You'll see. You'll see. If we I'll make a fucking video about it. He's fucking holding on like for dear life. He's looking at the referee and complaining.
I mean, all you guys gotta do is just look at the first round.
And honestly, speed and power is not for casuals.
It's completely different.
Speed and power is not for casuals because if everybody would have that in the world, there would be a lot of people wanting to be champions. But since not too many people are born with those two intangibles, you cannot buy those in the fucking store. Yeah, with experience, you can always gain that. In boxing ability, you can improve. But if you ain't got the speed and the power naturally, it's very, very hard for you to make it in this game. So, I mean, sometimes you don't have to be better to beat the other guy. Sometimes a dude with better conditioning, or the wrong style for that guy can beat the other guy. And let's not act like
Did you guys hear Ryan say this?
Speed and power without the skills to implement is basically useless.
Did you guys hear Ryan say after the first round where I didn't want it to make a boring fight, so I chased after him?
You're right. But
in the first round.
Yeah, but we can really take whatever he says. I don't really pay attention to what somebody says, because.
And then he decided to. The funny thing is, bro. The funny thing is, as soon as he started chasing after him, you can see the smile on Tank's face. He said, like, I got him. Yeah. Because what you're doing is pretty much you're stepping into his world. Exactly. You're stepping into his world where he can set anything up on you instead of letting him come to you. You're fighting his fight.
Yeah. I told you guys a long time ago.
His downfall was he started fighting Tank's fight. He didn't stick to any kind of game plan, and he fucked up. He didn't listen.
So does that mean? Does that mean Ryan sucks? No.
It's obvious that
and I'm a fan of exciting fights, but a fight of this magnitude, sometimes you gotta make it boring. I'm not gonna come out and say it outright, but when it comes down to like, if you need to win, fucking make it boring, dude. I'm not gonna admit to
the issue.
I was watching him do this shit, and he was going after him, and he kept chasing after him. And I said to the guy next to me, I'm like, "Hey, man, why doesn't he make it just like a Vladimir Klitschko 1-2 fight? Just make it boring and fucking win. You have your reach."
Here's the issue with that logic.
No, he's fucking stupid. He fucked up.
No, because that's the way that's the way Tank is fighting. So if he's doing it, why shouldn't you do it too? Or at least
hold on. You guys keep saying that. Here's the issue. Here's the issue with that logic. He doesn't have the ability to implement that game plan, even if he wanted to, because he doesn't have the fucking skills.
Oh, really? He did it to Rolly in the sparring match.
He's not Rolly in a sparring match. Like it's not easy to do that shit.
He did it to Rolly in a sparring match. Every time Rolly came in, did nothing but ineffective aggression, and he got popped in the head. And then he stepped back, ran around, didn't give Rolly the room to work. Not at all. He did it to Rolly. He couldn't do it to Tank. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Couldn't. No,
and obviously,
he's not good, bro. It's gonna be worse when he fights Montaz too. Watch.
Sit here and tell you that he does, but I'm gonna tell you one thing: he was fighting ambitiously, like he was chasing after Tank.
Bro,
We're not gonna deny that he wasn't there to be hit.
Just wait until Ryan Garcia fights people.
He fought too ambitiously. That's why he got dropped. And then he caught him with that left hook, and that's it. Because he fought so ambitiously, he was showboating. I'm gonna knock him out real quickly. That's why he got dropped instead of taking his time and setting him up. So
all right, we got. I want to hear from. I want to hear from Shadowban, who's back. Maybe he wants to say something. Shadowban.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
That Tank and Ryan fight, people need to stop arguing and bickering back and forth because that fight was clearly fucking rigged. Clearly. Can I break it down? Don't interrupt me. Just let me break it down.
Okay.
I agree.
Remember in the press conference, Tank
what happened?
Flashing the money to Ryan, flashing the money, like, who does that? He was showing, okay, and then he was basically flaunting Ryan, like, you know, because remember Oscar De La Hoya said that they threatened him. Just connect the dots. They threatened Ryan, and he's flashing the money, and money talks. Okay, after the fight, Jim Gray came up to Tank and told him, it's like you had a crystal ball. How did you predict that? For my Tank and Ryan prediction, I put a crystal ball in the thumbnail, and I put a tape over Tank's mouth that says SHH, right? And yeah, and before at the press conference, I promise you, Tom Brown, the white guy, the tall white dude, mentioned this is gonna be an all-out classic, a war like Hagler versus Hearns. And thankfully in Tank we have Hagler beat Hearns. They told you, like, right there in your face. And I'm telling you, after the fight, Jim Gray told Tank that's because I'm telling you, and I told you guys about Dolce & Gabbana, and then you seen Eddie Hearn right after. It was big.
Said Tank was going to knock out Tank. But yeah, that's Tom Brown is his promoter. Of course, he's going to say that he's got Hagler.
For sure, they got all threatened. That whole camp got threatened. Even Ryan Garcia.
Oh my God!
Check ESPN. Check that fucking vid. I'm not making this shit up. He's like, I'm gonna come there. The fight's tomorrow, and he's asking him, I'm gonna come there. Not asking. He's telling him, I'm coming there. And
why do you watch boxing if it's all rigged? What's the point?
Bro, because we love the sport. Even if the fucking shit's dirty as fuck, it's the most corrupt sport in the world. We still love it.
There's an agenda.
Like, it's like watching WWE. Like,
wait. Shadowban saying there's an agenda. What's the agenda? What's the agenda? I want to know what the agenda is. What's the agenda?
Yes, please tell us the agenda.
It's concentrated dark matter. It's concentrated dark matter. But can I say this? Remember when? I want to say that I'm gonna tell you what it is. Remember when Ryan came out with his mental health issue stuff? You guys don't understand that Ryan got cloned into the clone. Every time he goes to sleep, in REM phase of sleep, he gets transferred into his clone. He has like millions of followers on TikTok. He's on TV. The Gatorade logo, that G, is a Freemason logo, and that lightning symbol, it represents Lucifer. Lucifer fell like lightning, and that G is the same. No, I'm talking about health issues stuff is.
What the hell are you talking about?
And he came out, and he couldn't really tell people, but that's what that was. The homunculus. But anyways, The reason why he dove is because it's the agenda in America. The Illuminati made Ryan dive for Tank. That's why after the fight, Jim Gray said it's like you had a crystal ball, and if you seen Tank's face, he got scared because he knew Jim Gray put him on blast, and he's talking about
Shadowman, we gotta talk about this one-on-one. I'm serious. I'm going to contact you. We got to do another interview. All right?
For sure.
Yeah.
I don't want to freak nobody out, but go ahead, do your thing.
No. But the thing is, the thing is, we got to do a one-on-one so there's no interruptions. All right? Shadowban. I'll talk to Mr. BDA. We get this fucking done. We'll do it. All right? I'll send you a message.
All right. Let's talk about Tank's fabulous purse, man. He had a nice purse on him on the press conferences. I was amazed.
Money that he made or what?
No. That's a purse that he had, bro. That was on the press conference.
I mean, that's crazy. A man with a purse could fold you in half like laundry.
I mean, yeah, it's crazy, right, bro? Like, it's okay. I mean, why would you? I mean, damn. Was it Gucci? What was it?
That's how these motherfuckers dress nowadays. I don't know.
Dude, I don't know if that was. I think they made him dress that shit.
I don't care nothing about that shit. I just care about what goes on in the ring.
I'm not going to that cuckoo environment like that the other guy was talking about, but I think they made him dress like that. I think they made him. I mean, what kind of self-respecting man would have a fucking purse like that walking around? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, Derek Chisora is a fucking fat boy. I know Derek Chisora is a fat boy, but I never see him carry a purse. Maybe he's the one who delivers. He doesn't take it. I don't know. I don't
hey,
know
Mucho, are you taking the? Sorry, guys. I just want to ask him. Are you taking predictions down for Ryder Canelo Ryder?
Mucho gone?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Anyways, go ahead.
Hey, it's crazy. It's crazy how Canelo is the face of boxing, but here we are talking about Tank Davis. What does that say?
Because he fought Ryan.
We're not talking about Tank Davis. We're not talking about Tank Davis. We're talking about Ryan Garcia.
Nah, we were talking about Tank.
Conversation's been about Ryan Garcia.
Oh, okay. I'm just saying, who's the real face of boxing? I don't know.
It's Canelo, bro.
That's the shit you're trying to prove now because
we got
you can believe it or whatever.
Guys, we got a super chat from Anthony Lopez. He says, "Is that why Ryan Garcia has found God and his eyes are always dilated? Are his eyes always dilated? Is he on drugs? I never noticed that."
I don't know.
All right, so thank you, Anthony Lopez, for that contribution. I don't know what you're talking about.
For a moment there.
I don't know. I don't think he looks like he's on drugs, but go ahead.
Well, now, I mean, a lot of the shit, with time, the truth comes out and the light gets clear until it's firmly established. That's a passage in the Bible. Dude, look, I'm seriously thinking that being part of like this new internet world has actually robbed his mind in his ability to focus on the real training. That's fucking true. I didn't want to believe it. But the whole thing about firing a trainer, because he's did it twice already, and hiring a new one, tells you that there's always like these excuses in place to kind of hide the fact that he's not dedicated as he should be in the gym.
And what did both trainers say about him? He didn't listen. He refuses to listen. That's what both Reneo's camp said about him. Same thing Guzan said. Stop showing up, leave early, just wouldn't. He is only going to do what he wants to do. And he got lazy, and that's why Canelo even tweeted it out. And that's when the war started between him and Canelo, the world of war, because fucking Canelo tweeted out, you got to stop fucking, being focused. But those were all risks, and if you weighed everything out, though, right, it was a lot of unknowns. Davis hadn't fought anyone with the power of Garcia or even a top fighter, really, in 6 years. So there was a lot of question marks about him. So to say, like, people picking Garcia, well, it's like some crazy, insane thing. Like, you got to question their fucking boxing acumen. I think it's just an insane thing. I picked
Jimmy. And on top of Jimmy, exactly. Even when you say it's a close fight, on top of that, it's a close fight, and then people make it out to be as if, because I always go back to the Wilder Fury fight because that was a ridiculous fight, especially the excuses that were made after the fight.
Oh, you just love that fight, don't you, Bucho? You probably jack off to that fight every night.
No, I don't. No, but it's stupid. No, well, Wilder fans make some crazy ass excuses after their crazy ass predictions. They were confident. See, the thing, I wasn't extremely confident that Ryan Garcia was gonna win, but I did explain my reasons as to why I thought he was gonna win, and Gonzalo did the same thing, and Gonzalo broke it down even better than me. Why he thought Garcia might win the fight. But it wasn't like a foregone conclusion.
You know what I did say? Hey, you know what I did say? And it's also on there. I said Tank would knock him down also, but then Ryan would raise off the canvas to fight back. And when you're fucking throwing a coin flip, coin toss, saying, I got the power to knock you out and we're going to exchange, I thought Ryan was going to get him. But yeah, I also said that Tank Davis was going to drop Ryan Garcia, and it's on there, dude.
Gonzalo, we both acknowledge that they both have power, right? But which one of them has more skill?
How come no one's talking about Tank Davis's gloves? His gloves.
So
were
like
floppy,
it's so obvious who should have won that fight.
Out of the glove, man. He had egg weights in his gloves, man.
No, but Gonzalo, you even said during your prediction, I'm making some of these things blind. I'm assuming, like, remember you preferenced it by saying that. So like it was a 50, like you couldn't know. You said, I'm assuming he's going to have the heart to come up off the ground, right? Like, so you even preferenced your picks. So did Bucho. Nobody was saying, oh, Garcia's going to go in there and smoke this fucking fool.
This is what Wilder retards were saying.
Yeah, but those clowns in the system,
they both said they could see him, they could see Tank knocking him out. They both said the same thing.
The power.
One thing that I missed and flew like right over my head, just like Ryan Garcia was over Tank Davis's head as well when he was throwing that lead hook. Tank was a shorter dude dipping down. This guy was hooking up with the lead left hand. I totally missed that part, dude. They didn't teach this dude to fucking throw that hook like curving down as you throw it. It's kind of more easy. It's harder said than done. But yeah, thinking that those fucking 5'4", when he was hooking, that hook was flying over Tank Davis's head.
That's why going into the fight, I said the most important punch he learns how to throw is following that hook. Is if it doesn't connect, real quick coming up with a right upper cross. Because what I said going into the fight after watching Tank all the time, he's a big dipper. I'm a short dude too. I always fought guys taller than me. That's what we do. We tend to dip under punches, but he exaggerates the dip. And remember how many times he would just go right over the top of his head. He did it over. And if he had that right to come up,
Jimmy,
with the left, come up with the right. It would have screamed him.
Guys, there's a super chat from Chet Collins. He says Dylan Mulvaney would be a good tune-up for Ryan Garcia. Would be the face of Bud Light. Sorry. Wilder would be the face of Bud Light. Is that the tranny?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I hope that tranny gets knocked the fuck out. That's just my opinion. But exactly.
It's because like Ryan Garcia, when he was throwing that hook, when the punch left the station, in other words, just like a fucking missile. Fool. Once it left the station, it's very hard to correct. It's like you can't correct it in mid-flight. The punch is gone from the shoulder. It's fucking gone, dude. You can't pull it halfway through when it's getting to the target and say, I'm going to rearrange the direction it's facing. If you're punching and the punch is flying up, how the hell are you going to bring it down if that dude's dipping down as well?
The same way you guys saw that Rolly was super limited. You should have seen the same shit with Ryan. I don't understand.
Yeah, it's
super limited, but he was winning the rounds. That's crazy, right? That doesn't make no sense.
Well, I guess Rolly's better than Ryan then. What do you know?
Ryan actually did pretty good in 2 rounds. I mean, he had Tank fucking struggling, and for 2 rounds, Tank looked like a shit in round 2. He was actually Jimmy. Let me talk.
Rolly gave Tank.
Jimmy said that in round 2. Some of the judges give it a 10-9 round instead of a 10-8 round because
in 10-10.
Why, Jimmy? Yeah. Why, Jimmy? Go ahead, Jimmy.
Because fucking Garcia worked him that badly in the second round, even though he dropped him with a beautiful drop, and really dropped him and hurt him. It still was scored 10-10 by one judge because that's how. Do you know how bad you have to convince a judge that you worked the other dude that he scored that round? You put me on my ass, but I beat you up so badly with the rest of the rounds that it's a 10-10. The other one said, I can't score a 10-8.
That's not exactly right now. He's throwing a bunch of wild punches.
Okay, but he caught him enough where Tank turned his back, looked confused, complained to the ref, dove into the ropes, dove into his waist, like from 3 feet away, like almost fucking took him out like a college wrestler because he didn't know what to do. There's no doubt about it. In that second round, he hurt Tank and he had him confused. That's why the judges scored it 10-10 and 10-9. Only one judge out of the 3 scored 10-8.
I know you wanted Tank to lose really, really bad.
Explain yourself, Tank Davis. Go ahead.
Really bad,
save your emotional fucking. You reaches for emotion. That's what you do. Yeah, you do. You try to fucking reach in with emotion. I know you wanted to. I know you sound like a 23-year-old kid who tries to push the same narrative all the time.
Let Jeremy talk about. Jeremy, go ahead. Let her all out.
Yeah. Tell me about how emotional.
Let her go. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Jimmy. It's obvious you were rooting for Ryan Garcia, and it's fair if you want to do this. That's your prerogative.
Okay, that's it. That's your comeback.
He was not beating up Tank Davis in that second round. He was throwing a bunch of wild shit, and then he got.
Why did the judges score? Why did the judges score 10-10? Really? Okay, because Red Reed said so. But the judge happened to score 10-10, and the other judge happened to score 10-9.
Jimmy, let me correct you. None of the judges scored a 10-8. It was 10-9, 10-9, 10-10. By the way.
Oh, so there's no judges gave a score 10-8. Wow. Okay, thank you.
Rabbit, why do you think they scored it like that? Please go ahead.
Yeah, obviously Ryan Garcia was a busy fighter, but he was. Even if you want to give him that round, I don't care. But let's not pretend like he was beating him up because that's an exaggeration.
What the fuck are you saying?
Well, Rabbit, he did not. Usually when you knock down an opponent, you get a 10-8 round. This time around,
like I said, he outworked him.
What happened? He outworked him. But hold on, Rabbit. Ryan Garcia is supposed. How can Ryan Garcia outwork a guy like Tank Davis? Ryan Garcia is supposed to be like a complete mismatch.
I mean, it's possible if you throw a bunch of wild shit, you're gonna land something.
Wait.
Okay. Okay.
You take the guy to win, and it's become so low that you want to take us. You want to take credit for landing some punches in the second round. Congratulations. You want to cook
Rabbit, I said it was a 50-50 fight, and you want to make it out to be
in the second round, Pucho. Are you happy?
Rabbit, you're the one that's reaching. Rabbit, you're the one that's reaching. I said it was a 50-50 fight. Anything can happen.
Like I said, the face of boxing, the so-called face of boxing is fighting Saturday, but we're talking about Tank Davis.
Okay, so you want to change the topic? We can change the topic if you want.
I'm just saying.
If you want to change the topic, we'll change the topic. If you want to get out of this, if you want to get out, if you're that desperate, we'll get it out.
We're talking about. We're talking about boxing first of all. So anybody counts. We're talking about boxing. Second, nobody holds on to dear fucking life if they're not rocked or beat up. And I got to give Ryan Garcia credit for that fight on the second round only. Because he fucking rocked Tank, and you can tell that motherfucker was holding on for dear fucking life, complaining to the ref. You don't do that shit unless you're in a spot of vulnerability, and that's where he was for a brief moment. That's why they gave him the 10-9 round.
It actually was with Rolly Romero. When he held on for Rolly Romero, that was horrible, man. He was holding on for dear life. Not holding on because I'm hurt. He was holding on for dear. That motherfucker got a hematoma the size of, 2 inches on the side of his head from what he got from Rolly. And I mean, that's crazy. But with Ryan's case, Ryan threw the same combination twice in a row, and then he got hit with that left of Tank because what happened was Tank ducked right through his left hook.
He timed him, yeah.
Yeah, and then he threw the right one right after in the same position. He threw both hooks on the same position, bro.
If you watch the fight again, he didn't do it twice. He did it 4 times in a row. Watch that clip again.
I don't know what he was thinking, bro.
Tank landed his shots with timing and precision. Exactly. Ryan landed his shots just throwing wild shit.
Exactly. But
even though Ryan threw wild shots, he still had Tank Davis in trouble. Can you believe that?
Exactly. Despite the fact hold on, Rare Breed. Despite the fact that he threw wild shots, he fucked him up. He was fucking Tank up, and Tank had to hold on for fucking dear life. That's why the judges gave him that score. But one of the judges gave him that score. I mean, you can't dispute that. You can't even give the guy an inkling, not just one even fucking just.
No, he can't. Madrazos, this guy. No, of course he can't. Of course not. He can't. We know why. We understand.
No, you don't know me at all.
Yeah, we do know you. Unfortunately, we do know you, man. That's the sad part.
The
sad part.
You know me.
We know you. We know you.
I think Rare Breed thinks of himself a little too much. So that's. I
really don't.
But Rare Breed, I'll give you that victory. Rare Breed, I'll give you that one. Sort of God, I'll give you that victory.
There's many more to come.
You want that victory. You want to cling on to it. I can see it. Cling on to it.
No, that's
I
that's
actually
you,
have it on the record. It's on the record.
You. See, there you go projecting again. That's you and the Deontay Wilder shit. That's why you always bring it out the blue.
No, it's on the record. It's on the BDA records. It says Rare Breed.
Okay, let it be on the record. I don't care.
Yeah, and we have another one. It says Callum Smith will get destroyed by Beterbiev. So
yes, that's not an unpopular opinion.
No,
and by the way, if the core fights Tank Davis, I wonder who the hell you're gonna root for because I can imagine you hate both fighters. That's gonna be hell for you, huh, Bucho?
Which fighters? Wait, which fight?
Shakur and Tank Davis.
Tank.
No, I have Shakur. I have Shakur. I have Shakur. I have Shakur.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Tank Davis, I'm telling you, I wasn't even. I told you, I wasn't even impressed with Tank Davis in that Ryan Garcia fight. Actually, I wasn't even that impressed.
Question: did Tank ever spar Shakur?
Has he ever sparred Shakur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has.
What happened? What are the stories?
So the rumor is that Tank says that he has hurt both Haney and Shakur, stoppage wise. Yeah. He's hurt them both. I don't know, man. I favor Tank on both of those.
Tank can hurt anybody, but Shakur
sounds scared when he talks about Tank. He's saying I have to be perfect for every freaking second or something like that. I'm not looking at Shakur winning that fight.
Look, you guys might not like Tank Davis, but the truth is he's a power puncher with high IQ. That's dangerous. So you do have to be very smart.
I like Tank. I don't think he has that high IQ though. I think that's an exaggeration.
He does. A high boxing IQ is what I know.
He does have a high boxing IQ.
Does.
But the thing is,
he just waits for you.
His only problem is
that the high IQ wasn't even there when he fought Isaac Cruz.
That's the only reason I picked him to beat Ryan Garcia. That's what you don't understand, Bucho. Yeah. Ryan Garcia has no IQ. That's why he lost.
So are you telling? Okay, so when he beat what's his name, Roy Romero? That was like high IQ. That was high IQ. That was high IQ. Was that high? Yes or no? Was that high IQ? Because I'm gonna break it down. Yes or no?
Losing rounds to Rolly Romero doesn't.
No, but the knockout. Let's look. Yeah, exactly. He was losing rounds, but they wouldn't admit he was losing rounds. But the knockout, that was high. That was high IQ.
Okay. Yeah. Let me respond to that. Look, in the Rolly fight, he was setting that shot up for the whole time. He couldn't get in the earlier rounds, but when he finally got it, he knocked him out. That's why it took so long. Yeah. But also, you can't just fight straight up with Rolly Romero. That dude is very, very strong at 135. He's really a 140.
Okay. Let's break down the knockout. Let's break down the knockout. Let's break down that Rolly Romero stoppage. Right now, Romero was lunging in. Romero was lunging in. Hold on. Romero was lunging in like a fucking maniac. If you look at that fucking replay, the guy is lunging in with his hands down. Now, is that credit?
He's also very strong.
How much credit do you want to give Tank Davis for that stupid mistake?
You say I gave him credit.
You're saying that high IQ was the reason why he won. He got that stoppage. Basically, I don't see any high IQ there. Actually, I see a low IQ. I see a low IQ. I see a low IQ from Romero. I see a low IQ from you. Don't want to let me talk. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Talk.
How on fucking earth do you get credit for losing rounds to someone like Rolly Romero? It just doesn't not make any fucking sense whatsoever. Even if you're trying to set up a shot, you're losing rounds.
Because Don, he wasn't looking to Rolly. He was looking to set him up to knock him out, which is what he did.
Hold on.
Look, he wasn't looking to outbox him. He was looking to set him up and knock him out.
Rare Breed, that knockdown was the result of Tank. That knockdown was the result of Rolly Romero making a stupid ass mistake. It wasn't really Tank Davis.
No,
hold on. Listen to me, because I don't think you're listening. That mistake was a Rolly Romero mistake. Prove me wrong.
It was a Rolly mistake, but that's how Tank usually gets all his opponents. They make the mistake and he capitalized.
Oh yeah. So they lunge in with their hands down. So they lunge in with their hands down. Is that what you're saying?
Was that a premature stoppage?
No,
he was out.
No, he was out.
No, he could have kept going.
No, I think it was a good stop. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. The guy was out. The guy was so shit, and he still won rounds.
What I want to know is
he did better than your guy, right?
Rolly Romero.
No, he didn't do better than why? How did he do better? Because maybe he won a round extra.
He actually won some rounds.
Well. Okay, hold on. So was Tank Davis holding on like a bitch, like in the Ryan Garcia fight?
Oh my God, bro. Bro,
yes,
Ryan got
stopped. Question. All right.
He gets stopped. He quit. That's worse.
All right. Let me just say, people in the chat, guys, everybody's welcome to join this discussion. The link is in the chat. Hit the like button, please. We're 132 people watching, and we have 117 likes. Please hit the like. Let's get it up to 150. Fuck that shit. 150, we can do it. I know some people are gonna join.
How did Rolly get a title?
Do you think Ryan can win a title at 140?
All right, go ahead. Who's gonna jump in? Go ahead.
Do you think Ryan can win a title at 140?
Absolutely not.
No.
Thank you.
No, I don't see with who? Josh Taylor and Prograis.
Puello, all these guys.
No. I would like to see. No, if Ryan Garcia improves, which I doubt, because I thought this fight was gonna show me something new. No, I don't think so. No.
No, you know what? Ryan Garcia proved that he is unteachable at this point. He's not a person that you can teach.
Mm-hmm.
He's so egotistical. He's very close-minded. Kind of like reminds me of some people on the panel, very close-minded. But yeah, he's not teachable. He's not a person that can see that can see in front of their nose. Some people can't think beyond their own nose, and Brian Garcia has proved time and time again that his ego matters more than those that know more than he does. Meaning, he will never be able to
go back
again.
to Eddie Reynoso.
Well, you know what? Maybe he's going to do that as a gesture of he's in a vulnerable spot in his mind, so he's going to go and cling to something that makes him feel more comfortable, of course. But once he's settled in there and once he gets back into camp, he's had a very hard time adjusting to learning from someone that knows more than he does because he feels validated. Listen to this.
Or it could be a PR move, because let's be honest. Let's say you are Ryan Garcia. You were with Eddie Reynoso, then you went on to fucking Goosen. You can't pull out the story of like, oh, I have a new trainer and I'm gonna be I'm a new boxer now, because you already with two fucking trainers. So the best option is to go back to Reynoso, who has Canelo and who's a proven trainer. Goosen is a proven trainer, but it's a different story. He has Canelo.
Can I say something? I'm not to leave.
No, but Bucho, the problem with that is that, listen, Ryan is not teachable, man. He's not going to get it. No, he's not.
Probably not.
He can't get out of his own way.
No.
Guy can't get out of his own way.
Bucho, I gotta say something, man. I'm gonna say something, I'm gonna leave. The fight with Rolly Romero, like the first time when it got postponed, what was the reason, right? It was because he got apparently rape accusations.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, when the second fight comes around, all that shit drops. I mean, like, isn't that hilarious? You don't see friends there. I mean, didn't they threaten this guy, made him sign something for the second fight so he'll take a dive, possibly?
No, with the Redden fight, that was all those charges were proved to be made up. That girl made up all that shit. It was proven that chick who brought those accusations against Rolly's retard ass, that they were all made up.
Of course it was made up, because it was made up by Floyd's camp. Because
he's in Floyd's camp. Rolly's a Mayweather fighter.
I know he is. That's why he's gonna get a title shot.
Would they try to sabotage him?
Dude, they sabotaged him because he came there to win, and they told him, "Fuck no, sign this contract. You're taking a dive." That's why.
You're reaching, man. I swear.
But bro, come on. You can't
hold on. Gypsy.
That never happened. If Rolly was a convicted felon like Adrian Broner, right? Give me a second.
Gypsy.
Bucho, if he was a convicted felon like Adrian Broner, that would make sense. Rolly doesn't have that shit.
Gypsy, do you think that Kovalev took a dive against Canelo?
No. I don't believe that one.
You're sounding the same
like
fucking crazy ass, fucking batshit crazy.
No, I believe
those allegations. Something's off about that dude.
How's that make any sense? You can't be that gullible, bro. The fight is about to take place between these two men, and all of a sudden, rape allegations. Fight gets postponed. Fight gets restarted after the rape allegations are out of the way, because what happened? They threatened him.
You might have a point there because
shit, man. I mean, it's obvious.
I don't know.
They threaten them in a different way with Oscar and everyone else.
All right.
There might be something to that because right now, look at all the allegations against Trump. They're like resurfacing, like, oh, he raped me 20 years ago.
Well, that's how they do it, man.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, it's politics. It's like there's politics in boxing. Obviously, there's a politics in almost every aspect of life, in the workplace, at school. I was trying to get my master's degree. There was a politics in that. It's a fucking show. It's a shit show.
Man,
and it's something
a show, bro. It's a show to fuck with people's perception of what's really going on.
People are asking if gypsy boxing is.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna get out of here. Kovalev's situation with Canelo was that Kovalev came out with a hard fight with Anthony Yarde, and then he gave him a 2 months time to make the fight. On top of that, the rehydration clause, that was not a good Kovalev at that point. That was a Kovalev that was needed time to recover, and obviously he came in all rock solid, biggest I've ever seen Canelo ever at that fight, and
he was losing rounds.
And he was also winning. At some rounds he was winning. He wasn't losing all the rounds. Some rounds he was winning. He was countering with the left. He was countering with left hook and right hook all the time when he was throwing something at him.
Hey, Kovalev was doing really well. He was doing well with the jab, and he was winning some rounds with the jab.
He was, but he was also terrified of what's coming at him. Every second he was terrified of what's coming at him because of the reflexes and speed of Canelo. He was terrified. And then it finally caught up to him, and he got hit with that left hook, and then he followed up with that right, I think, right on that fucking tip of the chin, put him out.
You know what? It was one of the right hooks that he threw. Before he threw that left hook, he had already caught him with a right hook. And if you see the fight again, he caught him with the right hook. He shook him up already. His legs were kind of a little wobbly. And then when he caught him with that left, that was it. That was like, that did him in right there.
Man, that's a legit fight. The only fake fight, the only fake fight that I know of Canelo is Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. That was a sparring match. They didn't come to fight. They came there for show. Canelo didn't want to beat him up, and Chavez didn't want to do shit neither. That was the only fight that's Canelo's fake fight. This is not a real fight. It was just bullshit. They were both bullshitting. But if it was a legit fight, Canelo would have knocked him out because Julio Cesar Chavez was too drained, 164 pounds. He was out of it. He was a dead man walking.
I think he just wanted to punish him, and
You're making excuses for Canelo not being able to stop him.
Bro, no, he was playing with him. He wasn't fighting with him. He was playing with him. Watch the fight. He was playing with him, and he was offering him to come to the ropes.
On one hand, Chavez Jr. has a chin, though.
He does, but being dehydrated to that point, he was a skeleton walking, bro, and Canelo wasn't throwing anything at him. Anything. He was barely touching. It was like choreographed. I'm gonna throw this. You better block it. Come to me. Okay.
Well, if Canelo can do that once, that means he can do it twice. So
he can do it, yeah, but that's the only one time I've ever seen it, and I haven't seen it ever since. Every other fight has
what about
been
the
legit.
Kovalev?
And the Kovalev was obviously that stipulation. There's only, as I said, there's only been 2 fights that he's dehydrated his opponents, and that's the Julio Cesar Chavez and the Kovalev. Any other fight, he has not dehydrated. Maybe he has out of the stipulations, but definitely not dehydrated. Unlike Tank, who's had Jesus Christ, how many? And maybe some that we don't even know.
So somebody in the chat asked if you're a conspiracy theorist.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but man, you can't be that fucking blind with Rolly Romero. Okay. It's
so
bro, like
people think you are a conspiracy
allegations
theorist.
come out as the fight's gonna start, and then all of a sudden allegations disappear, and then the fight is ready, and then he gets a title shot after he loses. I mean, they promised him something. Take a dive, we're gonna give you something afterwards. That's how that works. Because you're our boy. You're in our gym. You're in the Mayweather gym. We'll take care of you. Don't worry about it. That's how that works. That's how you do things.
All right. Well.
Anyways, I'm out. See you guys. You guys have Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah. Take care, man.
See
ya.
Take care.
Everybody in the
See ya.
chat, if you want to jump in, link is in the description. We're drinking. Well, I guess I'm the only one drinking. Nobody's fucking drinking. I'm the only one fucking drinking. But anybody can join. Everybody should join. And yeah, let's talk about. Well, I disagree with everybody's take on Shakur Stevenson because I think he's talented. I just don't think he can become a pay-per-view star. Because to become a pay-per-view star, you gotta be exciting. And he's not exciting. And then people are gonna say, "Well, hold on." And then people are gonna say, "Well, Mayweather wasn't exciting, and he was a pay-per-view star." Yeah, but Mayweather was in a perfect situation where the stars were aligned. This guy, he fought a lot of Mexican and Latino boxers, and also there was this potential fight with Pacquiao that was always in the horizon, you know, that it could be the next fight. And so people were following. And Mayweather was undefeated, right? So there was the aura of invincibility. I don't think Shakur is going to have that. But let's, hold on, before everybody jumps in, let's just read a super chat from SSC. He says, hold on, give me 2 seconds. He says, Saludos, Bucho. Canelo is the top motherfucker right now. Nobody else sells pay-per-view like him. Nobody fills out stadiums like him, period. We were 73,000 in Dallas. Let's see if these other fighters can do anything close to that. Mexico. Yeah, that's a good point. In the United States, which other American boxer could sell a whole stadium at 73,000? I don't know. We'll see. But I appreciate that. SEC, you should jump back on, man. We have a lot of spots, man. Jump back on the Discord.
Hey,
yes.
So to answer your question, Shakur can, because there's a lot of talent at 135 and a lot of names that he can get in the ring with that can build his name. So, like Tank Davis, for example.
Rarebit, I agree with you that he could become the best pound for pound boxer because let's imagine this scenario. So he beats Haney, he beats Tank. Sorry, let's say Haney beats Lomachenko, right? And then Shakur beats Haney, and then Shakur beats Tank Davis. That could put him in a pound for pound fucking level, right? But my question is, can he become a pay-per-view star? Because how exciting is this guy? Go ahead.
He's shown the last 5 fights that he can be exciting. He's not Tank Davis like knockout power, but he's not Devin Haney is what I'm saying. Like, he is an exciting fighter when he wants to be. He can put combinations together. He can walk you down.
He's kind of boring. I mean, you know what? That herring fight, he showed some aggressiveness against the Consensao. That was a boring ass fight. So I don't know what I'm gonna get with this guy. Like, am I really gonna pay fucking? I'm gonna pay $75, whatever it is in the US, to watch this guy fight. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. You know what? Bucho, I think that, you know what, I do like Shakur a lot because there's a lot of the things that he does that I'd like to work on in the gym too, that sometimes I teach the kids to do, and that's just the distance and the jab. He exercises the jab and the setups really nicely. I think that he angles out really nicely too, and when he does get busy with a fighter and he knows that the danger's coming, he dodges out of that punch. Like, he can aggressively fight and and at the same time be defensive. And I think it's marvelous. I think I really like that.
So you're gonna pay $75?
I like watching the guy fight. In my opinion,
understand that. Me. I like to watch a lot of boxers fight. I'm not gonna fucking pay $75 for every fucking fight, right?
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna pay $75 for every fucking fight,
right?
I can understand your point too. It's not very exciting, but there's like technical skills that he has that I really like to watch. I like it's the subtle things. It's like when people at the gym try to move too much or slip too much. I'm like, don't slip that much. The punch should actually graze your cheek. The punch actually should look like it's landing. But if you play it in slow motion, that shit is not landing. That shit is like right next to your face, and the glove is grazing your face, your cheek. And I love those little subtle movements, and he has
That's
that.
fine. That's fine. Is that enough to become a pay-per-view star?
Hold on. I wanted to kind of ask this in the vein of like, what makes a pay-per-view star? It really seems kind of random, you know, because everything you said about what you want to see, like Lomachenko had that. He was exciting. He was aggressive, but nobody watched his fights.
Exactly.
It's all about luck, bro. Like you gotta have the right people in your era at the right time. Like Canelo he got Cotto, he got Mosley, and then eventually he had Mayweather after Mosley. But either way, you gotta have the right people.
With his fan base, Canelo before
and he was already popular with his fan base to be, but he built off of those guys. So it's a lot of shit.
He was popular in Mexico.
Did you mention the style?
It's more than just a style, because like you said, Lomachenko's an exciting fighter, and nobody buys his, you know.
Yeah, but Andre Ward was pretty dominating, right?
Yeah, but Andre Ward didn't have the names. Like, outside of Kovalev, what was the big names that he fought?
Dawson.
I agree. He did win the World Boxing Super Series.
Andre Ward was boring. He was a boring fighter.
but we can also make an argument that he was boring.
I mean, yeah, you can if you want to, but what I'm saying is Canelo had the ability to get like names, big names on his resume, at least bigger than him at the time. Mosley, Cotto, and then eventually Mayweather.
You need names. I agree. You do need names, and Shakur could have some names.
The only name Tank has fought is Ryan Garcia, if you think about it. That's the only name he's fought. So obviously he's not going to be a Canelo right now, but if he fights guys like Shakur, Devin Haney, and Teofimo, yeah, he will be that pay-per-view star, especially if he beats them. So
I don't know,
man. You need to knock motherfuckers out as well. You need to be interesting, exciting.
Actually, Tank has a chance to be bigger than Canelo, because unlike Canelo, he gets more knockouts. No disrespect.
People sleeping on Loma.
Yeah, I'm not sleeping on him.
Wait, Tank gets more knockout against who though? Ryan Garcia. Is that his biggest fight?
I think
his toughest test.
Yeah, that's his biggest fight.
I mean,
but that's the guy you're like dismissing, anyways, right?
Honestly, if you think about Tank Davis with the amount of media promotion around him, he's actually a pretty big disappointment. I've rarely heard of a fighter fail to sell out, an arena of like 15,000 seats in a tier 2 city like Atlanta. He had to have multiple. No, he had to have multiple sections cut off, in most of his fights.
I thought Atlanta was like 19,000 or something like that. That was the cap.
What, the Ryan Garcia fight? The other fights he was
Atlanta,
at 14. Right? Yeah.
Atlanta,
he
that was
like 14,000.
Ryan made that fight. Ryan definitely put asses in seats.
Bro, y'all gotta stop doing that, because Ryan Garcia hasn't sold out any venue before Tank Davis. Like you eventually you gotta give Tank some credit, bro.
Well, give him credit. He beat Ryan Garcia, who didn't have a title. I'll give him that, and that's his biggest fight.
We're not talking about fun.
No. I'm trying to give Tank Davis. So he beat Ryan Garcia, who didn't have a title, and that's his biggest fight, right? Yeah. So I'm gonna try to look somewhere.
You're talking about.
All right. Forget about Ryan Garcia. Let's look somewhere else. So forget about that. Okay. Barrios. He beat Barrios for a WBA regular. What was that fucking?
That was an impressive win.
What was that belt? What was the belt?
I don't remember for being for any belt.
No, it wasn't for a belt. Was it a belt?
It was an interim belt.
No belt.
It was for an interim belt.
Okay, interim belt. Okay, so let's go. So where else can we? Okay, let's go back to. Shit, now I'm lost. Which title fight?
Oh, you were asking if Shakur can be a pay-per-view star.
No, I'm talking about Tank Davis. Tank Davis, where are we going here? So Barrios is not a title fight. What's the title fight that he had?
He hasn't had a title fight since Pedraza, I think. A real title fight.
Yeah, he's only had a bunch of Reggie belts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, the guy hasn't really fought anyone of note. We have to agree with that, all of us. He hasn't fought anyone of note. He hasn't fought anyone that presents a clear and present danger in the ring with him. There hasn't been anybody like that.
I disagree with that. Isaac Cruz presented a danger. Even Rolly presented danger.
Who the fuck is Isaac Cruz?
Yeah,
Isaac
was Isaac Cruz supposed to put any fucking type of danger, show any type of danger?
Isaac
He
Cruz
wasn't.
was a fucking cherry pick.
He was supposed to get knocked out.
No, he wasn't. Isaac Cruz was looking very dangerous.
Okay.
He was an easily negotiated fight.
Was he or wasn't he a replacement?
Well, before he fought Tank Davis, Isaac Cruz was knocking everybody out, so it's not like he was fighting some guy
who was he knocking out?
You know what?
Who was he knocking out?
They don't actually.
Who was he knocking out? What? He knocked out Magdaleno. Once like that. What? Wow! What an accomplishment! He knocked out a contender that really didn't make much of his career, and that victory didn't age well. As a matter of fact, none of the victories that Isaac Cruz had over any of his victims aged very well at all. They're all a bunch of scrubs. So I ask again, what clear and present danger fight did he have, Tank Davis? And I can think of nothing. Zero.
So Hector Garcia, who's a champ from 130, is not a decent opponent?
No, he had to come up from 130. Of course not.
But Tank is a natural 130 pounder.
No, he's a 135. If you look at the guy, he walks around at 180. He's a fat fuck. He's a butterball.
Yeah, he's a natural 180 pounder.
Bro, if he was 5'4",
the guy walks around at 180 pounds. Get the fuck out of here.
He's the fast food franchise champion, bro.
Eating chicken wings and shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Also Hector Garcia was a career featherweight. Hector Garcia was only at 130 for one fight.
Like, Rare Breed, you're stretching here. You're reaching. You're going like, well, how about this guy? Well, he was a lighter weight class. He had to go up to fight this guy. Yeah, of course. He's in a dominant.
What I'm saying is, if he was 180 at 5'4", he'd be shaped like a fucking beach ball. Like he'd be.
He's a fucking beach ball. Have you seen pictures of him when he's off training? He's a butterball.
All right, well, look, what I'm saying is Tank Davis is not a big dude.
Look,
he's not a big dude, man. Like,
hold on.
People act like he's big because he just has knockout power. His power travels to any weight class.
Okay, hold on, Madrasos, you said who presents a clear present danger to Tank? I'll tell you, his biggest fight. His biggest fight thus far, and will be for the rest of his life, diabetes. I guarantee he's going to lose his foot.
Hey,
I doubt that, bro.
Hey, bro, you gotta take that. You gotta take that act on the road. That's fucking funny shit right there, dude. I'm just saying that. I mean, come on, you got to think about this. The guy hasn't had any real danger in front of him. They have corralled his career. They have coddled him his whole career. They want to get him up to a certain percentage of undefeated fights, and then maybe pepper in some real danger here and there, and then frame him as the face of boxing at one point. That's what they're trying to do now, but it's too early.
Guys, fuck, I want to hear Kevin, go ahead.
Let's do it.
Kevin.
What's up, homie? How's my homies?
What's up?
What's up, Kev?
What's up for you? Look what's on the television.
What's on television?
What is that? Is that like some Gears of War or some type shit?
That's Blade, baby.
Porn? What is it?
That's Wesley Snipes in Blade Runner.
Nice.
Oh, Blade Runner. Okay.
But I guess the talk of the town is Stanky one. The Stanky one. I mean,
the face.
Yeah,
the face. Really? The face of boxing? Are you serious?
Yes, sir. That's why we're talking about him right now, not Canelo.
I got a question for you. Have you ever studied statistics or data research at all ever in your life? Have you ever studied data research? Like the data doesn't indicate that Tank is the face of boxing at all. Like there's no
but the buzz does.
Evidence of that.
The buzz
There is no
does.
substantial evidence of that. There is nothing. It doesn't exist, my friend. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
If not now, it will be later, Don.
Yeah, but you can't claim it to be now just because you have a feeling. You operate on feelings, my friend. You don't operate on
That's the thing.
clear
That's what I always say. Burberry always brings a feeling. He's the one that's basing everything on feelings.
He's a very listen, Burberry. You're orientated in feelings, and I find it very complicated because you do maintain your cool. You do maintain a very
No, he doesn't. Don't give him any credit. Don't give him credit.
No. That's not a credit.
Not being a hater, Butcher. Let him cook.
No. Let me finish. Let me finish here. This is where I'm going with this. Okay. Okay. This is where I'm going with this, and I don't want to divulge what I do, but I can tell from your demeanor. It's very clear. You have a very clear objective. You have a motive, and you have an objective, and you are driven by this objective, and nothing will stop you. You are a very low agreeable person, and you will stop at nothing to make your point, no matter how absurd, no matter how illogical it is. You will stop at nothing, but you do make good points. You're like an Alex Jones, you know.
I'm sorry, I disagree with the good points there. That's where I stop. Yeah, this guy. He's a fucking psycho.
Well,
you're describing a psycho. You are describing a psychopath.
Okay, Bucho,
you're describing a fucking psychopath.
Bucho, you took the words out of my mouth right there. Of course, yes, I would say that there is some sort of psychopathy there. There is some sort of psychopathy there, but what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is there's a very clear agenda and there's a very clear motive here, and it is being driven, and you will continuously drive this agenda no matter what logical framing gets thrown your way. You will ignore it like fucking nothing. Like it's like it doesn't matter. Like you're a thirsty man in the desert, but you will not take the water because you're too either proud of your ideas or whatever.
Okay, fuck it.
I don't know. Listen, all I'm trying to do is make a point here. Maybe I get the point.
I get the point.
I've had some
fucking
tequila.
psycho.
I'm being long-winded.
Yes, you disagree with my opinions.
I completely disagree. I completely disagree.
Rare breed. You're. I mean, I like that you're on the panel, and I like that Bucho keeps you on the panel. That's cool. Like, where else are you gonna get to speak your mind here? That's great. I like that you get to say all this bullshit. It's awesome, and I do agree with you on some points. Like I said, you're like an Alex Jones. Like, he's right 30% of the time, and so are you. And you make credible points sometimes.
No. Oh my god. Okay, you're giving him too much credit. I don't even know what the fuck he's getting right. I think he has an agenda for sure. No, don't even give it. He's gonna take that. Whatever you say, he's gonna take it and amplify it. He's gonna take that and amplify it and feed on it and feed on it and become even more delusional. You're giving him more ammunition to become delusional. You're giving him more ammunition to become delusional. Madrazos, we have enough of you. Madrazos, you've spoken. Okay. Let somebody else talk, please.
Yeah, talk. I wanted to ask about the Tank Davis situation. Did he kill? I got a question. Did he kill somebody in that accident?
No.
Oh, okay.
He almost
did.
Talk
was that he was supposed to go to jail. Like, there was a high probability that he was going to go to jail.
The family settled.
I did more time than.
He's still going to go to jail.
What happened? Settled?
No, the family settled.
I thought that's a single box. This is a criminal case.
Hey, we're gonna get.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer.
Are we gonna get some picks for tomorrow? Some official picks or what?
Mirage, nobody cares about that fight, isn't it obvious?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna find the best illegal stream that I can find. I'm gonna watch it.
He got a great deal, by the way.
Hey, check out the UFC tomorrow, boys. Big UFC as well.
No, that's interesting. That's an interesting card right there. So Huda versus Sterling.
Cejudo's going up third weight division, so that'll be something to watch.
Yeah. He's 3 year off.
I don't give a fuck about UFC.
Wait, hold on. He's not going up to his third weight division. All right. He's already fought at bantamweight. What are you talking about? He was champion 135.
Are we talking UFC?
That's not his third division.
It's gone up to
Right.
145. Isn't he gone up to 145?
Guys, I don't think you heard me. I do not give a fuck about UFC.
Benavidez for a while.
UFC
Is that cool?
Go ahead.
Y'all boy done did it.
I agree.
This
Y'all
isn't the
boy done
UFC
did it
channel.
now. Yeah, there's no good fights on. We're talking politics right now.
No, we're talking boxing.
Oh,
Talking boxing. Let's talk boxing.
All right.
let's talk about the face of boxing, Tank Davis.
I think
Yeah, who's the face of boxing? I have a question for Kevin. Question for Kevin. Who's the after Canelo? Who's gonna be the face of boxing?
Boots Ennis.
Let me talk to Red. So Red.
Let me think.
Canelo, he didn't fucking reply.
Hold on. He asked me a question. I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer it right now. Besides Canelo, the face of boxing is
me.
Sergey Derevchenko. Sergey Derevchenko.
Okay.
There you go.
Kevin.
The guy you least something. You know
Out
what?
of your damn mind if you think Benavidez
Come
is the
on.
face of boxing.
That's what's going to happen because sometimes
Even if Benavidez knocks out Canelo,
You don't think he has potential to be the face of boxing? You don't
guy
think
you least
No,
that's
because
what
I don't think he beat Bivol.
You can't really see it, but you can actually go back and actually.
Wait, who did you say? Who is the potential of being the face of boxing?
It's the guy you least
Me
expect.
or Mirage?
It's the guy you least expect. That's who it is, man. I remember when.
No, I think we don't know.
Think about it. When Joe Rogan and Butcher brought up this point the other day when he was talking about Joe Rogan when he was debating Lou DiBella back in 2007, and Joe Rogan was saying, "You got nothing. Boxing is dead. After De La Hoya, who is there after De La Hoya?" Meanwhile, Mayweather was just about to. I think it was 1 year away when he was going to fight Mayweather, De La Hoya. Then Mayweather retires because he thought he was the biggest name. Then Pacquiao comes along, and then after that it's Canelo. So there's always somebody else that comes along. And listen, there's there's this weird thing where people think that you have to beat an A-lister to be an A-lister. That's not how it works. I mentioned this on the last show. De La Hoya never beat an A-lister. Chavez wasn't an A-lister. He was an A-lister in Mexico, but he wasn't an A-lister all around the world, especially in the United States. So sometimes it's just about fighting the best continually.
De La Hoya beat Chavez.
That's one part of it. But hold on. That's one part of it. And then there's the other part, which is the X factor, the magic. Somehow, some way, some people attract the public's attention, the public's imagination, and they become mainstream stars.
But BDA, hang on. But even though De La Hoya was still viewed as like an elite fighter, he beat Corte. A lot of people thought he got completely robbed versus Trinidad. So he was still a very high level, viewed as a high level, one of the best boxers in the world. Like Tank Davis, he hasn't even got to that stage. So, that's the next step.
That's true.
I'm biased.
By the time De La Hoya was 28, he was already a multiple world champion. He had already been in there with the toughest guys in the division, in all the divisions that he fought in. He was well known, and he was well regarded as one of the best fighters of his generation.
Whitaker as well.
He's already an American hero.
And that's something that fucking Tank Davis has failed to accomplish. He doesn't organically have that following. He's manufactured that following by his management. They've manufactured that following, but he doesn't organically have that following. So in his next pay-per-view fight, we're going to see numbers about 200,000 or 250,000 buys. That's
I
it.
agree. Yes.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
he's not a De La Hoya. Yeah, he's not a De La Hoya.
You got to put it into context. You got to put it into context because you can be a big name, but it's gonna be hard for Tank Davis to. Okay, first of all, you can try to push a fighter, and Tank Davis is on the cusp of maybe being a mainstream star, right? But the legal issues. You got to have advertisers, sponsors to take you to the next level. That's usually how it works. This guy gets into trouble. The advertisers aren't going to want to touch him. So that's one
You know what, BDA? That's a good point because there's a difference between being a playful bad boy and being just a fucking sack of shit. Tyson was a bad boy, right? Tyson, everybody liked Tyson because he was a bad motherfucker and he was the bad guy.
No, he was knocking people out. He was knocking people out. Let's not get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not get it twisted.
No, let's not get it twisted, of course. But he was knocking people out.
Yeah.
And Tyson was viewed as an unstoppable fucking monster. That's not how people view Davis. Davis is not like Tyson, and he's also not a well-liked person.
Because he doesn't stop everybody. He doesn't stop everybody. Yeah, but that's the thing.
Exactly.
Tank Davis is not Mike Tyson.
Let me tell you the problem, boys.
Tank Davis is not Mike Tyson. Calm down. Tank Davis is not Mike Tyson.
But it's not just.
The problem is David Benavidez. He's too ugly. And he doesn't have the personality. Dude, you gotta have one.
Hey,
you gotta have one. You could either have a friendly, bubbly personality, or you gotta be decent.
Have you seen
Scarface? You gotta be a good-looking guy.
Have you seen Scarface?
Be personable.
David looks like Manolo from Scarface. Check out Scarface.
Mirage.
Manolo. You know Scarface is Manolo. Manolo. He looks like Manolo. He's the fucking he's the fucking man.
Hey, the next place in boxing is blue tennis.
He got these sunken-in eyes and the Jew fro. Nah, he does.
Bro, get the fuck out of here.
What you're talking about goes to marketability. Now we can go through all the faces of boxing. They all have a marketable look and personality. All of them. Even Mike Tyson looked like a fucking badass monster. Sugar Ray Leonard. I'm fucking talking. Hang on.
What are you saying?
Sugar Ray Leonard, he's a pretty boy, attractive, marketable, well-spoken.
Yeah, pretty
all of them. Mayweather.
What's your fucking point?
Tank Davis is not marketable. He does not have. Shut up. He doesn't have a marketable person.
I agree with Mirage on that.
Davis isn't hot at all.
No,
listen,
not even that.
Is definitely marketable. The tattoos, the bad boy image, he's definitely marketable.
No. He's 5'4", bro.
All right, shut up. He's been okay. Hold on. Enough.
He's 5'4".
Okay, no, stop.
Hey, what about this? What about this?
He has
Mirage giving ammunition to fucking this idea that it has to do with physical, physical.
That's a factor. No,
the looks of it. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Okay.
Rarebreed's gonna feel into this bullshit. Mirage. Rarebreed's gonna feel. Mirage is gonna.
I don't care.
Yeah, okay, you don't care. That's not true, though. That's not true. It's not because he looks like a fucking criminal. It's not because he looks like a fucking criminal. That's not it. That's not it.
I got a question. You mentioned, hold on. You mentioned Sugar Ray Leonard. I got a question. I'm being serious because people are going to think I'm kidding around. In his autobiography, Sugar Ray Leonard admitted that there was some sexual shenanigans going on when he was an amateur. Do you guys think, and I'm being serious here, I don't want people saying, shut up, BDA, blah, blah.
What kind of sexual shenanigans?
Do you think he would have been as big a star as he became had it been known that he let one of his coaches jack him off?
Come on, man. Look, I'm being serious here. So, Bucho, you said it's not... Bucho, hang on.
No manches. Oye, cabrón, no manches. ¿De veras?
Let me respond to Bucho. So, Bucho, you said it's not true, but we can go back. We can literally go back all the faces of boxing. They were. The fact is, they were very marketable in terms of their appearance and personality. That's a fact. Who was it? I mean, even Mike Tyson.
No.
He was actually quite. He was quite well spoken.
Mirage, I disagree. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Shut up! Shut up!
Give me an example.
No.
Give me an example of a face of boxing that was not
you had it wrong. You had it wrong. Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk? Can I talk?
Give me an example.
Can I talk? Can I talk?
Go for it.
Jesus.
What the
fuck?
Listen, Mirage. Mike Tyson.
Give me an example.
Of what?
Yeah, Mike Tyson looked like a badass, and out of the ring, he was surprisingly eloquent.
Mirage,
he had the list.
You can look like a badass and not knock people out. So it's not gonna work, right? So you need to actually knock out people.
It's a combination. Yeah, so it's a combination. That's what I'm saying.
Well, at that point, if you're knocking people out, like how do you know it's not because you're knocking people out or because you look like people that's gonna knock somebody out? You cannot know, but it's understandable.
Historically,
historically, people want to see the actual knockout. So there's no way of knowing if people are actually watching that guy because he's knocking somebody out or because he looks like he's gonna knock somebody. No, we're gonna assume that people are watching because he knocked somebody out in the ring. That's the logic.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing.
I think what you guys are touching on.
So shut up.
I think what you guys are touching on here is classic antagonistic, protagonistic characteristics of people. People want to see people that inspire them and then make them feel good. On the other hand, people like to see people they want to see lose and go down. And those are the two main personas people are attracted to. Everyone is attracted to people that they want to see succeed and that make them feel good about themselves. Other people, and most of the time, people want to see people that want to go down, that they feel are going to go down, and they want to witness that downfall. That's why people were obsessed with Donald Trump. A lot of people were obsessed with Donald Trump because they wanted to see him lose or they wanted to see him get arrested. And on the other hand, he inspired a lot of other people. So that simple psychology trick applies to fighters. Now, I don't think Tank Davis has either of those two traits. I don't care if the guy loses or if the guy wins. He doesn't inspire me, and I don't really care to see the guy lose. I don't really care about him. But people wanted to see Tyson.
It's a performance.
People wanted to see Tyson. People were obsessed with Tyson for a reason.
Okay, but let me say
BDA, go ahead. BDA.
Hey, let's talk about Mike Tyson. Because
yes,
you gotta feel in a vacuum too. It's rare to have three mainstream guys at the same time anymore. This ain't the 1950s anymore where it was boxing and horse racing, and those were the main sports that everybody loved to watch. Here's the other thing. Again, you got to fill in a vacuum. Mike Tyson, by the time he came into prominence, was what, 86, 87? Sugar Ray Leonard had 1 foot out the door. Larry Holmes was doing whatever the fuck he was doing. Tyson came at the right time. Then, to Mirage's point about him being the bad boy or whatever, Mike Tyson did start having endorsements early on. Remember, he had the Nintendo game and all that. But then once he went to jail, once he went to jail, it started going down. I still remember buying the magazines. Tyson had horrible press during the mid-90s, especially after the bite. So they were marketing him as a sideshow. They were using him like a fucking circus bear. It's like, hey, watch this guy. You never know what the fuck he's gonna do next. So they weren't exactly, and advertisers didn't want to touch him. In fact, he couldn't find in Vegas either anymore. So his decline in popularity was something that happened gradually.
It was a huge pay-per-view draw. It was still a huge pay-per-view draw.
It was because
I know, but
because he still had the hearts of a lot of people. He still had the hearts of a lot of fans. But what BDA is saying, that the majority of the people and the way his perception was swayed after the arrest and the accusation of rape was starting to go downhill because all the advertisers still started pulling away from him, and he started losing endorsements. Also, not only that. But a lot of people didn't want to touch him in interviews. He came off like a shithead in interviews. He started getting
they wanted him. No. They wanted interviews with Mike Tyson. Trust me. They even pushed his buttons. They wanted to have that fucking interview that's gonna go viral, man. They were fucking exploiting Mike Tyson. They were exploiting.
What I'm saying was,
I want to ask something about Conor McGregor. I want to ask something about Conor McGregor. I want to ask something. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Hold on. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. BDA, go ahead.
I want to know about Conor McGregor because I know it's apples and oranges. It's a different market, UFC. He became huge at one point. Did he start to decline because his shtick got old? Because he was losing a little bit of both? Like, what happened with him?
Okay. Hang on. I follow like UFC. Actually, primarily. So Conor McGregor, when he was coming up, he was a dedicated, focused fighter. But when he became too big, you become larger than life. He lost the focus for being a fighter and became like a character.
Caricature.
So he barely fought. After the Mayweather fight, he got filthy fucking rich, and he got into like. So, but the reason a huge reason why he became a phenomenon was out of the ring. His personality, the way he talked, the way he looked, he looked when he was coming up, in combination with fighting. Obviously, the character without the ability, he wouldn't have made it.
Yeah,
with the ability without the, if he never shut up, hang on. The ability without talking, it's a combination. So marketable out of the ring, and the ability in the ring is the combination. It's a perfect storm. So Tank Davis, he doesn't have that perfect storm in my opinion.
No, he doesn't. You know what, Mirage? It's true because Conor McGregor had stacked up so many wins by that point. He had stacked up so many wins. He had stacked up so much notoriety as this champion that he became a caricature of himself. And when he became a caricature of himself, he became so marketable that he became that cartoon character. He became that like hypothetical gnome, like oh, here's a character. It's like going to Disneyland. It's like seeing a character all the time, and that's what he became outside of the ring. He became that persona outside of the ring.
He believed it. He believed it as well.
Okay, so guys, how the fuck did we end up talking about? How the fuck did we end up talking about this? How the fuck did we end up talking about?
Let me just add my point here, Bucho.
Yes.
You guys are talking a lot about the like the personality, and that's all important, but I think the most important part about a pay-per-view star is that it's a fighter who is dynamic, who is violent, but is also vulnerable. That is what I see brings people in.
I don't know about that.
Eventually,
I don't know about that. No, vulnerability has nothing to do. You got to stray away from vulnerability as much as you can, and you've got to. Even if you have moments of vulnerability, you can't allow those moments to leak out to the public. You don't want vulnerability.
No, I don't mean vulnerability in like a psychological sense, where you're at a therapist's office. No, I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about.
People want.
Hold on, Madrasas. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about vulnerability in the ring. A guy that gets hurt and comes back. People love to see that shit.
Okay,
that's
okay. So I like that you touch on that. I like that you touch on that. I like that you touched.
Let BDA fucking talk. BDA, go ahead.
I don't think they can hear me, man. I think my volume is a little too low. I think Irish Andrew Ward brings a good point because look at Ray Leonard. He lost to Duran, who was a lightweight. Essentially, and when he came back, it's like the people are fickle too. They want to see you win, but then at some point it's like, all right, we can't see the same.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Andrew Ward is right, man. Irish Andrew Ward. It's you got to show a little vulnerability because people don't want to see someone that's invincible. They want to see a guy be challenged. They want to see a guy almost lose. They want to see a guy lose and then come back. You know that expression, tear you down to rebuild you. That's boxing fans.
That's one angle, but that's one angle. But Mike Tyson was the opposite. Mike Tyson was like viewed as just like a unstoppable force. So it's not necessary.
Yeah. So what did you want to see?
Well, they wanted to say.
Well, okay, Kevin.
What's that?
He's playing fucking basketball. What is that? Who's playing?
He's watching Blade, and he said he was watching Blade. I thought he was watching the good
motherfucker.
One.
Holy fuck!
He's watching the third one, which sucked.
Oh, Kevin, you don't watch the fucking third Blade movie. That's
at least have some fucking taste, bro. Holy fuck!
Hey, you're wasting your fucking time.
Blade. I like
Johnny.
Blade.
Johnny Walker.
I'll tell you how to be a star in boxing. Okay, how to be a star in America, in the West. I think you do these 4 things. You have a history of hitting your wife. You do drugs. You speak very vulgarly in public, and you just look like a thug. If you can do all those 4 things, and you have some skill, you're guaranteed a star in America.
So I can be a star.
Can we agree that what matters is what happens in the ring, inside the ring, though? That's what matters at the end of the day. And especially if you knock out the motherfucker.
I mean, Sugar Ray Leonard or Thug, I guess. I don't know, bro. Whatever.
I mean, look at
I beat my wife all the time.
Who?
It's much more than that.
Who?
Look at
Deontay Wilder's knocked the fuck out of. Like Wilder has this huge reputation. He's knocked out everybody. He's not the face of boxing. It's more.
No. You're right. No, Mirage is bringing a good point. Like, it's not only knocking out. I mean, there's the level of opposition, right? Like everybody,
I told you, Tank appeals
realize
to the younger crowd. I would know because I'm part of that crowd. He appeals to us.
Okay, 40-year-old. Hey,
no, he appeals to you, the African American. Wilder is fighting for slavery. Wilder is fighting for 500 years of slavery. That's why he appeals to you. That's why he appeals to you.
Can we stop using the term African American?
What about
Anglo-American?
Yeah, man, because people just don't seem to understand that it's two different things. It's two different things.
Boxing fans.
Yeah, blacks and Mexicans are the biggest fans, bro. So of course they're gonna have a lot of.
So look, you got people debating who's the next face of boxing.
Hold
up real quick, bro.
That's
Hold
all
up
there
real
is
quick.
to it.
People are debating the next face of boxing. I feel like Tank is nowhere near Canelo. I think it's a wash. Like even hold up. Even Canelo on his downstream. Canelo is on his downstream right now. The only big fight for Canelo is Benavidez. That's it, and he's out the door. And even Canelo on his downstream is bigger than Tank. Tank will never be as big as Canelo. You know why?
For now.
You want to know why? He's not as fucking good. You have to be good to be unbeatable.
I believe that. I agree with him.
Rarebreed says for now. What do you mean for now? What do you think Tank Davis is gonna do?
Yeah, for now.
What do you think Tank Davis is gonna do?
Hold on. Rare Breed. If it hasn't happened for Tank yet, it's not going to happen, my
He's
friend.
27. 27.
By the way, the guy
27.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
Hold up, let me talk a little bit.
It doesn't matter.
About that. Let me say this. Here's what he's got to say about that. Let me say this. Because people are talking about it. Let me tell you something. We're all here. We're trying to work it out as an equation. Like what do you put together? We know there are things that make a star. We know that. But even the people that are earning money off of this and are making money off of this and have been making money for decades, they still can't figure it out. I'll give you an example of how weird things can be. Here in my neck of the woods, Quebec, Canada, this province is the capital of boxing. Outside of French-speaking Canada, there's just not that many Anglo boxers or any good. The biggest name here in the last 15 years, well, you had Jean Pascal, but even then, he paled in comparison to another guy, Lucien Boutte. Back in the mid-2000s and early 2010s. That guy was huge. He wasn't there from here. He was from Romania. But somehow, every time I would talk to people at the gym, they were gushing over fucking Lucien Boutte. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? It's like, there were other guys here from Quebec, of Haitian descent, white Quebecers. They paled in comparison to Lucien Boutte. I still can't figure out why the people loved him. And like you guys were saying, it's not just the punching style or the fighting style, because if it was that, then a guy like Lomachenko would be bigger than what he should be or than what he is now, because he's entertaining. But obviously there's something there that people just don't give a shit about him. The mainstream casual fan. And it's I'm telling you, it's gonna be the same thing with whoever takes over. It's gonna be a guy that you least expect. I mean, really, when Manny Pacquiao was a fucking lightweight against beating the shit out of David Diaz, that was the highest he'd ever been. That was lightweight. Whoever thought that he was gonna fucking become the face of boxing? So it's always somebody doing something extraordinary or.
Can I? I have to challenge. I have to challenge BDA on something about Lucien Boutte though. He was popular in Quebec because I live here as well, right? And he was popular because he was world class level, and so he was an exception. But when it comes to the United States, for example, they have so many champions that it's not only. You can't only be a good boxer and become popular. You have to be an attraction in the sense that you have to knock out.
Let me rebuttal that.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me rebuttal that. Yeah, if you remember the mid 2000s, I'm talking actually a bit late 2000s, 2007, 2008. There were a bunch. That was the golden era of Quebec boxing. You had Herman and Gojo. You had Sébastien Gauthier. I think that was his name. You had Joachim Alstin.
Lucas.
Remember Alstin?
Yeah.
You had Pascal. So there were about 4 or 5 guys with titles or top-notch contenders. They paled in comparison to Lucien Boutte's drawing power. So it's not just, there were plenty of champions and contenders and guys that could have been big names, but for some reason they didn't. It was Lucien Boutte. So I understand what you're saying, because Lucien Boutte, out of all of them, did dominate more for a certain period. At some point, he was considered number 2 super middleweight in the world. So yeah, you're right. It is about the performance, but fucking Jean Pascal was looking good like a Roy Jones light, and he took him a while to become big. So it's weird, man. It is weird. What makes
I don't think Shakur's gonna do that just because he's so good. I just doubt it. Because you know why? I look at Andrew Ward. Go ahead.
BDA said it's gonna be somebody you don't expect, and the guy on my cover. That's the guy who's gonna be the face. He's
Boots Ennis.
No. Boots Ennis.
Yeah.
Boots Ennis to me.
Whatever.
Hold on. Boots Ennis to me is like a Sugar Ray Leonard type. He's stays in the gym, stays quiet, church kid. He doesn't really get in trouble.
Yeah, but Sugar Ray had
an exciting style.
Sugar Ray wasn't quiet though, wasn't he?
Sugar Ray was not quiet either. Sugar Ray was
personality, wasn't he?
Well, I mean, Tank Davis doesn't talk much. He still sells tickets. I think Boots can do the same thing.
You goofy.
Tank Davis has a personality of a fucking drywall. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. You don't really need a personality as long as you're a selling fighter.
It's his handlers that are selling the fights, and they're stretching, they're reaching, they're really reaching here. If it wasn't for the handlers, the guy wouldn't. I mean, come on, the guy's not very charismatic at all. Nobody cares about that dude.
Yeah, but if Tank was a boring ass fighter, nobody would give a fuck.
It doesn't matter.
He's not a big star.
It doesn't matter. If he was Devin Haney, nobody would care if whether it was his fucking handler.
Tank is a boring fighter.
But here's the news. Here's the news. This is not a big name.
One at a time.
Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the news, though. Here's the news. We're comparing him to Tank Davis or Jaron Ennis to Tank Davis. Tank Davis is not the face of boxing, so it's a bad comparison. Number one. Number two. What we were just saying, if you want to be a star, you have to fight the best. Right now, Jaron Ennis is with a dying company, the PBC. If they let him go and they let him fight somebody else, okay, then maybe. But right now, how old is he? 25, 26?
He's 25.
He's got to move now, man. I'm telling you, he's got to do. If anything's going to happen, it's got to be now.
Listen, if Boots Ennis doesn't make moves this year, it's going to go away.
I don't know about that because Errol Spence won his first title at 26, and then he lost momentum. But he still has time.
Who the fuck is Errol Spence? He's never been the face of boxing either.
Yeah, but
he will never be.
Because of his
Trust
issues.
me. Even if he beats Crawford, he's fucking fight.
Errol Spence had momentum for a little while, and Errol Spence has lost that momentum completely.
That's past.
He could have been a face of boxing. He could have fought Pacquiao, did huge numbers, and then picked the momentum, fought Crawford, and he could potentially have been the face of boxing. You never know.
He pulled out of the Pacquiao.
Who cares?
Listen, once they make the fight with Crawford, I think Crawford will just take out Spence and business as usual for Crawford, and that's it. And I mean, Errol Spence isn't really making
No, the thing is, even whoever wins between Crawford and Spence, who gives a shit? Whoever wins between Crawford and Spence, it's not even a big deal because it's over. Their careers are over.
It's over. Yeah, they gave everybody blue balls last year about this fight. They gave everybody such hard blue balls that nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like so many of the people that really cared about that fight don't really care about that fight anymore.
The same people say the same shit about Pacquiao and Mayweather.
Exactly. I didn't care about that fight
and
when it happened. I thought it was a sham.
Record numbers.
No, yeah, rare bit. Maybe they will buy it, but I'm saying after that, their careers are over.
Maybe not.
No, because you want to use Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather as some sort of standard or what's going to happen. I'm telling you, if you want to use that they're going to buy that fight, sure, they'll buy that fight. And I'm telling you that after that fight, they're done. Their careers are done. Same as Mayweather and Pacquiao.
Can I say something about that? The problem is, just real quick, the problem with the Errol Spence Crawford fight is they both, like you guys were saying, they pissed off the hardcore boxing fan, and the mainstream fan doesn't know who they are. They're in a catch-22. Also, the other thing is just real quick, the reason why they pissed off the boxing fan is because during their negotiations, both fighters sort of rebuked the fans by saying, "Why are you guys so obsessed with the fight? Why are you guys so obsessed?" So they're pissing off the people that care about the fight, which are the only ones that are really going to buy it. So they're in a bit of a catch-22. I still think it's going to do okay pay-per-view wise. Might, a good number, because listen, think about it. Garcia versus Davis, it did about 600,000. They're saying, and you got to factor in those guys at least following. No, it didn't do a million.
Yeah.
So those guys,
well, it definitely was 600,000.
Is there an
like
official
980?
number for that?
But
Is there an official number?
According to Glazer, it took a grain of salt. 960.
Because I started talking, you guys started talking at the same time. I hope I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
It was a million for.
I wasn't. Yeah, I wasn't done. I wasn't done. Thank you.
All right.
That fight, Garcia versus Tank Davis, did not do a million. It did about 600,000. They say. I think that's what Jimmy said. 607,000. Let's say 800,000. Right? Crawford and Spence are not a bunch of guys with a Zoomer following. So if it was 500,000, I think that's a big number for them.
Well,
I don't know if
the guy you guys always listen to, Glazer said it was 960,000. So it's nowhere near 600,000.
Hold on one second. When it comes to Crawford and Spence, and you're comparing them to Manny and Mayweather. Mayweather and Manny had the notoriety and they had the following of a lot of people before the fight. These two guys have the following of like nothing. They don't have a big following. They just don't have a big public. They don't have casuals following. Nobody knows who the fuck Spence is. Nobody fucking knows who Crawford is. I asked the guy in the gym, "Oh, Crawford's the real deal." Crawford, who's Crawford? You don't know who fucking Crawford is? No, he's the real. He's like one of the best boxers in the world. He doesn't fucking know.
Casual is where you make money.
Exactly. Thank you. Casuals is where you make money. That's why Ryan Garcia and Tank did so well.
You guys said that Tank has never done over 200,000 pay-per-view buys, but Earl Spence's biggest pay-per-view was 300,000, right? So technically, if you put another superstar in there with him or another guy on his level, he can do decent numbers, bro. At least 700,000.
Mikey Garcia.
With Mikey Garcia, thank you. Mikey Garcia has a big.
Actually, he did more with Sean Porter, but nice try.
Well, Sean Porter has a big following too.
I don't think he did.
Well, no, don't bring up Mikey Garcia. I know you're trying to go the angle, the Mexican angle.
I'm not trying to go any angle. I'm just
not
going
you.
by data.
That other guy.
And the data indicates that Mikey Garcia has a huge following, and so does Sean Porter. I'm not trying to be racist or any race baiting.
So does Crawford.
I don't race bait with my arguments here. I go off pure logic and data. I don't go off race. I don't care about that.
All right. Let me say this.
But there are certain people think that.
Let me say this because I gotta clarify that the pay-per-view. I gotta clarify. So it says here that he did 300,000 pay-per-view buys versus Porter, and then he did. Hold on a second.
360.
He did over 360,000 against Garcia. So he did do more against Garcia.
Yes, the fan base is there. And Sean Porter is also a very likable person. He's an on-air personality. A lot of people know who he is. It's just it's about the numbers and about how your notoriety. It's like if you look at the numbers and how many people you attract and how many people know you, they're gonna watch your fights. If people don't know who you are, they're not gonna watch your fights. In this case, Ryan Garcia was responsible for most of the pay-per-view buys with Tank Davis. I'm sorry to tell you, but that's just the numbers, man. It's not.
Why is Nick's obsession with wanting to take away from Tank Davis? Like you just want to discredit him so bad.
It's not wanting to take away from anybody. It's just clear statistical data, and that's
you and that other guy who the show you be on.
Madrazos, notice that he didn't attack your argument; he attacked you. I don't understand why you people keep trying to try with
this guy. I'm not attacking him. I'm saying, why do you want to discredit Tank so bad? Like, what's this?
I'm not discrediting
Tank. You can attack somebody. You can attack somebody by asking a question. So you know what you're doing. I don't understand why you still try to
Who cares? Neither is Lomachenko.
That's the thing.
These guys, there's a lot of.
I mentioned Lomachenko too. You know who else isn't going to be a star in the United States? A guy like Usyk.
Are you a good fighter?
Even though he's fought everybody.
Hold on. Let BDA talk. Let BDA.
Why are you interrupting so much, man? Jesus.
Yeah, no, I had to give my opinion.
No, let BDA talk.
Yeah, John. Let me say this, Kevin. Yeah, because listen, with some people you can't have a decent conversation. I'll just say that. Now, number two, another guy that can't be a star. I mean, he does good numbers in Europe because he's a journeyman. And when I say journeyman, I mean a road warrior. It's Alexander Usyk because he'll fight anybody. But he needs a fucking dance partner like Tyson Fury. It also depends on where you're fighting. You know, we were talking about big stars. One guy we still haven't mentioned was Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua became a British sensation. Now you're gonna wonder, what the fuck? It's not like he had the most entertaining style. Early on, yeah, he was knocking people out. But the fucking Joseph Parker fight, that was boring. He's not a seek and destroy type guy. But somehow, some way, this motherfucker struck a chord with the British audience.
Charisma. And
yeah, because they love boxing. You get my point though? Hold on, buddy.
I spent time in the UK. And I gotta tell you,
too much.
I spent time in the UK.
You're talking way too much, dude. With your statistics and your, you can't be a star. Who cares though? I mean, do you honestly care? None of this money's going into your pocket, anyways. None of this money's going into your pocket. So you just fighters fight. You just want to see good fights and fighters. You're trying to do pay-per-views like any of them.
Who's gonna be? Kevin, we're talking about who's going to take over and what does it take to take over. And it's an interesting question because these promoters, these managers, people in the TV networks, they've been trying to figure out that for ages. And sometimes they even try to manufacture somebody. You know, like I remember Bob Arum at some point, he was trying to push John Duddy, who was this Irish dude, undefeated. Right off the bat, you could tell he wasn't going to make it. And at some point, Bob Arum said, okay, let me just market him as a local attraction in New York, and that's where he had success at the box office before he fed him to Julio Chavez Jr. So you can be a star, like there's levels to stardom if we put it in brackets.
They did that with Peter Manfredo. When Peter Manfredo was on the Contender, they tried to build him up so much, and then he fought Chavez Jr. and he got his ass kicked. That's just one of those things that people, they try to manufacture a fighter, they try to manufacture a persona, and sometimes it just doesn't work. And it's really sad. Listen, I spent some time in the UK, and I got to tell you, a lot of people were into Anthony Joshua. Most of the people were like, over Tyson Fury, it was all about Anthony Joshua. He was just more charismatic, and there's an appeal there. Sometimes you can't explain it. It's called je ne sais quoi. Like it's a certain something that somebody has, and it's an attraction, and people like it. It's hard to manufacture that. You can't fake it.
Yeah,
he's a good-looking dude with big muscles, and that's apparently
Yeah. Hey, imagine Canelo to me. Imagine Canelo if he looked like Margarito. Do you think he could have been the face of boxing? I'm skeptical. No. I'm skeptical. No, seriously. Hey, that shit matters. The intangibles like that matter.
Good looking dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Ali, Sugar Ray, Floyd. I mean, are they fucking ugly? There's a pattern. There's a pattern.
Exactly. What's going on here?
Yeah.
If we're talking about the superstar, yeah, Tyson wasn't a good-looking guy, but and by the way, Tyson's really
he looked like a beast. He still looked badass.
Yeah,
in a way.
Right. Now here's the interesting thing though, in MMA, because we were talking about MMA earlier, and I know it's apples and oranges, but I asked about what's his name, McGregor. You know, who's the biggest star in the UFC right now? And whoever he is, does he come close to what McGregor was a couple of years ago?
Nope.
No, not even in the same universe. Not even the same universe.
Can't compete.
Well, who is it? But who's the biggest name? Who's the biggest name?
Maybe Israel Adesanya, maybe now. I mean, John Jones, but he only fought once. He only fought once in like the last 3 years.
Arguably, the biggest stars in UFC right now were probably Kamaru Usman and Adesanya and God, who else?
John Jones, but he only fought once.
John Jones, but it's still not a household name like Conor McGregor.
Nope.
Nate Diaz, maybe? I don't know.
No, not like Conor McGregor. Not like
Conor McGregor with the lightning in the
Conor McGregor's the biggest star, and next to that, maybe it's Masvidal, maybe.
But did you know? Look at this Ryan Garcia Tank Davis fight. When have you seen a UFC fight get that kind of buzz recently? You don't see it. Maybe McGregor, Khabib, maybe.
Yeah,
but other than that, boxing still has an untapped market Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
what I'm
don't
trying to say,
know
boxing
because
still has an untapped
I
market
don't
that
know
we haven't
because
reached.
when what's his name fought Ngannou Ngannou had buzz
Cyril
for a little
Gane.
while. Ngannou
Cyril
had buzz
Gane.
for a little while. Yeah, that was a big
That fight, bro. I'm talking about the
that sold
casuals,
out a
no.
lot.
Hey,
that
you know
was
what?
not a big fight.
I mentioned, I mentioned that in boxing, if you want to be mainstream, it's hard to do it when you're when you get the felon image or whatever. But now that I think about it, in the UFC, Masvidal, who does have a thug, I mean, this guy fucking gets into street fights and shit. I mean, that's fucking I wouldn't root for a guy like
That's
that.
why he's a draw.
But then I saw, but that's what I'm saying. So it's a different market. And then on top of that, I just saw today somebody posted on the Discord his father tried to kill somebody. So it's understand now.
You know what?
I
Hold
understand why
on.
he is.
BDA, that reminds me of the joke you told me a while back. You were saying a joke about Teofimo Lopez and his dad robbing a bank. Like, what do you think is going to be driving the getaway car, Teofimo or the dad? Like, I think Teofimo is going to be driving. No, Teofimo's dad is going to be driving the car, and Teofimo's going to go in and rob the bank, and then Teofimo's dad's going to peel away because he's going to get too scared or something. You made a really funny joke about that.
Who told that joke? Who told that joke?
You did.
No, I don't remember that fucking joke.
You were dogging on.
But
yeah, we really got time. Like, there's this video that I posted, like, shit, that kind of like goes into the deep of the MMA shit. It's one of my favorite videos.
Loneliness. What's it about?
Teofimo and his dad, dude. They're gonna be robbing a bank soon.
What's the thing? Basically, kind of encapsulating the basically UFC, like, MMA as a whole, like, all the way to the fucking boonies to like. To here. To the Conor McGregor era.
Tell you what about Teofimo? Teofimo popped off. He caused the whole scene with the PBC.
Teofimo's a loser, dude. That guy's a fucked up.
Fucking Teofimo Lopez had the world. He had the world by the balls. But those balls, his hands were too slippery, and the ball slipped off. Because think about it. Again, just because he beat Lomachenko wasn't is not a mainstream star, so he wasn't going to be a mainstream star just based off of that. But I do remember that ESPN did, I think, 3-point-something mil at its peak of the broadcast, 3 million something viewers. That's a lot. Now, maybe it was because it was during the pandemic. I don't know. But the fact that it did such good numbers meant that even the casuals were interested in that type of fight. And then what happens? The guy just lets it slip away. And that's what we're talking about here. Do you have the style? Do you have the charisma? But then you gotta have the fucking wherewithal to keep going. And this guy just fucking running into a wall.
Teofimo let his future slip. Teofimo was trying to grab onto his future, and it slipped away like falling sand between his fingers. It just all slipped away from him.
Yeah.
Teofimo let all of that shit get into his head. The stardom, having all that success, like he wasn't ready for it. He really wasn't. And then his game plan versus Cambosis was the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
It was the dumbest fucking thing ever.
Hold on. Kevin, I gotta address Kevin because Kevin, your audio is cutting out, man. So I don't know. We can't.
I was going to talk about. Here's the thing with Teofimo. My biggest point was when he made that black comment. That would be like Caleb Plant talking about black people. This dude, you're honorary, man. You're a little gangster talking like that. That's what's surprising. He's
that's what I was gonna say, Kevin. So some of them, some of the people from Honduras and El Salvador, they come across the wrong way. No, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, but they ruffle a lot of feathers when they talk, man. They rub people the wrong way, and I'm not talking down on them. It's just maybe like in their culture, not a certain way about them.
It sounds like Gonzalo hates
Honduras. I think they're canijos.
He's kind of gangster himself, man.
It's like the lady in the border, and TJ said, I don't want the beans. I want steak. The modern migrants try to get across the border.
I think what Gonzalo is saying is that
they're the caravan people.
Teofimo fucked up, and he became very unlikable. Even before the Lomachenko fight, his father's doing him no favors either. And so that's the other thing. Do you have the support around you, a support staff? One guy that it seems now it's coming out that Ryan Garcia apparently has a bunch of yes people around him. That's never good because they're not going to tell you the truth. So you need, like I said, a strong support team.
Yeah, the family.
Back you up and tell you the truth. Yeah. Now, who else? Okay, we talked about. Okay, this guy. Fuck. Who was I going to say? Welterweight. No. I don't think he can become a star.
Virgil Ortiz.
Who's under 24 right now?
Keyshawn Davis.
Jaron Ennis. Welterweight.
No, Jaron Ennis is 25.
Yeah, he's like 25, 26.
Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, he just turned 25.
Ortiz is 20. How old is Virgil Ortiz? 24 or 25?
25. He's a year older than me. I mean,
he's like 23.
25.
No, Virgil's 25.
Is he really?
Yeah.
He's 24.
He was born in 1998.
Hold on a second. Let's just Google that shit. I love to Google shit because I like to know information.
Yeah, he's 25.
I was right.
Yeah, Ortiz is
25.
Yeah. So there you go. There's no under 24 guys. I mean, Garcia was what, 25 too?
Yeah, he is.
No,
yeah, okay,
Garcia is 23, 24.
Wait, really?
Okay, well,
I thought he was
there you
still
go.
25.
Devin Haney is 24 years old.
Garcia?
Oh, shit, he is 24, but he's going to be 25.
Yeah, okay, Devin Haney's 24. He's already become the champ. But now let's get into that.
There's no chance in hell Devin Haney's boring ass will ever be the face of boxing.
No.
Bam Rodriguez is 23.
I'm dead serious.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Shorter
you got a better chance to catch an Osama again. Well, he's dead, but anyway.
He died 20 years ago.
You can still catch Osama again.
He was dead 20 years ago. Don't get me started on Osama, man, because he died. He didn't. That whole story is bunk. But anyway, here's the thing, though. Okay. Mirage's favorite, David Benavidez.
He could, but he's got to go through a gauntlet of killers like Bivol, Beterbiev, Morel. It's going to be very hard for him to be the face.
Benavidez ain't going to make it at super.
No, he's not. He's 26, by the way.
No, yeah, he's not going to make it at light heavyweight. He goes up to light heavyweight, he's going to get stopped.
Don't make me piss you off right now.
I don't know about getting stopped.
Okay.
Benavidez is one of those guys enough to kill him.
Benavidez? You think Beterbiev is not going to stop Benavidez if he fights him?
I think Benavidez, he strikes me as one of those guys. He's willing to die in the ring.
Yeah, but there's a reason why he keeps trying to make it at 168 because he knows the big boys at 175 are going to be a big trouble.
Dude, he will fucking get destroyed at 175. He should have been already at 175, that motherfucker.
I don't think so. He's not just going to bully Benavidez.
Are you kidding? He missed weight. If you miss weight once, you're that undisciplined to miss weight at 168.
We all make mistakes, Don.
Dude, come on, dude. That guy, he's got no future at 175. That guy.
I got a question.
I believe in Benavidez.
I got a question about Benavidez because apparently I've heard people say that he weighs 200 pounds. Is that, first of all, is that during the fight or just when he's not training? And number two, does anyone know if there's a source to that?
I don't know.
This is the first time I'm hearing it.
All right. I was just curious because he does look he's got a weird body like ET. He seems like skinny fat up top.
Yeah.
But then you look at his leg and he's actually got pretty thick legs. Not exactly, Manny Pacquiao Filipino calves.
Well, because he had to carry all that fat around for a long time.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Like Andy Ruiz. Look at Andy Ruiz's legs. They don't match his top. If Andy Ruiz's legs match his top, he'd probably be different. But no, his legs are fucking buff and huge and cut. And his top, nope. Looks like fucking he ate a pack of Doritos and a donut, and they stuffed that in the fucking skin.
True, because you know what? There was a fat in my gym, and I'm saying real fat. Like you could see the rolls, through his shirt. Pinche gordo. And I said, I looked at his cast. I wasn't staring at his cast, by the way. I just glanced at him and I said, "Hey, you got a cast, man." And he says, "Yeah, that's because I'm fat. It's carrying all the." And I thought he was kidding, but not like. Yeah, maybe he's got the big calves because he's fucking. Technically, every time he wakes up from bed, he's squatting 250 pounds.
Get away with that heavyweight. They're all fat slobs.
Hey, by the way, real quick, because I don't know if Bush is still here. shout out to Rafael 32. He says, I would like to apologize to I would like to apologize. He says, Obakar did not win a world championship. 0-3 in those fights. The WBO is a meaningful belt. Hondurans, he says, are Afro-Latin, which is black. All right, first of all, shout out to Rafael 32. Obakar did indeed fail to win a title. He was the best welterweight that never won a world title. That's true. WBO is a meaningful belt. I disagree with that. I don't think any of these belts are meaningful. Fuck all of them. And Honduran being Afro-Latin, not all Honduran. It's like Colombians. There's some that are black skin and there's some that are mestizo, but they're not all Afro-Latin.
Well, that's in Mexico too. There's there's black people in Mexico too. I mean, that's the thing. In Durango, there's a lot of black people in Mexico.
In Nayarit, in Acapulco.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of black people. You know, they escaped the slave trade. During the slave trade, they from the Caribbean, they went to Veracruz and then they just went into the land and they escaped. So there's a lot of Irish. There's a lot of Irish that settled there because of the Spanish and Mexican War. The Irish were backing up the Mexicans because they didn't like the Spanish.
You know what? And I think the less people in the country, the better, man. Just people want to be less Colombian. That's all I say. No, but you know what though? In all seriousness, you guys were talking about what? Somebody was going to say something.
No, BDA. I was just going to say, my wife, she's Filipino. When she saw Teofimo and I pointed him out to her, she thought he was black. So obviously from somebody that's never seen like people from over there, really, he kind of looks a little black. I don't know how his mom looks. He's got it in his blood for sure. Teofimo does, in my opinion.
Yeah, but Filipinos, I mean, Filipinos, if you get a 10, they'll call you black. It's weird. It's a weird culture over there. But I will say, David Benavides, I think they've been trying to push the guy. That's for sure. The Mike Tyson appearance got him a couple more eyes.
Yeah.
And if he keeps on beating the shit out of people, but that's the other thing. You know, we were talking about that during one of the episodes about how far can he go because he's got limited opposition right now. He says he doesn't want to fight Canelo anymore, which I think is bullshit. But let's take him at his word.
It's a marketing strategy.
Let's take him at his word. Charlo, what's the other dude? Andrade and Morel.
Can I say something?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, hold on. I was listening to it. I was eating something. I came back and I'm like, Rarely was saying like, why are you bringing this Mexican stuff up and whatever, blah, 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 blah. Mayweather wore a Mexican hat, sombrero, as we call it, when he fought De La Hoya because he understood, the market. He understood who was watching. Basically, this is what they do. You need the Mexican viewer. So for everybody to start denying that this is it's not important, it is important. The Mexican fan base is important, and Mayweather played that perfectly in all of his fights.
Well, his two biggest fights were two non-Mexicans, McGregor.
Oh, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. A lot of his fights were Mexican Americans, whatever you want to call it. And he did wear a sombrero. He did fight on Cinco de Mayo. He didn't fight on Martin Luther King Day, Kwanzaa, whatever you want to fucking call it. So let's keep it real. Let's keep it real, Rabbit. The Mexican fan base is important. So deny that if you want.
I'm not going to deny that. It is the biggest fan base. So, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, nothing. You can't say anything. You can't say anything. You can't say anything about it. You were dismissing the Mexican fan base, and now you have to admit that the Mexican fan base is important, and not the Kwanzaa.
No, but you sound like
it is what it is, Rabbit. Just accept it. I don't know why you don't want to accept it. Come on.
He's the only constant.
There is the Mexican fan base, the Mexican fan base, and then there's a Mexican American fan base. And if you combine that, it's huge. It's just a money grab. Like these people spend money on boxing. These people buy gloves. These people watch boxing. Fatality. It's a part of the culture. I mean, you just can't take it away from it. And that it is what it is. It's just one of those things. And that's why people heavily try to market or try to favor those fans.
Yeah, well, Rabbit says don't bring in the Mexican stuff in there, but I had to bring it back in, because
I mean, it's just part.
You have to understand how it works, my friend.
It's undeniable.
You have to work.
To Madrasa's point, like even Bob Arum wants, he kind of wants the Mexicans to, because he wants to tap into that fan base too.
Exactly.
Really, because Don Butch, whatever his name is, was saying that Bob Arum hates Mexicans, and Top Rank is only promoting the black fighters.
It looks like it lately. Lately, when he's 90 something, when he's 100 years old.
Hold on.
No,
If
he's
that was the
100
case,
years
then
old.
why would they? Okay, if that was the case, then why would they offer and sign Sinicia Estrada? They offered her a good payday. They offered her a lot of money. They're taking good care of her because Bob Arum knows that Mexican fan base is there for Sinicia Estrada, and they're gonna show up to see her fight. That's one of the women fighters that have a high turnout. That's the only female fighter on Top Rank that has the highest turnout is Sinicia Estrada.
Yeah, I kind of wonder though, because there's guys like Lindolfo Delgado who just beat. I mean, I'd say just, but that was probably about a year ago. Pollo Aguilar. That guy was highly touted from Mexico. Now Lindolfo, he's also Mexican under Top Rank, and he beat him. And what's happened with him? He hasn't fought ever since. Maybe once, but not so much.
Yeah,
notoriety.
But Gonzalo, with Sinicia Estrada, the difference is that she has a Mexican American fan base that's really strong. And
wait a minute.
Yeah, but she's a female, man. I mean,
what?
Sorry to interrupt, but Sinicia Estrada, is she Brazilian or what is she?
Oh, she's Mexican from East LA. She's a Mexican American.
Who's the one from Brazil then? Who's the one from Brazil?
Nobody cares.
The one from is Nira Plata, or is it Nira Plata or
She used to be MMA. She used to be MMA.
Oh, what's his name?
Mr. BDA, exactly. Nobody knows. Nobody's really sure. Nobody really cares.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's about I would fucking know about it if I really give a shit about that. I'm famous in the chat. Thank you for, wait, I'm famous in the chat. Thank you for your contribution. He says, Rick Glazer said Spence versus Sean Porter numbers were 148,000.
That is
wait a minute. First of all, we don't know if that's false or not, because if Showtime does or PBC doesn't release the numbers, then we don't know what the real ones are. We can only, like people like Rick Glazer, they hear it from their entertainment lawyer, but we don't still know if it's true or not. So, but my question is, 148,000. First we gotta check that out. Also, by the way, shout out True Sons in the chat says Bob Arum is Khazarian. Now, Hawker Mustang, he put a video.
Oh, I missed a super chat.
Video on Renaissance. Was that Bucho?
I missed a super chat from Rafael.
No, I read it. I read it. Perfect. But Khazarian. Hawker Mustang put a video about that, the Khazarians. I gotta look into that because apparently they're the Europeans who then claimed to be Jewish later on. But I know we can't get into it on this channel. But
can't do that. You'll pop off real quick.
What was the name again that you said? What was the name?
I put a video about the occult on the Second Renaissance channel here on YouTube. They took it off. They took it down.
Took it down.
Hey, what was the name you said, though? The name you mentioned.
Don. Let me finish, please. Bucho told me, hey, I think they might take it down because of this. I said, they're not going to take it down for that. What are you insane? He's not the one that's insane. YouTube's the one that's insane. They take down videos now. Medical misinformation. I didn't say shit about the vaccine. That's insanity, man. That is absolute fucking. So what I'm trying to get at is, check us out on Rumble. Check us out on Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble's a great platform. Rumble's a great platform if you want to have total free speech. Because sometimes I'll be listening to Russell Brand, and Russell Brand's show will get cut off, or they'll demonetize his shows because he's talking about one of the 5 corporations that owns the fucking earth. And YouTube's shareholders are a part of those companies, and they don't want you to hear that shit. They don't want you to hear any of that shit. So you go to Rumble and you can talk shit about any of the 5 corporations that own the earth on Rumble, and Rumble doesn't give a fuck. They will not cut you off. It's total freedom of speech on Rumble.
Well, check us out, the Second Renaissance over there, Rumble. I just put the link a bunch of times in the description.
It's great. Yeah. I'll check it out, BD. I'm interested to hear what you guys are talking about on Rumble.
You should be, because the time is near here. The hour grows late.
The time is now.
You better have some spiritual armor for some of the shit that might be going down in the next 10 years. No, it's not a honeypot. No, Double L says that Rumble is a psyop. I don't know about that. Worst case scenario, check us out on Odyssey too. That's another place where you can put your videos down there, and it's blockchain technology, so it can never disappear from the internet. Butcher, did you read my messages, by the way? On the yeah, man, check out my messages.
Okay.
Now, with that being said, fellas, I just looked at the clock here. 7 hours. You fucking crazy bastards have been on. 7 hours. Butcher, I think it's time you you ended, man.
All right, guys, we went on for 7 hours. We gotta call it. Hey, guys, tomorrow we might have a post-fight show right after the fight, so we'll take phone calls and shit like that.
Hell
so.
yeah.
All right, so stay tuned for tomorrow's post-fight show, and yeah, thank you for being on here. Great discussion.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, see you guys. Take care. Everybody in the chat, I want to thank you for staying here. If you stayed for the 7 hours, damn, congratulations. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all the super chats. And yeah, we'll probably see you tomorrow after the fight. We'll do a post-fight show like right after the fight. Maybe. I think BDA would do it. I think he said he might do it. So I'm not going to promise anything, but he might do it. If not, we'll have a Sunday show, post-fight show like we always do. All right? And yeah, subscribe to the Second Renaissance on Rumble. We have a Second Renaissance channel on YouTube and on Rumble, but on Rumble it's where you will find all the live streams. All right, on YouTube you will only find the short videos that I post. So subscribe to both. All right, the Second Renaissance. Let me post the links. So we have the Second Renaissance on Rumble and the Second Renaissance on YouTube. I don't even have the fucking link. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
In the 19th century, tax inspectors questioned Michael.
All right, so I'm going to post the YouTube link. So there you go. Check out the Second Renaissance on YouTube and the Second Renaissance on Rumble. Both channels. Subscribe. Please subscribe. And we will see you next time, all right? Take care. Yes, Rumble is free. It's free you can subscribe for free. Fucking music.